mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers will move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while I keep talking. Do what I must do, switches are off. And I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down on fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire. Lead the way, light the spark. We never tire. No quit, full of heart. Ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, so take my hand, and run away with me. just myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. Run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. That kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminishes there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminishes there. It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a map that release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. On my knees, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need mandatory. They can't ignore me again. All the allegories are planned for when I begin. All the land below me is scanned over what I miss. No advantages on me. I handle what's on me to live. And it's damage, homie. I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to delay the madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find a pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest. And for days what has kept his checks on the net. It's a technical foul, and for now I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out.
like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that, like that, like that. Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. Why lie? Doubling down on my fears, I write. When I live now, can reveal my light. Bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life. And the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements. Indeed, now to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is direct beyond breaking. Head and neck and knee sweat. All related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not going to take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them, I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I can write through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options, I'm here all week. Movements I'm making them be on free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. When they gon' take it, it's be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home, not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry, duck down. Waiting for the moon to arrive, not now. Had a whip AC broke, I'm a bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I careen it, they won't get it. If you don't adapt to see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them, I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
May.
Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm deaf, don't speak up, drop up down, they need us. Type on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit a new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的简历，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid. Basta, pack it up.
突皮革的架子的六里炮，在你嘴唇上吐一个爆泡。一不小心离不过我起跳，在悄悄的转一点点飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以缠绵，未被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没有的跳能刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 或者菜很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么和马戏了，艺术文化都不商业化，可能有像那个创业家，也有繁忙忙的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid. Basta, pack it up.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames they dance across the sky. Whoa, but here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises
pitch black darkness you illuminate. I walk in shadows, you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need some return to you. I'll be surrounded by other schools. Normally it's me, I'm like you too. I need some return to you. Coming home and dig up my jewels. Normally it's me, I'm like you too. In the end, all I want is you.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, feel like electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules kinetic, this work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. I won't stop now, I said it. Aim for the clouds, yeah, get it, powerful. Unstoppable. You better get them colors, get them right. Yeah, you better get in line. Dramatic, so dramatic. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 It feels electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All what's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, electricity.
Hello and welcome to MSI 2024 in Chengdu, China. Today we're back for day 4 of the playing stage and an important day ahead of us for our teams as 2 of them will go home tonight and we enter eliminations. No more second chances. If you want to advance to the next stage, you have to win today. And of course, we see the teams gearing up and getting ready to enter their stage. The stakes are high and I'm really, really happy to be here today with Raz and Emily. How are you guys doing? Woo!
Doing well.
We're
excited
back.
for today.
I know. It's gonna be great.
I always love Elimination Day. I feel like it's that morbid side of me.
Raz is just like, get out of here.
Well, this is what the
I
stakes
love
are
when
about.
teams suffer. No, but I love when teams try, and I also love to see which teams crumble under pressure and which teams usually thrive in this kind of situation. So let's take a look at the matchups we have ahead of us today. As I said, loser bracket today, PSG, Estral, Esports and Loud versus GAM on our second series of the day. Any early thoughts on the matchups we have, Raz?
For me, I'm just looking at GAM as a team because they put so much effort throughout the regular, or at least their split, to come to this stage, and they're always a team that will fight till a better end. so I'm expecting a much better play from them. They have a tall task ahead of them, though.
Yeah, and for me, I'm actually looking at that first matchup because PSG obviously played FlyQuest very, very close, which I'm sure we'll get into later on. And then Estral really did surprisingly well against T1. Obviously, they were still massively outmatched in that series, but going up against PSG should not be as tall of a task. And I'm really curious to see how they come out, whether they're in form against PSG specifically, because that could be a deceptively close matchup.
Yeah, and a lot of things can change between the first series and the second one, depending on how teams work. But you were mentioning surprises, and each of us has come to the table with things that have surprised us so far here at MSI. Emily, you're up first.
Okay.
What do you have?
Ja-ja!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So
masterpiece.
we were asked to draw stuff, which I took very well too, obviously. This is CHENGDU. This is Aurelion Sol. I loved Loud's comp in Game 2 specifically. I loved how close they were able to play TES. I watched them in their finals. It was a little shaky in terms of compared to expectations, but the way that they played TES, they looked really, really solid. I love their Game 2 draft. CHENGDU in general was just great.
Yeah.
So that was my biggest surprise.
I mean, we're going to talk about CHENGDU a bit later today, but as we know, he had a lot of ups and downs in his career, and here at MSI, he's really popping off. But I love the fact that we saw Loud perform at MSI last year. They surprised again this year. I really want to see what they're going to come up with today. Raz, what do you have?
I love how we're just beating up on TES, basically. And now I have to follow up what she has here. Humanoid and Jun.
Nice.
Humanoid and Jun, I thought they were both exceptional versus TES. This is the handshake. Both of them had performed very well. There we go. This is us, Humanoid and Jun.
This is disregarding Game 3 of Humanoid, right?
Oh, yeah. We just completely ignore that
It
one.
doesn't exist.
Yes. In fact, what Game 3? So, so for me, the fact that Humanoid came in, had a solo kill versus Krem, and I think overall throughout the series, if we're talking about the totality of it, played better than Krem. And then Jun on the other side just had a damn good series. And also just a tournament. He's been the best support player this tournament thus far in the play-ins, and it's been crazy to see his level of performance. His recon has been great. His Renata gameplay.
The literal handshakes.
Exactly, the handshake. Come under turret, buddy. So it's been nice to see, and it was like a battle of a series versus Top Esports. They were really close to being able to just kind of go into the second stage based off the winner's bracket alone, but now we get to see more games from them, so I'm not going to complain.
We got to overcome our demons against Top Esports because it's been twice that they beat us here. I'm going to come with my here. Sorry, it was under the desk, guys. So, let me explain. Let me explain.
I don't want to explain.
This is very sad.
It is very sad because I always believe in the West. I always believe in the LEC and in the LCS, of course. And I came here today, this year at MSI, full of hope, thinking that we learned from last year, thinking that we learned from our mistakes, that especially people would have learned from what happened to Mad Lions last year. And honestly, given the fact that I expected the LCS to be better than the LEC with what happened to us last year at Worlds, I was actually surprised. That is my biggest surprise.
Get over here! Bring that over here!
We will come back. We will come back. Hopefully, no, but yeah, T1 and crushing Western Dreams hopes at MSI, I think, is a trend here.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can come back against them a bit later. But yeah, that was our takes here. For the beginning of MSI, we also have, we want to talk about the matchup here, of course, but before we share our thoughts on this one, Draco's caught up with Estral Esports jungler Jose Reodo to get his thoughts on playing against T1 earlier. Let's look ahead at what he had to say about his series against PSG Esports.
Thank you so much. I am joined by Jose Diodo after a, I will say, very entertaining series with T1. Favorite series of the tournament so far, although there have only been two. What was the kind of expectations behind the scene for the teams? What did you want out of that series? Do you feel like you were able to deliver?
I mean, I feel like it's very hard to expect things when you play against T1 because we come from a minor region and we are not like even a top minor region. It's like people don't expect too much from us, but we also expect us to play aggressive early game like we always do. We don't want to change how we play the whole tournament for us, and we wanted to show that we are not scared to face anyone. I think that's important. But we didn't expect to win exactly. We expect to give battle, and I think we did our best. That's the important part.
Look, from my perspective, a lot of great individual plays. FLICKR died a lot, which I feel like is always a good sign. And that bot lane tower dives in Game 2 were clean. I'm curious, what we can expect from the PSG series. We talked about maybe not having the highest or most certain expectations for T1. PSG seems like a much more reasonable task. What is your plan coming into that series? How do you take down PSG to make it to the next step in the tournament?
Yeah, I feel like it's very different to plan a series against like PSG, because in our series against T1, you're playing like, oh, we're gonna draft this against FLICKR. You know, it doesn't sound right. You know? It sounds kind of sad. You know? So against them, it's like way easier to plan how we want to play the game, or because we also see them against the lane swap, and we know they didn't do as well.
Yeah.
And that kind of things kind of help us to plan our series and how we need to practice. And I also feel like we have a lot of individual talent that we can use against them more than T1.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm very excited to face them because I feel like we can win, especially after we're probably going to face FlyQuest, and it's going to be like a meetup again.
Look,
hopefully.
we're probably bringing you right back if you beat PSG to talk about the FlyQuest matchup. We don't have enough time to talk about it now, but thank you so much for the interview, Jose Dioto. I wish you nothing but the best of luck in the PSG series. Back to you guys at the desk.
Great that he called the FlyQuest matchup out there, but also great that he pointed out that, like, I love that he pointed out the lane swaps, first of all, because I did think their response was pretty good against the T1 swap. I thought they had a really good understanding of what they wanted to do and executing on just making Zeus' life absolutely miserable, especially in that second game. But then also what he brought up with not wanting to deviate from their playstyle and what they are super comfortable with. I think that's actually so crucial, especially for minor region teams, as he said, coming to the international stage. I think it's actually so much more important to stick to your own style and improve within that rather than try to change things radically on the fly.
Yeah, and you rarely get a chance to hear from behind the scenes what their prep looks like. And Laura, actually, we got to hear like publicly that Doinby was talking about. You actually take it away and explain it a little bit.
I mean, he got to scrim against Doinby, against Zoom, against Berlin, so obviously they're going to have a good preparation coming in today. And Doinby was confident in Astro's preparation.
And with some of LPL enjoyers out there, the 80 carry on that team with Zhang Wuji, who have like, these are players who are in the LPL and actually performed quite well. And then Doinby coming out of that saying like, oh, this could be like a middle tier LPL team. Now that's just Doinby maybe being a little bit too optimistic, but based off the play that we saw from Estral going up against T1, Dracos was correct. They killed FLICKR quite a few times on this one. This was basically when their top laner had recognized that, okay, I'm in a lane swap. There's nothing I can do here versus a Rumble and Kalista. I'm going to start moving. So he went towards mid lane, got the kill on towards FLICKR. I loved the predictive flash that he had there. And then as you can see, as we zoom along here, he starts walking towards the bottom lane and sets up for a 4-man dive play. And so you hear from Estral in particular, from Jose Dioto, and how they liked how they played around the lane swap, or at least communicated how PSG didn't. This might be an actual advantage for Estral and how they played against T1 versus how we got to see PSG play out the lane swaps.
Yeah, and then speaking of Jose Dioto, just in general, I thought him and Cody's synergy was really, really good. Obviously, Cody is a player that I think he is the standout player. If you're looking at one player on this Estral team, I think he is really, really good. As we see Jose and Cody syncing up here, I thought they had pretty good mid-jungle synergy overall. And these are absolutely two of the players that you really want to watch out for. There we go. We're doing push-ups.
They're getting the blood pumping there.
We're getting ready to go. They looked energized. And Raz, I'm glad you brought that up about PSG too, right? Because in the lane swaps that Fly initiated, PSG did look a little sluggish to respond.
Yes, they did. And I feel like throughout the series, although FlyQuest had advantages based off the lane swap, it was actually PSG that made it, I would say, really competitive in team fights. Game 1 draft, enjoyed that a lot. I thought PSG's draft in Game 1 was quite good. And as you can see in front of you, basically punishing FlyQuest just through map play overall. They recognized that Talia was on bot side, so they punished them top side. Then they crashed down on Talia because she was spending way too long at hitting bot lane turret. And then the overall team fights. Overall, I thought Junjia was the star throughout this series and how he set up his team. So if we're just talking about team fights, we came into this tournament saying that PSG was a great team fighting team. And they got to show it versus FlyQuest, albeit in a losing series. They had great moments.
I mean, you want to do something?
Oh no, yeah, I do think that is where they shone, was definitely in the team fights, and I think Junja plus Maple, again, like for both of these teams, we're really looking at their mid jungles, and like what they're doing early together on the map, but then also how they're syncing up in team fights and skirmishes.
And I do feel like when this duo is stopped, actually this is the entire engine of PSG that doesn't work. And I know that Betty said something to Sheep Esports, the fact that the preparation was lacking on their side, that they were not ready for the lane swaps. This added up to the nerves that they had during the series. It may have been the reason why they failed. Do we think they're going to come in ready today?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for sure they come in ready. I think they come in throwing fists. I think their individual laners are great. I don't think they have to lane swap versus Estral at all. And I think we're going to have a great series from Betty.
Yeah, I think if a team is looking at initiating the swap, you're probably looking at Estral as opposed to PSG. I do think people have been really critical of PSG historically in terms of them coming to the international stage before and kind of flubbing, adjusting to the meta, but I actually do think with their 5v5 team fighting, they are still a very strong team. And as you pointed out, Raz, like their laners overall should also be stronger.
What's going to be interesting when we go into the draft is mostly around pick priority. Both these junglers, Junjia and Jose Diodo, are incredible Lee Sin players, so that's going to be something that's contested. Kalista versus Draven is something we're expecting to see pretty much. I mean, Kalista is just 100% like presence for sure, but Snacker has been incredible on the Draven, so I think they're probably just going to eliminate the Draven within the first phase of the draft. So there's a few things that we're going to be seeing, and I love the fact that it's a best of 3. We get to see adaptation. If they let them have Draven game 1 and he rolls over them, it's like, all right, let that go. So I'm interested in it. I want to see it.
I do feel like Estral is never going to play by the book, and PSG is going to have a more methodical approach of the game. So I want to give it to Estral. We're going to check predictions, actually, in that sense, because I'm predicting them to win. I believe doing B. I believe the world champion, and I believe his insights. And I do feel like even though we haven't seen everything from PSG, I love the spice and fire that Estral brought against T1 last time. I don't have my, but yeah, Estral all the way.
So I think that Doomby can sometimes embellish, but I do also believe that what we saw from Estral was just much better gameplay, team fighting. They're really willing to like pull the trigger, and I really enjoyed their team fights. Go for it. Like, what's your thought?
I said PSG. That's actually slightly incorrect. I said PSG.
Oh, okay. I thought we had a difference.
But yeah,
here.
no. I think so. I do think that Estral will absolutely be able to take a game. What I do think it's going to come down to, I think they're going to look pretty good early as well because Jose Diodo is going to get involved really early on.
I agree.
But I do think PSG's 5v5 team fighting are going to be where they end up winning.
We'll see about this in just a few minutes. And we see the fans getting ready here for MSI, cheering for their teams. We see the passion from all of them. Estral fans here in the front row. The stage is set for our first series of the day. No more second chances. Go hard or go home. Time to see what our teams have prepared for today as we're ready for PSG Talent versus Estral Esports.
Gần nhất thì ở chung kết thế giới thì mình cũng có một cái vào một cái vòng nhánh gọi là vòng quyết định, thì ở lần này thì cũng vậy. Cá nhân em khi nghĩ về đội LAN thì mình đánh giá đây là đội cũng khá là mạnh. Tuy nhiên rằng là đội mình khi gặp đội họ thì mình tin là đội mình sẽ chiến thắng được trước họ.
Pelo que eu vi eles jogarem, a gente está mais preparado para esse MSI. Eles tiveram alguns desfalques na equipe e isso mostrou pra gente que eles não são a mesma equipe que destruiu a gente no último Worlds.
Mình nghĩ là mấy bạn lao nên lo sợ và chuẩn bị tinh thần những thất bại trước GAM đi. Nó cũng sẽ là kết quả tương tự như trận gần nhất thôi.
Bom que dessa vez vai ser diferente. É a gente que vai mandar vocês direto pra casa.
就掉到败者组反而比较没什么压力，就更渴望游戏的胜利。
Last time I've been in Worlds, I feel a bit disappointed by my performance. Now at MSI, I feel like I can do it way better. I know a lot of people think LATAM is a weak region, but I know we can surprise.
我看过对面 Esports 他的直播嘛，我觉得威尔哥那时候在看威尔哥，我觉得他玩得蛮好的，然后我觉得我们不能轻敌，一定要。
I know this won't be easy, but we're here for a reason.
没错，你们准备好回家吧。
And welcome back to Chengdu, China. We're here for day 4 of MSI 2024. I'm Medic. I'm joined by the wonderful Joshua Jat-Leesman, who only got off his plane about 18 hours ago. So
Yes,
I'm hoping you're up to date with everything that's been happening.
I have been absolutely up to date. It's amazing how well-timed layovers are for catching up on VODs. So I've seen every game of MSI. Do not worry about that. I've been taking plenty of notes. I'm going to defy your expectations on making it to MSI.
Look, can you become the unknown now, please?
Well, all right.
Those two. We are here for Elimination Day, kicking off with Estral Esports up against PSG. Looking back through the history, neither I nor our stats team could actually find an occurrence of LATAM playing up against the LMS or the PCS. Obviously, the regions have changed a little bit over the years, so it's possible we missed something in the past, but it looks like this is the first international game we have between these two regions.
And I do like the new format for matchups like this, because I think when you approach a tournament like MSI, where you have T1, Genji, BLG, Jackie Love from TES, you kind of have to ask yourself what success looks like. And this is a question that I was asking for a lot of the North American teams, and it ended up being success looks like beating G2, because that's what we learned last year. If they can do that again, it's going to be something successful. But here, I feel like, especially for Estral, success looks like beating PSG, right? PSG has players that have had large amounts of experience international like Maple, 3 former LPL players. It's a very accomplished roster, and this Estral team already accomplished a lot domestically, but then I feel like success would be being definitively better than PSG and keeping their chances alive to actually advance to the next stage.
Yeah, especially since a lot of people came into the tournament with PSG as a team that perhaps could challenge the bottom tiers of the LCS or the LEC. I think expectations have changed a little bit around the PSG over the last couple of days, but we'll see how well they can do today. Let's get into picks and bans. As you can see on your screen, Lee, Sejuani, and Ashe taken away by PSG. Azir, Vi, Senna removed by Estral. Vara's first pick into an immediate answer of Kalista Malka.
Yeah, and we've seen some insane aggression from the bot lane. We did see a large amount of lane swaps in day 1 as well. I feel like we saw T1 practicing lane swaps in their matchup against Estral, but we'll see. I don't expect either of these teams to want to opt in. I think the fact that they both picked strong laning 80 carries in Varus and Kalista means that they can match up a little bit against each other. I think a lot of times lane swapping is to bypass the laning phase for something like a hyper carry, and currently we don't see that.
There's always the question about what top laners get picked as well. If you see something like a Rumble or a Twisted Fate get locked in, then sometimes you lane swap just to put them behind where you have a tank who can just scale into the game via levels rather than through getting all that gold. Talia and Wukong locked in for PSG. Once again, they have a team fighting composition on the horizon. This is what PSG love to do. Estral, I wonder if we'll see support here. Could, of course, look to mid lane to try and answer that Talia.
Yeah, I would expect Cody to match with something right now. We saw his Ari already. If you look at what he was able to pull off domestically, he played, probably every champion. I looked at his Games of Legends, and the number of champion icons was larger than pretty much any player I've seen. But the Nico here is actually, I think, a pretty intelligent flex pick. It could be played into the Talia. I think maybe more likely that's going to be Ackerman joining the Kalista in the bot lane, but they get to hold that flex as long as they want.
Having watched Estral, I do think they're better when Ackerman is on more of a tank engage. Obviously, Nico does give you engage tools as well, especially with the Fate's Call, but I like to see him on something more like the Rel, the Nautilus, someone who has a bit more beefiness when they go into the middle of the fight. We'll see, as you say, where that Nico goes. We've seen a lot of Kalista Nico lanes over the last few months, especially T1 bringing it out with Guma and Keria. Tristana bound away by PSG, trying to pinch possibly Cody's pool in the mid lane. Rumble and Nautilus taken away by Estral.
Yeah, I do find this meta really fascinating, actually, just because, and I also do blame G2 for the lane swapping. Yeah, I know it happened first in the LPL, but G2, I think, the fact that we saw T1 already basically practicing lane swaps in the play-in stage means that it's here to stay. And it just creates so many odd questions as you move into this phase of the draft, because you're wondering, like, the top lane pool that you can blind pick is different. We see another TF ban coming through right now. Renekton blind is pretty safe. They're holding the Nico flex as long as possible. So far, I do like what Estral's done with their draft.
For a while, I was on the side of, I don't like lane swaps that much because you don't tend to see as much action, and the top lanes tend to be, level 1 at minute 10. But I've decided I'm on the side of lane swaps now. I think it adds a lot of inventiveness into the draft. Both teams have to be aware of it. and you start to see these intricacies in the game. You know, do you 2-wave stack? Do you 3-wave stack? Do you contest your own buff level 1? You have all of these little extra bits that hopefully we can start to break down as the games go on. Obviously, it might just be that everyone runs into a jungle and play 5v5s at level 1, and that's also interesting. So that's, you know, there's a lot of different aspects to it, Chat.
I think we might be seeing an Udyr top, though.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much, because Zotae did bring it out during the regular season.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, and they actually did play a good number of games. What we have here is 39 games on record for them. What is this final pick going to be? It's the Bard Hover. I mean, I guess it could work.
So it's Galio support most likely. We have seen Galio mid, Galio top. Taliyah is likely to go mid, so then the Udyr top makes the most sense. Obviously, Zotae is playing on Estral, and I said Zotae played the Udyr top, but that's on PSG side. I just confused that slightly for a second.
I'm just... Okay, Nico support, A-Soul mid, more teamfight scaling, better bot lane bullying. I do think Betty Woody with Varus Galio would actually now want to dodge the laning phase, so I do think this is going to be a swap game, because I think as soon as you play Galio support, that's a dive engage tool. That is going to get absolutely ran by Kalista, Nico, and lane, so we're going to be seeing them dodge at least the early laning phase.
Swap out of it, and I did know there was an Udyr player in this game, and I was right that the PSG top laner played a lot of Udyr. 17 games across the course of their season. It was his most played, Azur's most played. So it was somewhere in the back of my subconscious. I just couldn't quite draw it out in time, Jat. So we will see Azur on his famous Udyr, 17 games on it, 70% win rate on it during the PCS. On the other side, we'll see if Estro can go for that aggression. We heard Jose Diodo in the interview saying, against T1, we didn't really try to do anything special. We just played aggressive, we played our style, and hopefully that will work for them against PSG, who also played their style against FLICKR. They went for the team fights, they went for later game, and they were able to match toe-for-toe in some of the best games I think we've had a play in so far.
I absolutely agree. I think the matchup that I'm going to have my eyes on as we're about to load into the game is actually just going to be Maple versus Cody.
Yeah.
Mainly because Maple is such a veteran. For those English language viewers who saw him, know him as TSM's mid laner, that is not really a good representation of his overall all-skill level. He has a lot of MSI specific success, made it through to the final group stage a couple of times, some world success as well, and then going up against a player like Cody, who has just been such a bright spot the entire split for the LLA, is going to be fascinating. And now Taliyah versus A-Soul as well. Whether or not Maple can impact the map early on Taliyah, which is a pick he's found success with for years and years and years, could be the deciding factor in this game, because I feel like if Cody can actually, and more so the rest of Estral, avoid getting roamed on by Maple getting lane prior and moving to side lanes, I think they'd have a pretty good chance scaling up later on in this game.
I mean, you look at Aurelion Sol, you look at the team fight prowess that can come from a Renekton and a Maokai, the lockdown potential. Later on, Estral Esports teamfights can be very strong. Lane swaps don't seem to be occurring as of yet, but as I say that, I see Betty and Woody moving through the mid lane. There was lines of scrimmage early, no deep wards from either team. Betty and Woody just trying to avoid any vision that could come from Estral. They're invading towards this red side, but back away after they don't see anyone. Ward in by PSG means that Jose Diodo will just back away to that bush.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Udyr saw Renekton top lane, he went to recall and they've done the swap. They also have a ward. I think they're potentially going to try and push Jose off of these Raptors. That's a great... Basically, you don't want to let him get this for free. I think they can move him off it. That's really going to push Jose down. Junjia is on Wukong, not getting pushed off his red buff in the first place. So this is a good lane swap start for PSG.
And it's another iteration, another change in how lane swaps can work. Because often you see the jungler going up for that invade. You're looking to steal away the Razor Beak, steal away the red. Instead, Junjia says, I'm just going to start on my red. I'm not going to look for a smite fight. Maokai very good at taking Razor Beaks with the Bramble Smash level 1, and we'll have our AD carry and our support move in. Zotae does manage to get 3 minions of this wave, but that's now stacked against him, so they can freeze it in the top lane.
I'm actually really curious to see if PSG decides to freeze that top lane. I think that was a mistake for Zotae to actually touch the wave, and he has to abandon that immediately. Once he abandons it, then they'd end up breaking the freeze, so moving through mid lane. But Maple sees it because of that incredibly valuable ward that they placed over at the Raptor pit, so actually a pretty strong start to the lane swap for PSG.
there was also the idea of, do you freeze, have your Varus freezing solo top lane, put Woody down towards the bottom lane to prep for what is likely to be a 3-wave, maybe a 2-wave crash, and bot can't quite see exactly how that minion waves. So it's a 3-wave crash. Azure's going to try and get level 2, manages to tick over. Udyr, he does have good wave clear, but will he be able to survive this?
I mean, honestly, getting level 2 is pretty big because even if he wants to clear as many, it's all about getting experience to me. Get as much experience as you can, then if you teleport back and you get level 3, then they wouldn't be able to dive you again. I think he's actually dead here.
Ackerman tanking it up, he's not. Still half HP.
Shot.
Zofe still only level 1, Azure just trying to get as much XP as possible. Zofe goes in, he's going to tank, he gets level 3, there's the stun on Jose. It's perfect for PSG Jose though. An incredible twisted advance means that he drops the tower aggro. Will Estro continue to look for this? Meanwhile in the top lane, still Betty and Woody just pushing in. Azure looking for everything he can get out of it, but he can't quite survive. In the end, he does die. Survive for a much longer time than I think we expected.
But he's coming back and he's getting that wave right away because they took so long to dive. He got so much experience. They used so many resources. They won't be able to re-dive. That is really rough for Estral because not getting that first dive clean means they're not going to be able to shut the Udyr down. You can see the fortification on this top lane turret. Even though they were free hitting it this entire time, they barely get that second plate. And you can see a 2-level gap already opened up. I think that's the sneaky thing about these lane swaps is we can look at the gold and we're saying how well PSG is doing, and you could look up there and say, hey, they're down 100, 200 gold. But I think the fact that they have a 2-level advantage now on their bot lane makes them strongly advantaged.
Yeah, usually you look about 600 gold per level, or at least that was the stat a couple of years ago. I'm sure iterates depending on exactly where we are in the patch cycle. But Azure basically has a 600 gold lead just in terms of experience. Zofe has been able to get a few more CS, a couple. He might look for this plate. Steps forward, does have that Demolish proc as well. He won't be able to get the plate as of yet. Meanwhile, Betty and Woody now going down towards the bottom lane. They avoided the early Halo Blades threat that is Kalista. They got to level 3 themselves, and now Woody has all of the tools to disengage a fight, which he wouldn't have had if this was the level 1 lane.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, he has the ability to engage a fight as well, and you can have gank threat against a ranged bot lane. So that's kind of, I think this to me is the acceptable form of lane swaps actually, because you're not just swapping infinitely with no interaction. It's for a specific strategic purpose. It's to make sure that your melee support doesn't just have to twiddle their thumbs for
and get auto attacked for like half
3 minutes and then get dove at level 2. They're actually at level 3. Sure, they're still losing the lane a little bit now, but that wave's going to crash. They should be able to defend it and then pick it up once it crashes.
Ginger coming in as well. No vision, or no ward at least in that tri-bush, but there is a sapling there for Snacker and Ackerman, who will be safe enough if Ginger looks for the gank. Elsewhere on the map, actually almost relatively even. A lead for Ginger in the jungle. He's been able to just farm up with Azure surviving in the bot lane while Jose Diodo was looking for that gank. Azure has a slight lead in the top lane, the XP about a level ahead, but what's the rest of the map? Relatively even between these two teams through 6 minutes.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have to watch to see if Maple can have any influence now that he's at level 6. I'd say Cody done very well in this lane already. This is one of the lane swaps where we actually didn't see many people just bypassing mid lane, messing up the wave state, and then moving on. So it could still be absolutely anyone's game despite that experience advantage we saw early. Level 6 versus level 4 now for the Udyr versus Renekton. But ultimately, I'm Team Dragon in the Dragon versus Grubs trade. Okay. So I would say that specific interaction, I would favor Estral and Jose being able to get that Dragon.
Do you have a chant or anything for them?
For Team Dragon?
Yeah.
I haven't worked it that far.
Oh, Maple caught out. Falling Sky coming down as Cody takes the kill. Ackerman positioned it, Ackerman takes the kill. Positioned himself well to land the Tangle Barbs. Maple did have the flash, but didn't have time to use it.
So, I feel like Maple's asking the same question I am right now. Why was he there? Why was Nico there? Because they just did a Dragon for Grubs trade. You're not contesting the Grubs.
Yep.
So, great roam. Insane play. That's amazing to be able to pick it up. Shame that the kill didn't go over to Cody, but that is such a good kill. And Maple, I think, is just shocked, actually, that he's even there, because he should just be reset. Maybe he's in mid lane to just decide if there's a lane swap, but he did not expect him to be through that part of the jungle, especially with all the prio they had. Udyr was up towards the Grubs. There was no logical reason for him to be there, but he was there and it pays off. What a great kill.
Zofe almost losing out to Azure here. Pops the Dominus just in time, but Ginger is waiting in the wings. Zofe can only stand and watch, tries to slice, tries to dice, but even with the stun, he manages to escape! No. The Weaver's wall will block him up, he's dead now. PSG brought enough numbers, and Zofe burnt everything to try and get away.
Yeah, actually really cool what happened there. So the reason that he was even able to live in the first place is they were trying to give the kill over to Wukong just so they could generate more total gold, not necessarily so they could deny Udyr the gold because they wanted the kill plus assist. But then he's able to stall it out just a little bit. However, I feel like it ends up not mattering. Maple was there anyway. He gets a little bit of assist gold too. Actually ends up getting the kill, and they're still able to pick up plates afterwards.
It was also a good move from PSG's bot lane. They pushed in bot, and then they rotated to mid as Maple moved top, so you're covering both those lanes. Now the wave crashes in bot lane, and Bessie and Woody are here to accept it, meaning you don't lose that extra wave of experience and gold that you can do when your mid laner roams away from mid.
Yeah, and just kind of touching back on the ramifications of that early lane swap, the biggest advantage is currently the Udyr versus the Renekton. That's not going to matter in a bit.
Yeah.
Like, when you're level 12 versus level 11, Udyr versus Renekton, nobody cares. What it did allow, though, was Betty to make it to this stage.
It's cool. Flashed away by Betty.
And
Woody tries to buffer the Justice Punch. Chain of Corruption coming out as well. Woody with a damage reduction, able to flash away in time. Jose Diodo goes in, but the cleanse came out. Zofe being chased out by Azure. It matters right now, chat. Even if it won't matter when they get a couple more levels, Azure's showing why he's such a competent player on this Udyr.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's actually going to be the deciding factor in the game. You never know. If that can continue, if he keeps that wave frozen enough times, and if he can get enough side lane advantages to make the move first. This mid lane play, though, by Cody.
I think it's just Stardust harassment. He doesn't have enough mana really to do anything more. Does have the flash. Maple might look for the seismic shove.
Go for something.
If you burn flash, he burns flash. Probably worth it.
Yeah.
Catch the Azir later, the Aurelion Soul later on, but for now, decides against it, you know?
Yeah, much ado about nothing. Cody was using his mana before the recall anyway. Gonna watch this Solica one more time. So really, Renekton's just trying to get the wave in. He felt like he did enough work, and then I think just underestimated Udyr's damage for the Udyr main that we have in this tournament.
Yeah. It's also the risk of doing that when your jungler is showing bot.
Yeah.
Because Azure knows that Maokai is bot lane, knows that he can just run at you. If Jose Diodo shows up, that becomes a very different state of affairs. Azure maybe escapes, but probably isn't able to kill you in the 1v1. So a lot on Azure's shoulders alongside Maples here for PSG. They're the two players of PSG with a kill. Dragon up in about a minute's time. It's Ocean Drake. Grub's up in 30 seconds. PSG will be looking to get to 6. Udyr obviously a good split push threat as well, if he can get those 6 grubs under his belt.
Yeah, 2 levels up, 400 gold up in the matchup. That's the majority of their lead in this game. Betty and Woody both having no flash makes it very difficult for them to play this game and stop Estral from stacking Drakes unless we actually see the Udyr teleport in for the next Drake fight. But I think if you're Estral here, you're just trying to control bot as much as possible. I like this recall timing from Cody. He can go back. Still had the teleport. Good interrupt there by Maple. You'd love to be able to get your first item spike if Cody can just get a little bit more gold before this Ocean Drake fight.
Rylai is so powerful on Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
As well. The ability just to permanently slow your opponents and get multiple of them off in a fight. Seismic shove wide there as Cody will accept this wave in mid. Next wave probably about 20 seconds away, meaning Cody can just recall after this. With Maple moving down towards the bottom side, maybe looking for a Weaver's Wall or just setting up around the Drake. They have a tiny window here while Cody resets.
Exactly. That's why that interrupt on the original ASO recall was so big, because it actually buys this timer to push Snacker and Ackerman back into their turret and makes it more difficult for Jose Diodo to actually get river control.
Seismic shove on Cody. Yeah, it's just trading health bars, trading mana bars, not really too much happening there. Azure and Zofe do both have TPs, obviously both have ways to cancel the opposition's TP as well, as Ginger now with Woody and Betty push in the bot lane, push in, get a little bit of vision around this jungle, trying to contest this second Drake. Don't want Estro to get 2 under their belts early on.
Yeah, so Cody finally getting, looks like he's going to go back to base and be able to pick up his Rylai's and is currently saving his TP. I will say, though, that top lane is becoming a bigger issue as well. Here comes an engage. No flashes.
Flashing forward, Betty with the cleanse. Justice Punch in. There's the double taunt. TP's now invested on either side. Bates call. But Ginger can't find more. Ackerman.
They're in there.
Goes forward once again. The falling star not enough to chunk out Maple.
So overall, I actually do really like the hard forcing here because basically Cody teleported back to lane. Maple was already in lane, so the tempo disadvantage that he had to the Taliyah was erased with that 4v4 skirmish in the bot lane. But this is that inevitability right now of the Udyr. One full item completed to just a Caulfield's Warhammer. Unless they send help up, he's just going to keep extending this lead. There's no way to actually move him from that position. And he's got the threat of teleport right now, so PSG are the ones that are going to be able to pick up this Drake. Woo!
And I'm wondering what Estro do about it. Do you send Jose top? Do you try and contest around these grubs, get the push out, maybe bring your AD carry up towards the top side as well to push for that top tier 1 and contest the grubs? Because Ginger just got a Drake, not for free, obviously, because there was a sequence of events in bot that led to him having the pressure on the map to be able to take this.
Yeah.
But with no pressure on the top side from Estro, which is what you really want to see, right? If Ginger is on the bottom side, get your support, get your jungler into the enemy jungle on the blue side of the map, and get some vision in so you can actually contest what would be the next neutral objective in the form of grub.
Yeah, absolutely. The Renekton is just so far behind the curve right now. And I do also wonder, with the lethality Kalista, if this Udyr is going to be that unkillable for probably until about 30 minutes into this game.
There's a lot of weight on Cody's shoulders, really, to put the damage down, right? Which
yeah.
takes a while.
Exactly. I mean, Asol is a very strong pick. I know APA was one of the first ones to bring it out this year, but then it really, after that, kind of took off around the world in basically every single regional playoff. So just an incredibly powerful pick, especially when you have Taliyah, Varus. Late game team fights, the Giant Asol ult is going to be pretty undodgeable, but we're definitely not there yet. I think it's going to be about whether or not Estro can just buy time and hold this Udyr at bay, as he's going to be, I think, moving around the map, taking a lot of turrets.
It's going to be very difficult as well, because PSG have tools on the rest of their champs to stop you from buying time. They have the Wukong going in with the Cyclone, they've got the Seismic Shove, Chain of Corruption, they've got the Galio Taunt. Like, how are you going to escape all of these tools, especially when your flashes and your cleanses are down? Snacker, cleanse, still about quarter of the way off.
There we go.
Down. Good engage from Jose Dioda, that was gorgeous. Beautifully done. Flash across the wall, get the kill in mid.
And there's also the damage you have from the lethality Kalista, how quickly they were able to kill him. They can move up and contest this Rift Herald as well.
No second grubs this game. Rift Herald instead the target for these two teams. It was just leashed by PSG. Ginger trying to get in here. The Nature's Grasp will stop him from getting any closer. Rift Herald secured for Estra.
Yeah, Cody with the big Asol ultimate as well to be able to try and keep this mid prio. Really close game, and this game I'm hoping is a little bit indicative of the closest in the series. One surprising thing to me about this game is actually how low the action has been thus far, considering both teams actually have so many trigger pulls, so many different ways to start fights. I think the lane swapping is definitely part of that, reducing the lethality early on in the game. But I think now, as we move towards more and more consequential Drake fights, we're going to see some pretty explosive engages.
Both teams just playing towards their win conditions as well. It's relatively good scaling on either side. Obviously, the Aurelion Sol only 130 stacks so far. Usually about 20 minutes, you're looking at 200, and then after that point, at least 10 a minute. Looks like Cody is going to be a little bit delayed on that as PSG step in. Does have the skies descend, not back with the seismic shove, into the taunt, into the chase, the Cyclone, a Tempest for PSG as they find the enemy mid in the jungle.
Great pick by Maple there over the wall. Cody trying to contribute to that fight, but Maple just had so much push bot, was able to move in, get the seismic shove, and then just completely lock him down for the rest of that fight. That's just so huge, because that was essentially the strength of Estral there. When we just saw that MasterCard lane economy snapshot, like, I would take a 1,300 gold advantage on my bot lane if it means their top lane has the 1,400 gold advantage. That's usually a trade you would take. But then when you can kind of fight them head on, beat their mid laner, also get the bot lane turret, that's going to be the thing that breaks this game open, because they're going, yes, they have Kalista mid, but they're going right at Ackerman. Just the taunt over the wall as well by Woody's Galio, really just continuing that CC chain onto Cody, and they get the empowered Asol ultimate out in that skirmish. Big win for PSG.
Just a little bit over-eager by Estral as well to take the fight.
Yeah.
The blue buff was basically dead. You didn't have your AD carry there. Felt like fighting over nothing more for those Stardust stacks than anything else, as Azure continues just to push in top. 3 for 3 is the score, about a 2,500 gold lead for PSG. We're dragging up in 40 seconds. Remember, Estro do have the Rift Herald, likely use it mid for pressure, just to try and make PSG have to react. PSG's wave play at the moment ain't good as they get the mid lane prio for now.
Yeah, looking across the board, it looks like everybody has flashes as well. But I think because of the bot push that PSG has and the fact that Udyr has now moved down, makes this an incredibly difficult contest.
At the Weaver's Wall, Azure going in, looking for the stun, Chain of Corruption down as well as Ackerman is knocked back with the seismic shove. The base call though gets him out with a sliver of HP. Ackerman will be able to escape, it has to reset, and PSG will use that as the trigger to go for the Dragon.
Yeah, I think I'm very surprised that Nico lived there, but I'm not surprised that PSG gets this Drake just based off the map pressure that they had. Bot lane turret killed, top lane turret killed, first move across the board. They actually, like, probably could have just taken the Drake based off of prio, but they wanted to win that fight in mid lane as well. And now this is going to be the attempted counter by Estral. See if they can get this mid turret.
Ackerman back on the map really quickly. Obviously can, you know, fly between the trees with that empowered gear he has in Attack on Titan, so it's very easy for him just to jump around. He does have the Hex Gates as well, you know, so able to get out pretty quickly. No turret falling in the mid lane as of yet, though. Estro can basically breathe on this tower, just need a couple of auto attacks. Ginger trying to keep him away from it as Maple is getting pushed in the bot lane. Azure is here to join up. Betty was resetting, but he's on his way, taking the Hex Gates to get back to mid. The problem for Estral is you are sacrificing waves in the bot lane. You're losing golden experience on the map.
The last minute and a half have not looked good for Estral. They haven't touched a side wave until just now. They have abandoned top wave because Renekton is just getting perma pushed in by Udyr, and then Cody at the moment is not able to stand up to Maple's Taliyah. So it's a 2-level disadvantage in the top lane. It's at least a 1-level disadvantage in the mid lane. I think it's going to grow if they continue kind of over-grouping like this. But they were also over-grouping and didn't even get the reward from the group. The turret is still there. Still 0 turrets overall for Estral. So they're falling quite behind in just like the overall map play in this game, even if the kills are 3-3.
Benefit for them is that they did manage to take the first dragon of the game, so it's not sole point yet for PSG. It's slightly delayed. PSG using the fact that Estral are on their resets, push down mid, and that's exactly how you do it. Make the pressure in the side lane, and when you see Estral responding to that, then you push in mid. Estral currently struggling to get that pressure, partly because their top laner can't match the enemy top. Their mid laner can probably match Maple, but doesn't actually outpush him, so you can never actually gain prio in your side lanes to then group around mid.
Yeah, they're kind of relying on Jose Diodo's saplings to not die in their jungle. Like, that's how little vision they actually have. You can see the toggle right now. So it's very hard for them to do anything. And I know a lot of times the criticism levied against teams that are losing in situations like this are like, why are they not doing anything? Why are they just grouping? Because it's really hard to do anything when you can't see. And they also can't actually match anyone in the side lanes. Like, what happens now when Renekton goes bot to this Udyr is he's just stuck there. Like, he has to catch the wave. Even while he's catching the wave, he's probably going to lose some damage to his turret. Udyr can leave whenever the hell he wants and go threaten mid lane, which means mid lane can never play aggressive because Udyr is actually not on the map. And then as soon as Renekton shows on that wave, Taliyah, who's in the top lane, has just moved down as well. So, like, any time Estral wants to do something, there's a large threat that it's very, very bad for them. So they're just trapped in this cycle as PSG is kind of just waiting for the next Drake to spawn, keeping this pressure on.
Just trying to sneak away a jungle camp here or there whenever they can, denying vision as well, becoming the unknown, and that's the risk. That's the problem for Estral. PSG are the unknown right now. Can I step towards my blue buff? I have one control ward there. Is someone waiting around the corner in that second bush? Can I move towards the top lane? Currently, you can't see where Junjir is. You can just about see where Betty is. You know he's moved away from mid. You can't see where Woody is. You can't see where Maple is. The only person that you have vision on the map is Betty until we see Junjir on this control ward, but you couldn't step there because Betty was off vision. So how on earth do you ever react? As Estral, you just have to take the small bits you can get and hope a fight around an X-Drake, a fight around a neutral turns up in your favor.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't, PSG is going to be able to take these side turrets pretty procedurally. Maple has been taking notes on how to play the map, And honestly, if you defy his orders, you're going to have a bad time. But the
I'm
team
going to
is
look up what the
clearly
2019
together.
one was. Okay.
I'm sorry, we're done. We're done. For those of you who know what we're doing, I appreciate you. For everyone else, apologies. But the next Dragon is going to be in 1 minute. You can see as well, right after getting the objective, PSG is recalling, like, this is just a very experienced-looking team playing a very slow but steady type of League of Legends that is very effective. 4,000 gold lead without really generating any additional kills, and they're continuing to just open the gap against the LLA.
And for Estral, who steps up? Cody, Jose Diodo, Ackerman, very experienced with a driving force for them in the LLA. Now need to be that once again. PSG have so many experienced names on this list, as you say, and are so good at playing this portion of the map, this portion of the game. This is what they were known for in the PCS, their team fighting and their setups around these neutral objectives, and you can see Estro just leaking gold. It's only a 4,500 gold lead. I say only, that's, you know, one big completed item and a half. But Estro do still have chances in this game. They might just sack this next Drake and try and scale more. Cody only at 212 starter stacks, so maybe you just wait it out. You accept you're probably going to lose tier 2 top, but if you can hold the inhibitor line with Aurelion Sol, who is very good at clearing out waves, perhaps you can hold on to the game.
On the bright side, PSG's Baron's not that fast, but like you can see another vision toggle right here, just how blind they are. And this is why, like, we ask who steps up. It kind of has to be Ackerman's Nico finding some miracle engage, but like he gets hit by one Varus Q, loses 2/3 of his health, and everybody on PSG can also just flash out of the ultimate. So it's just very hard. Like in this current game state, you could replace these players with any players, honestly, and it's just so difficult for them to make a big play.
Just stifled out of the game. Maple putting the Weaver's Wall down. Azure trying to step forward. Ackerman half HP. He dashes forward looking for Azure, but this is just PSG chipping away at Estral. The goal is, you know, it's to kill people, but if you don't kill anyone, as long as you get a couple of people low enough, that you can just turn your eyes towards this Dragon. That's exactly what PSG want to do. It will be their third of the game. Hicks Soul point, and then they will likely reset, go towards the top side, get more vision, get more control wards, and start to play for that top lane tier 2.
My goodness. This is dominant.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's a lot of it comes back to Cody perhaps getting caught around that blue buff, and after that, PSG just haven't given Estro the chance. Also, the Rift Herald not taking mid-tier 1 was huge. Here goes Ackerman, the double flash away into the Hero's entrance phase, call out. Good fight from Estro so far, but they still can't quite find the kill.
I mean, that's a pretty good look. Now they're in trouble.
Azure's on a huge flank shooter around. Taunt going out as Ackerman is the first to fall. Zope getting locked up as well as the Cyclone on the backline means that Snack has to flash the wall. Zope will fall, and you could see in Estro's eyes that small glimmer of hope immediately extinguished by PSG.
Oh, the Udyr coming in the back door there is actually so clutch because, like I said, you can see why it was a good look. They got every flash out of PSG during that engagement, but it's going to cost them mid-tier 2. I thought it was actually going to cost them Baron as well, but they opt to just take the small victory and continue running their game. Like, let's watch this one more time. They see Betty Maple here. He is a minion. They move up a bit, and he actually catches both of them in the original stun, and they chain it with the ASOL ultimate, but then, like, the rest of the team, just not enough damage to follow up. And the teleport in the back there with a 3,000 health Udyr, you're not killing that guy.
You're never going to kill him, and after that, it's just clean up for PSG. But this is also one of the risks of being behind in a game like this, because you don't have the time to methodically go through your jungle and clear vision. So even though you have a control ward in the bush, there's a ward behind that control ward, which gives Azure the ability just to TP behind you. And when you look for the engage, you have to have ticked your boxes, you have to have crossed your T's and dotted your I's. But PSG, just running it through by the numbers now. We'll set up around this top side. Have already taken the other tier 2s on the map. This is the tempo play we talked about after the Dragon. It didn't materialize because Estro went for the play in mid.
Yep, so 5 turrets to 0. I think will fairly soon be 6 turrets to 0. I do weirdly feel for Cody's ASOL in this game because it is so out of place with how the game is going. ASOL is one of the best front-to-back mages, but when they're losing every lane in the mid game, there just hasn't been a single moment where he's been able to actually have the proper setup to zone control a fight. And even that last replay we just saw, like, he's trying to fly in and dive with the ASOL, it's just really hard to execute, and PSG is really kind of putting on a clinic here in game 1.
It's a small window for Estro. You mentioned it. All the flashes burnt on PSG does mean that if you get that CC down, very likely to stick. Estro might look for the play. Have no flashes of their own either, though, so it becomes a little trickier. Jose Diodo's flash just off cooldown, though. Nature's Grasp into flash. Engage here's a possibility. Tangle bars across the wall. There's a advance forward. Snacker not yet with the team as Jose Diodo just absolutely Jose deleted by PSG. The jungler
down. Although, I do feel like they're still going to want to fight them. They have to just lean into the desperation right now and go.
You have Fate's Call Pop Blossom. Ginger taking a little bit of damage from the Baron, was buffed. Astral flied across by Cody as Ackerman looks to step forward. Azure can get that flank position off with its control wall where he is right now. Ginger turns for the fight. Snacker's going to try and get away from this Udyr. Cody trading with Woody and Maple on the bottom side, but there's Cyclone immediately on the backline into the hero's entrance. Pop Blossom comes out on the bottom side of the fight, but it just doesn't matter. Shield of Duran taunts into 2 kills for PSG. Cody and Ackerman will walk away wounded, but PSG got exactly what they wanted.
Maple died. So there's a small glimmer of hope. You could see while we were watching the top fight, this giant ASOL all came down to pick off Maple. But yep, I'd say another small victory for PSG right there. Udyr is actually so unstoppable in this game. So I'll go back to what I said 20 minutes ago and redact it, please. That small advantage has been a big advantage in the game, but it's more about the setup. Like, the fact that he's consistently able to get on top of people like Snacker, he's just not letting him play the game. And yes, Maple does get picked with 2 big ultimates for 1 kill, but the overall fight is lost, right? It's overall a 3-for-1. And now we're just 32 seconds away from what would be Soul if PSG is able to pick it up.
No ultimate for Cody. Ackerman's still on cooldown as well. No Pop Blossom. Flash is coming up for Betty. Maple. Ginger's is almost off cooldown. Woody's is on its way. Fights become a lot more difficult for PSG. They saw their small window when there were the no summoners for Estro, sorry. They saw their small window when there were no summoners for PSG, but gold lead continues to extend. About 5, almost 6,000 right now.
Yep.
And PSG will just deny all of this vision. Basically no vision past the halfway mark of the map at all.
If they could just get 1 flank ward in so they could have any threat on the back line, but they can.
There is the Hex Soul taken. Nature's Grasp coming out as well. Zofe looking for the fight. Woody trying to get on the backline. Shield of Duran taunt goes in as Ginger tries to get the Cyclone down, but can't quite get onto the backline. This could be the fight for Astral. Can they turn it around? Ginger using the clone to get out of there. Zofe trying to dash and slice and dice his way to safety. Azure still chasing forward. Pop Blossom lands on 2. Cody going in. The skies will descend, but Cody might go with them. Pops the stopwatch to buy himself a second. Snacker trying to get away from Azure, who is still somehow full HP. And no matter what went right for Estral in the fight, everything went wrong in the end. PSG cleaned them up. Azure still has half his health bar, and he's going to chase out Jose Diodo.
What a performance here by PSG in Game 1, making it seem so hopeless for Estral this entire time. I don't actually think they win off of that fight, but they win off of that fight. They have Soul, they're going to be getting Baron. Betty is just taking his time up the mid lane. They're going to have their cake and eat it too, with Udyr and Talia shredding that Baron while Betty takes this turret. They are dominating in this Game 1.
Red team's turret.
And for Estral, you're looking at Game 2 now. How do you bounce back from this situation? A lot of these players with some experience on the international stage, but PSG currently just more than their match.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just has to come down to macro. Like, we look at this draft at the very start as we watch this fight play through one more time, and it's just too big of a gold gap. Like, Genjia's Wukong, you think he's low, but you look up and he's got an extra 1,200 health. Udyr's health bar never drops below half. Ackerman, like, yes, he flashes in, and you can see Cody just, like, desperately trying to fly over walls to, like, pull off these random 2-man executions, but at the end of the day, the 80 carry has an Udyr on him 85% of the time, and he's unable to actually lower his health bar by more than 1,000. So it's just not even close. So, like, in terms of what adjustments Esther would try and make for Game 2, they're obviously going to change the draft, but it's almost like they need to be the ones, and you mentioned this too, with the tanky engaged support, so that if they get stuck in these situations where they're losing side lanes, they have, like, a stronger identity to maybe just brute force somewhere. But really, at the end of the day, like, if they can't if they can't stand up to the side lanes at all, they're not going to have a chance in the series.
One day, perhaps the lane swap goes a little bit differently. If Azure doesn't get to soak up all that XP, if Zofe doesn't fall as far behind, maybe the game, as you say, would look a little bit different. For now, Estral really only have 2 damage sources, Snacker and Cody, and neither of them are able to hit the same target at the same time because Azure goes in, Ginger goes in, separates one person, Cody then flies forward, but you just don't have enough damage to work your way through PSG, who are beating you with their wallets right now. 11,000 gold to lead.
I think that's a good point you brought up, though, and yes, it was 30 minutes ago, but weirdly, the biggest moment in this game was the slow dive of Udyr at the beginning of the lane swap, where there are 4 people from Estral. Udyr gets level 3 before he dies the first time, teleports back, picks up the rest of the wave, giving him at least a 2-level advantage. And holy crap, that's a lot of Varus damage.
Ackerman struggling. Picked up the first couple of kills in this game, but since hasn't been able to have as much as an impact as they'd like. It's going to be triple inhibs for PSG. They're pushing in. Only cannon minions bolstering their attack right now. Estro trying to defend against it. Azure looking for that 3rd inhib. Zofe takes half his health and then backs away to the fountain. Pop Blossom. Maple pops a stopwatch. Woody forced away, but the Hex Soul doing so much work here. You can see Cody trying to escape Hero's entrance in. PSG unrelenting. Will push through the Nexus towers. Estro one last bastion of defense, but they just can't find it. Zofe is kicked into the team. Will take down one, his first kill of the game. But in the end, it is PSG who will go 1-0 up in the series.
Really solid play from them from start to finish. They draft for the lane swap, the Galio support, the really, quote, surprise pick. But ultimately, I think it was the Udyr that really controlled the tempo of this game, completely immovable, giving them first setup for every single fight, being completely unkillable in the team fights. And then, even though they gave up the first dragon, strong objective control throughout. It was 34 minutes, but I feel like they were always in control of this game, and they're now 1 game away from that rematch with FlyQuest that I know they want.
Yeah, it'll be a very exciting rematch to watch as well. One of the closest series we have had so far here at MSI. For Estro, though, have to buck things up going into Game 2. Can they turn their fortunes around? Can they do what Rainbow 7 did last year and make it through this series? Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
And we're back here at the desk as my colleagues are mocking me. I'm not going to hold my predictions. This seriously hurts my predictions here. But props to you guys. We're looking for some PSG innovations here in their second series. And we saw them, I feel, in a lot of departments.
Yeah, the Galio is something we were expecting coming into the event overall because it was a triflex. But of course, I think people were moving away from it because it does have weak lane matchups. But being able to see it go into the support position, then into a swap, actually saved it quite a bit.
I was going to say, speaking of weak lane matchups, guess what you can do now? I think the big thing to point out is that Udyr is Aja, it's an Aja special, right? Like, it's one of it's his 6th most played champion. He has a 70.6% win rate on it. It was his most played this past spring in regular season. I do think when you swap away from Udyr Prio, that is something you do have to consider, right? Because he has such priority in that top lane. However, even though they did swap away from that priority, they did show a better understanding of the swap, and then Aja absolutely ended up taking over this top lane.
Yeah, and so this was a wave that's coming into Zofe. He should absolutely not be hard trading. It really puts him in a tough position, so he just made it super easy for them on that one, and so he just kept dying consistently. And to the point that you made about the lane swaps, remember, he actually came out a level behind based off that swap. They had like 3 attempts to dive onto Aja's Udyr bot side. Most of them didn't actually work out. When it finally did, he ended up TPing right back to the lane. So he was solo able to eat up the experience while 4-way experience was being shared for the Renekton. So he was already behind before they even went up towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and then obviously it gets their bot lane through, right? Because then when Jose Diodo was coming down with that Kalista Nico, which we've seen absolutely destroy in a 2v2 matchup, they were able to fend it off, right? So Betty and Woody ended up being fine because of that lane swap.
And that's the thing, PSG being in the driver's seat here, managing all the plays in the early game, actually gave them the agency that they wanted, as we're going to see in this HyperX Reflex replay, where Cody, poor man, didn't survive here at all.
It's tough. We came into this game, they wanted to look to be able to take fights. They were already behind. He tried to trade onto this one, but immediately Maple's in position for a flick, which then leads into the Galio taunt. Then Wukong comes in. I was like, so much happened. Of course, Cody probably shouldn't even be using his ulti when his teammates are already walking away, but I felt like that one slip up, the opportunity that PSG had, they went for it and they got a kill off of it.
Yeah, and Talia is, again, a Maple champion, right?
Yes.
Like we saw it even when he was in the LCS, but obviously before that and all of his teams coming back to the PCS, Talia just in general is still incredibly strong in terms of what she can do. And with what Maple wants to do for his team, which is lane and then spread that influence elsewhere, she's absolutely perfect.
Rolling back and thinking about PSG being one of the strongest minor region teams coming here at MSI, that is not something I saw during the first series. Here, though, it feels like they did their homework, especially when it comes to lane swap and also playing their game here, Raz. This is what you want to see from this team.
Exactly. They cleaned up their lane swap 100%. Then in the mid game, they played a much more methodical gameplay. A lot of it was stemming off of the constant push that Udyr was having because he just straight up bullied Renekton. And so there were I mean,
it was not a fun time.
It wasn't. We will spare you guys because we can show replay after replay of Udyr coming in off of a TP or just basically the push that he had topside.
Yeah, I was going to say he's just dirty farming.
Yes! Yes! And Snacker did not like what he was seeing with Wukong and Udyr on top of him. So, like, overall, tough game for them to play out.
And you cannot really come back in a game like this because once PSG is going to have this lead and stay in this driver's seat again, what can Estral do? What made the difference last time was the fact that they were able to be creative and especially around the map plays that they forced onto T1. Here, I feel like PSG did not even leave any window open for them to do so.
Yeah, you saw a few in team fights. Like, there were a few team fights where Ackerman was able to get a good engage off. Cody was able to get the Aurelion Soul damage down, but at that point, they were just too far behind anyway. I think going forward for Estral, I definitely want to see them try to make the game, and obviously, this happened because of the PSG swap, right? But they need to play their game, like Jose Deodo said, going into the series, and really try to make it as volatile as possible, right? Because we know when PSG are going to be able to slow down the game like this, that's exactly what they want, even with the Aurelion Soul on the opposite side, which you can comment on if you want. But I do think once PSG are able to slow down, they're so comfortable in that zone.
Yeah, and also I think Zalfez had a pretty rough tournament around basically giving himself experience in lane swaps. We showed, like coming into this day, we showcased him on the Aatrox, but that was him being able to get a kill mid lane. But this time they had him warded out, so he couldn't even make a play mid. And then on the bot play, didn't work out at all. So I think putting himself in a position where he is on the Udyr or he's on the Zac, he's able to actually solo pick up experience, so he's not being put behind right out the get-go, would put himself into a great position because right now they are consistently picking for lanes and then getting swapped. I think they need to recognize that that's going to happen going into the next game.
Closing thoughts, as it do or die here for Estral. Going on the blue side, what do we want to see them open the draft with?
Oh, brother, if they can get the Kalista, I think they should go for it. I think Kalista has just been the strongest AD carry in the tournament, and they have been, honestly, they've been being given the Kalista. Team like PSG was willing to take the Varus into Kalista, and I think right now, Astral's a great Kalista team, so don't really change it up too much for themselves. Just a top lane pick is what I want.
All right, let's see if they can surprise PSG here in Game 2. But as we're headed for a break, let's take a look at some of the teams competing here at MSI 2024 as they prepare for their game on stage, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
The light is fading.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Welcome back to MSI 2024 here in Chengdu. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Jack. We are here for Game 2 of this elimination series between PSG and Estral Esports, between the PCS and the LLL. It was a very one-sided Game 1, a lot of it determined by an early lane swap. Azure getting ahead on his infamous Udyr. We'll see if that happens again in this game.
I'm not that hopeful for Estral. I think the way that PSG just demolished them is very demoralizing, but I'll also say that Jose Diodo and Cody have to play a very aggressive mid-jungle.
Agreed.
Maokai Asol is the opposite of that. I think they probably thought that they might be able to outscale and then rely on their mechanics, but they just got completely out-macroed. Bans haven't changed that much, even though these teams have changed sides. So Estral banned Senevai Azir in Game 1. The bans for PSG were Lee Sin, Sejuani, Ashe. So 3 for 3 so far are exactly the same, even if the sides are different.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Cody going back onto his Ahri, just because it gives him a little bit more playmaking ability. Obviously, Aurelian's still very strong when you get scaled up, but doesn't give you that earlier game pressure that something like an Ahri can do. Obviously, Cody very comfortable on things like the Azir as well. Even sometimes brings out the Yone. With Estral having first pick, we'll see where Sophie decides to lead them. Sejuani and Lee banned away again, as you say, and likely an Ashe here from PSG. No changes in bans from Estral either.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Azir ban. I feel like you're denying it from Maple, but you could also just take it yourself. Yeah. But this is why they banned the Azir. They do the Taliyah takeaway, and if they're going to pair this Taliyah with a very aggressive jungler, like a Viego, even though you do need to see a few more champions before you're going to lock in the Viego, but that's something that I have in the sights for Jose Diodo.
See where PSG decide to go with their first couple of picks. Last time they looked for the Varus Taliyah. Obviously, Taliyah taken away. Varus wouldn't be too much of a surprise here. Still gives you that team fighting AD carry. The lethality worked very well. Gives you pressure in the lane as well. But we'll see if Estro decide to go towards the Kalista, because that is still up. Estro have also looked to the Draven in times of need. Snacker very comfortable on that. So maybe we will see that. Instead, Ari now locked in like PSG. Yep.
I do like that pick for Maple. It will make it very difficult for Astral to play an aggressive mid-jungle against him, especially once he's level 6, can very easily just triple dash away from anything. So I think they just match bottom lane from here, and then they try and find the aggressive jungler later.
Where do you go? I mean, you could go Xin for pressure in that lane, or you could go tank here. I mean, I only say you could because that's what they're doing. I'm going to be honest here, Jack. I don't think going tank here is the ideal, but they will go tank here, which means likely, possibly, a lane swap again. It's just someone that can survive into the Varus on that side lane. And then maybe AD. I think AD, otherwise it's just going to get banned out, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista, if they want what they had last game, but okay, so they're dropping their AD to 4-5, even though Varus is already locked in.
To get the Xin. I mean, Xin Taliyah, very powerful. Very strong together.
I think it really depends on this response here by PSG, because they could go Wukong or they could just lock in Udyr again, and they're pinching it at the moment. So if either they're... So, okay, this is the good thing for Astral. They're either giving Jose the ability to ban out a bunch of junglers, or they're taking Udyr off. If they don't 4-5 ban Udyr, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they're trolling, 100%. I was also scared for a second that PSG were just going to go Kha'Zix and try and copy Canyon. Kha'Zix obviously very strong into the Xin Zhao in isolation. Yeah. Not great into the Taliyah, but it can give you a lot of damage.
I think that would have been one of the best ways for us to get a third game. So, depending on whose side you're on, it's a disappointing or
all the Estral Esports fans in the crowd are like, woo! Just pick Kha'Zix, please. But there's the Udyr. Kalista taken away by PSG. Expectation is double AD carry ban for PSG.
Yep.
Kalista Draven most likely could do Kalista Lucian as well. And Estral, they've got rid of the Udyr. That makes sense. If they want to ban out another top lane, or if they want to get rid of something like the Nautilus, just to make sure you don't have to play into Varus Naught bot, that would also be fine.
I think your expected value with another top ban goes way down just because there's so many different things you can pick. So I honestly don't know what Astral is going to be with this last pick. It is Rumble, so they're just taking off the tier list of the most played top laners for PSG throughout the season.
Good support as well, alongside the Varus. Gives you a lot of damage in that lane, so... It looks like actually a PSG currently hovering the Aatrox implies that they're going to leave support for counter pick last here. Get Woody something he's comfortable on. The Renekton, very safe in the top lane for Azure. Instead, Twisted Fate. I mean, lane swap.
Lane swap, Medic.
Estro want to lane swap. PSG, Twisted Fate, if you put him behind, can struggle. Obviously, we have seen some Twisted Fates accepting the lane swap going mid-level 1. Gold card into red card can really scupper the enemy mid laner's day. Xayah, Rakan pick. Xayah, Rakan very good in a lane swap. Rakan struggles in the laning phase, but Xayah very good at pushing lanes. And obviously, Rakan, when he gets to 3 to 6, becomes a much more impactful champion.
Yeah, and again, I feel like Astral has a very playable 5v5, but PSG isn't gonna want to let them ever 5v5. Yeah. And I think that's one of the calling cards of the Twisted Fate top. Wasn't even trying. It's just jet lag. But I would say that with how well PSG was able to play side lanes in game 1 with the Udyr, having the Twisted Fate is just an extension of that. It is even worse in team fights, I feel like, because there is very poor front line for them here, so they will have to play fights much differently, much sharper. But the overall concept of just really just, you know, smothering Astral on the map is going to be the same.
For Astral, backs against the wall. Lose this and you are out. Beaten by T1, beaten by PSG, back to the LLA until Worlds, a possibility, obviously, in a few months' time. the question is obviously, first, can you make it back? Secondly, can you challenge now? Can you fight up against PSG? Maybe you find some early aggression. Maybe you find a way to stop PSG from just scaling up towards the team fights or towards this, you know, slightly more pick-heavy composition they have right now. Because in game 1, they really weren't able to find any avenues into the matchup.
Yeah, I agree. And we talked a bit in game 1 about what success looks like for these teams at MSI, because I don't think it's a realistic expectation to think Astral or even PSG is going to come in and beat BLG and beat GenG and hoist the MSI trophy. But I will say, for Astral fans, they and I hope this is not how they go out. They need to have a more potent showing than they had in game 1 here, because they had the roughest draw of everyone in their group of the 4 teams. They're the ones that had to play T1 right off the bat, right?
So challenging.
Insanely tall task. But I'd say in that game, like, that's the type of loss that the fans can live with. They showed aggression, they found multiple different angles to fight, and there were windows. All of those windows were locked shut by PSG in the last game, and it didn't look like they were willing to go in for fights. So here, I think Jose Diodo being on Xin Zhao instead of Maokai is going to give him way more agency to try and do things. Cody, the young star for this team, is on Talia, more playmaking than he had on the Ace-Hole. Even if they go out, I think they want to go out swinging.
And especially since you are an organization that hasn't been on the international stage before. Replacing someone like Rainbow Seven, Azure. Charm hits, there's the stun card, CC, follow-up, Cody gets the time to flash out though. Manages to escape, does have to burn his flash for it.
But Maple had to skill Charm level 1.
True.
And it looks like Cody is going to try and stick around in lane, knowing that Maple has Charm level 1, isn't going to be able to push to lane first. It's actually okay. It looked like it could have been a disaster, but as of now, it's okay. And also, the lane swap hasn't happened yet, so it's just going to be straight up lanes, which, again, it's kind of more drafted for. There's not a massive advantage for one team during the laning phase. You could even argue PSG is happier with standard lanes because they have range versus melee top lane, and they have the Renata Varus, which should win, so no lane swap today.
That's why I'm slightly surprised that Estro didn't initiate it. Get the TF behind, try and set him back, just even if you're just denying him gold. Remember, gold is not multiplicative on TF, but every CS you get, you almost get, I think, an average of 4 extra gold, which is just means that every time, even if you're going even in lane in terms of creep score, you are getting an advantage on the Twisted Fate. But Estro deciding against it for now.
And I 100% respect that decision, because Estral has lost every lane swap game they've been a part of.
They've also lost every game.
So, switch it up, man.
Okay.
They played the whole regular season, no lane swaps. They played for 5 years with no lane swaps. Let's just have a good old-fashioned game of League of Legends.
Let's see if they can, in a good old-fashioned game of League of Legends, challenge PSG here. As I was saying before, we saw the Charm in the mid lane. Estral taking Rainbow Seven's spot from last year. Rainbow Seven were able to make it past this round into the next one. I think by beating out GAM, if I recall correctly. Is Cody charmed again? No flash. Where are you going, Cody? Can Jose get there in time? His jungler's nowhere near. Chat did go for an invade on this bottom side of the map. Ginger will be spotted on this ward. Jose Diodo going to steal the blue, maybe, while the wolves are taken by Ginger. In fact, might just look.
Yeah, he really wants it.
And TP in as well by Cody.
The fact that he didn't show is making PSG rather suspicious as well. I think he really wanted the counter jungle there. Great charms by Maple, honestly. Just 2 for 2. The level 1 charge that burned the flash. This charm to get the kill. Really going to put Cody in a tough spot. Cody teleported back, trying to shove in the wave right away. But the fact that Cody died also delayed greatly Jose Diodo's efficiency. He couldn't counter jungle a single camp there. And it's also going to push him away from his bot lane, which was really wanted to play aggressive as well. So it's a bit of a disaster having Cody die there.
It really is. And even if he does die, maybe Jose Diodo just has to accept it and stay on the wolves, stay on the blue, and just take away those camps. It's always hard in the moment because, Cody, we're saying, oh, maybe you can save me, maybe we can turn this, but it can be difficult to make those calls and leave your teammates out to dry. My friend Roxer says, drop the inters. Sometimes that's the play that you have to make. More apt in solo queue than in a competitive 5v5 environment, I think.
Yeah, not when you're
I mean,
the superstar.
Might say it.
Yeah, it's hard to say that about pretty much anybody. You can have Faker on his team.
Cody still no flash charm from Maple. And this is the cost of burning your summoner at level 1. 2 deaths now on the Estral Esports mid laner.
International Maple, man. Like, he's not missing that charm.
Interesting roam by Ackerman, trying to get up here could see the Ghost was immediately popped by Azure to get away. I like the idea with Jose Diodo collapsing as well. You have a small window as Ackerman to reset and come across with Snacker down in the bottom and able to push that in, but not really going to materialize into anything apart from a 1.3k gold lead for PSG early on here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that would be a little bit positive for Estral is that both kills didn't go to Maple. So in the direct 1-1, because it's so bad what's actually happened in the mid lane, and so good for PSG because Janjia on his Wukong once again is going to be so threatening for Talia and even Xayah in team fights. The TF is undisturbed in the top lane, able to push in, soon is going to be able to get plates, and more importantly, Jose Diodo is just way behind the curve. And like when this team is cooking, Jose Diodo's at the front, and with his experience disadvantage as well as not having 2 kills, like almost all the gold differences on the Wukong versus the Xin Zhao.
Jinji on his 3rd most played champ across the course of his career, about a 70% win rate on it, so I'm sure he's quite happy to get that early tunneler. Ghost used by Betty in the bot lane as Snacker and Ackerman. The Snackerman bot lane. You know, I just thought of that, it was good, right? Yeah.
Clever. You have to get that in because this might be their last game.
Yeah, it might be. It might be a while until we see them again on the international stage.
I want to see them find a way to put up a fight here because PSG has jumped out to such a good early game. And this is such an uncontestable Drake. They need to just be able to accept these losses, even though it feels bad because they were so unable to pull the trigger in game 1. They've fallen behind early here in game 2. But now I'm just like looking at the way, like if PSG can play their game.
Good knock up. Cleanse out from Snacker, looking for Betty. No flash, no ghost, no hope of surviving as Betty will fall. Snacker takes the kill. Estral Esports, you wanted them to find something. It seems like it's through bot lane.
And that's actually the only place it could have been. That was so good by them. Betty not having his ghost, knowing that if they can manage to CC him after his flash, they'd be able to get that kill. Because they couldn't do it top lane, they couldn't do it mid lane. TF had just returned to top lane after already hovering down for the Drake. Like, that was their one window to get anything to happen. Oh, that was just so well done.
They had vision on the Drake as well, so they knew when Jinja was finishing it off, meaning they had that small window, as you say. And now if you're Estral, bot. Get onto Betty, has no sums. Great engage by Ackerman on his Rakan.
Yeah, they knew PSG was just trying to just get those last few minions before going for a reset. So still a Drake down, still 2 kills down in the mid lane, but a little bit of reprieve in that bottom lane. That's where they're going to have to play through. It's so tricky. Basically, Jose Diodo is just up there so that Cassante can get the wave in, but he isn't even able to get the whole wave in before the recall happens. He wants something with this Ghost.
Azure still has no Ghost, all out in, but Jinja's on his way across. Azure just baiting for his jungler. Cyclone Zothe with a good double dash away, but he can't escape Jinja's flash. He takes his 3rd kill of the game. All the kills for PSG sitting on the jungler's shoulders.
Yeah. Wukong's going to be a problem. He's definitely taken over this game. So, Jose, you're level 5. You can't do much right now. If we're going full solo queue jungler, as you were mentioning, like, you clear all those camps as best you can, you run back out bottom lane, and you fight. That's the only thing you're going to be able to do. You're hoping that maybe, you're just hoping the Twist of Fate isn't also there randomly, because he totally could be with his ultimate now post level 6, but that's your win condition at the moment. It's Snacker, because everybody else is falling too far behind.
And it's really before Woody gets to 6. He's about to tick over to level 5. Betty just has the Chain of Corruption right now. If you can get... I mean, Ackerman doesn't even need 6 for a dive to happen, but if Woody is 6, dives become a lot trickier. The hostile takeover, very good at disengaging a dive, very good at just delaying for long enough that you start to just take all of your health from the tower shots.
I mean, they could be going for it now. Like, I'd love to see the Talia just fog into the river right now after this wave, push this in as quickly as possible, and then even just posture a dive. Like, this is the time where maybe they could deny a wave, but they're second-guessing themselves. They're calling it off. They even see Twisted Fate top lane. Like, yes, Wukong is missing, has been missing, but they let them catch that whole wave. Now they're able to get the ward down.
So I think the call
I wanted to see him go for it there.
100% agree with you, Jack. I think the call is instead contest one of the buffs. Like, contest the buff, contest the Gromp.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't quite know where Jinja was resetting through. The charm's going to land in the mid lane, but Jose Diodo steps away again. Jinja going in onto Jose. Might just burn his flash across the wall here. And now everything we wanted to happen becomes so much more difficult for Estral. You don't have the flash. Juggling tower aggro becomes a lot trickier. Woody's halfway to level 6. there are small windows on the international stage. They're tiny. They're like those little ones you get in the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
It's not a full 6-meter window where you can look out on someone's patio. Instead, you need to find the smallest window and then just defenestrate your opposition through it.
Unable to do it there. I like the analogy. Honestly, my brain just went deep into windows, and I found nothing good. I was going to talk about, like, oh, there's a really big window in our room at the hotel.
Small windows like, you know, a Millennium or Windows 7, not one that people really like to use anymore.
And it's closed. Like, honestly, it feels closed for Astral right now. The window is locked. You could see through it, though, which gave them that brief moment of hope.
Bit by bit, it's becoming more stained glass, stained by their
He's still not
blood
level
as the
6.
engage happens. There's the quickness, they'll get the kill onto Woody, they get him. Snacker pops the ultimate to escape. Woody, full cyclone though, out from Ginger means Snacker will be the first of the Astral Esports bot lane to go down. Red buff doesn't matter, Maple's here, and he'll happily accept his first kill of the game.
Oh man, so PSG just making Astral feel bad about all the good things they're doing.
Yep.
They had the Zyricon ahead. They're able to get a kill in a 2v3, but that quickly turns into a 2v4. They both die. They lose an entire wave to the turret once again, and Jangia just gets more and more fed. They're going for it though. Jose's top.
Jose trying to run in here. Gets onto Azure, stun card. There's a hostile takeover. Jose has to step back, still goes berserk, as Woody here in time to protect his top.
So they definitely are making several visits up to this Cassante, and this fight's not over.
Flash heal still available for Woody. He uses them both to dodge away from Ackerman. Ginger will decoy his way back. Jose Diodo looking for more as the bailout comes out. There's the Destiny as well, just a vision in the bush. Ginger gets one. He's looking for two as Ackerman has to dash the wall. Destiny forward by Aperture.
The little crumbs got him.
That was not good for Estral. And I think if we could just soundbite what Jat sounded like during that as Maple looks for another. Betty takes it with the piercing out.
It was really, that's what everyone was thinking if you're an Astral fan. I think PSG is really close to sealing the deal here. They're going to deny the grubs from Astral. It's going to be 3-3. They don't have any good team fight structure in terms of frontline, backline, but they're really not going to need it. They're 4,000 gold ahead. The Wukong can one-shot pretty much anybody. I broke you with that. That's amazing.
Really did. That was not expecting that. As we see, like, Snacker and Ackerman are doing exactly what they need to in this situation. Just everywhere else is so far behind that they don't have the support to do it, right? You had a little bit of vision in the river, but Maple's able to roam from mid first. Junju is there first on the Wukong, and even if you're winning the 2v2, it doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, and what ends up happening here is, like, a lot of times junglers will just kind of auto-path top lane because they think that's where they're able to get a little bit of gold when nothing good is happening. But it's a Ghost Flash TF. Like, that guy's actually so hard to gank when they don't have any reasonable lockdown. And then because they move up their strongest member, Snacker here, they think they have a chance of turning it around. But it's so tricky with all these control wards in the bushes and the angles that they're having to fight on. I love the Twisted Fate ult just for a little bit of extra vision. And then Ackerman just pisses off the grubs, man. And they finish the deal with that last auto.
It's a full Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah, just a little bit more to the side when you fly over that wall.
Before, like, it's an item difference in fights like that.
It is.
It's a struggle to say because how do you come back from this position? We saw in Game 1 how good PSG are at closing out from this spot, but if Junja doesn't have Sundered Sky and doesn't get the auto attacks off, healing himself in a fight, the extra crits, maybe it goes in Estral's favor, but he does because he's 6-0 now, has a 600 gold bounty on his head, and maybe Estral can go Django Fett and look for some bounties, but on May the 4th, currently, everything seems to be coming up PSG.
Nice. Well done. I also think for PSG, this is a warm-up game for them. I think they really want that rematch against FlyQuest.
Would you call it an E-walkover?
No, I wouldn't. I'd call it a warm-up game, medic. I say, because they won Game 1 against FlyQuest. They had a very close series. I feel like they really want this rematch. Coming into this series, I actually really did think it was going to be a lot closer, but they're just putting on an absolute masterclass here in terms of how to remove opportunities from the other team. Like, I feel like they haven't even necessarily, like, had that many hands-diffy fights they've just been in the right position so often that the fight kind of wins itself.
They punished really well as well. Game
Yeah.
1, they punished the fact that Azure was able to get that experience lead. Game 2, they punished the fact that Cody didn't have flash, and because of that, he was 2 kills behind. And then they punished the fact that Ackerman and Snacker are the only ones that can look for plays. They're just very good at seeing the enemy's weaknesses, seeing the windows in their defense, and then cracking through them. And right now, they're looking to crack through this mid-tier 1 as well. They have the Rift Herald charging in. Shelly will lend a helping hand. Just look for 2 charges, you might as well. Like, you still know Cody is bot lane. Oh, he's going top.
He's going top.
Dun, dun. Oh, come on, man.
You know, before that, I was going to give him player of the game. Now he's
no
lost
longer.
it. Yeah. Can't even drive.
Oh, Zofe. Yeah, just walks away. Destiny was popped by Azure, TP in by Cody, so it's a summoner for nothing. Weaver's wall out as Cody looks for the collapse here onto Betty. We'll be able to knock him back, but there's the hostile takeover. Whoa. And Cody just TP'd into his death. Zofe next on the menu as Ginger goes godlike. Not the MVP of the game, according to Jad everyone. Tweet at him, at Esports Jad, if you think that's a mistake. Maple coming in from the side, doesn't want to go for the charm as Ackerman just dashes across the wall. 10 kills to 2. A 7,000 gold lead for PSG at 15 minutes, and this one is all done but the Nexus 4.
Yeah, even more decisive than in game 1. Wow, look at that landing quantity snapshot. 2,200 gold for Jinjia at 15 minutes. It's like taking the heart out of Astral, because even against T1, we're thinking like, man, Jose Dioto's playing so well. Like, their jungle support synergy is so strong. They haven't been able to link up once with how dominant PSG has been here. And sure, they think they can get Betty here. They even land the CC onto him, but the damage is just so immense.
And the ability for PSG to disengage as well. We talked a little bit about the hostile takeover into engage comps. It's so powerful. Alongside that, you have the bailout, you have Ginger going onto the back line. You don't have the damage if it's just Cody. He's got a Seraph, so it's not even fully stacked. Right, that's all he's got. Maybe if Snacker's there, you can burst down 1, but then is the bailout enough just to save that player?
Is there any space between 100% and where that red is?
I can see a pixel.
Okay.
Not a good movie, but a good thing to have on your computer.
You got a lot today.
When a game goes to this spot, I feel
fair.
like, you know, people can cheer, people can naboo, but... In the end, Astral showed us a lot of signs of life in the T1 game, but against PSG, their stylistic differences just don't seem to match up. PSG have been so good at just shutting them down and not taking the fights, which is where Astral, they thrive when it's a bit more skirmishy, a bit more fight heavy. PSG just took their lead and said, okay, you want to force on us, that's fine, but we'll always be in a position where we can overload that fight. We'll always be in a position where we outnumber you in that fight.
You're absolutely right. There's just no messing around for PSG in this one.
Here goes Ackerman. The Weaver's wall coming in as well. Collapse onto Ginger. Hostile takeover is going to hit onto 2, though. Only Snacker not connected. Cody trying to get away. Does have the flash, but doesn't even use it. Ginger goes legendary. And, yeah, PSG now looking to collapse once again. Oh, the charm! Maple on fire this game. The Feather Storm, almost enough to take out Betty alongside the help of the tower. Crescent Guard from Jose Dioto, the Destiny coming in. The chase continues. Azure flashes forward, and Snacker meets his maker. A double for Azure. PSG get all 5 out alive, and Zofe just wasn't able to join the fight.
They are here to end this series and knock Astral out of MSI 2024. I'd say, if I think about the reason my expectations were thinking this series was going to be close is I looked at the way Astral played against T1, and I think T1 was just really just having fun with it and fighting, and we got to have that hands check, and we know that Astral could stick with them, but here PSG, knowing it's an elimination game, has just been so locked in the entire time, not taking unnecessary risks, but also taking risks when they need to. Like, they could easily slow roll this game, but they know they have such a lead right now. They know that they have the ability to dive with extra charges on the Ahri and the flash still on the Twisted Fate when he flies in there. 2 incredible games. Twisted Fate and Udyr here from PSG, and everything is clicking for PSG.
That's an 11,000 gold lead 19 minutes in. It is PSG just in the ascendancy. And now you're wondering, are they asking each other if they just want to pad out their stats? Like, do we want to pad me? Do we want to pad you?
I could tell from the tone of your voice you were going somewhere with it.
Yeah.
You need to be sneakier next time.
Well, That one wasn't a good one anyway. So, yeah. Here's the thing: as a caster, often in this position, you think, well, we need to try and give some hope for Estral. The only hope they have is PSG get a little greedy. They overstep, they take a fight maybe under the Nexus Towers, and then they manage to get a couple of kills. Because if Snacker gets to 5 kills and 3 items, maybe they can do something. But PSG are just so far ahead, maybe actually a collapse, while PSG are a little bit mismatched, but the TP is going to come in immediately by Maple.
Looks
the
like
dive forward, all out from Zothe, catches Betty away, but Junjo on the back line just keeping the rest of Estral from anywhere near this fight. There's 2 already, make it 3 for PSG. Junjo still has full HP, and PSG begin to collapse. You can see what Estral were thinking, but in the end, PSG very willing to take the battle. Feathers fly, Azure dodges them, and Cody is the last man to fall.
I think it was a good look, actually. They got a lot of damage onto Betty. If Maple didn't go over to help Betty, I think the Cassante would have been able to secure that kill, but now they can have their cake and eat it too. They get the clean ace as the Baron spawns. 16,000 gold lead at 20 minutes is one of the largest 20-minute gold leads you're ever going to see, actually. It's going to be right in that top percentile. So I think potentially even on the next push, PSG could be ending this series and moving on to face FlyQuest tomorrow.
Yeah, and that will be a rematch, obviously, of the series earlier. First game very close between PSG and FlyQuest. After that, FlyQuest started to take the lead. And you can see what they're thinking, like, Maple isn't here. Maybe we can just catch someone. Zothe all-outs Betty away. And I think Zothe does win that 1v1 if the fight continues down there.
But Maple and Woody both move down to Peel. Then, because Janji is such an absolute monster on Wukong, he just takes care of everybody else by himself. And then at the very end, Twisted Fate can just ult in, get a little bit of extra CC, and complete the ace.
And now PSG with the Baron in to push in. This Red Bull Baron power play, only 1.5k, the gold you get from taking it right now, but the tower's sure to be forfeit relatively soon. Maple spots Ackerman, and this is the other thing, like PSG don't give you the opportunity. They don't give you the chance. They're stepping into those side bushes, putting the control wards down, Ackerman's forced away, and Cody just dies because they were looking for a play, but they can't find it. Zothe under the tower, Cyclone's not going to get the knockup as he manages to dodge away. Ginger looking for the second, but doesn't want to dive those Nexus turrets yet. Inhibitor tower and the inhib in the mid lane gone. Bot lane the next target for PSG. And they are doing it by the numbers here. Ackerman, no quickness. Snacker, no feather storm. And Estro, no hope really of winning out this game.
Statement game here from PSG. Even going back to the draft phase, right? Like just everything they've done, the risks they've made this series have all paid off extremely well, getting stronger throughout, just waiting for this next wave to arrive before I think they're going to just kill that next turret or the remainder of Astral if Astral tries to stop them.
Well, Cody's back up. There's the charm into the hostile takeover, and Betty immediately kills off Zothe. Cody's trying to join the fray. Crescent Guard from Jose Diodo will get him back to the fountain, but now the cannon minions in the mid lane are doubling up on that Nexus target. Ginger just slaps down Snacker. He will fall for it. A consolation prize for Estral Esports as they will fall at the hands of PSG. The PCS once again will make it through to the next round, continue the tradition of being one of the best minor regions as they face FlyQuest tomorrow.
Going to be a very competitive series, I think. Really putting the smack down to Astral. A disappointing end for the LLA here. They definitely showed some potential against T1, but just ended up not playing their best today as PSG just controlled the map in game 1, and then I think really controlled the mid jungle early on in game 2, forcing Astral into some really difficult choices. They then won every single skirmish, and then were just ruthless in this elimination game. So we were looking at the bracket from last year, actually, and it was a little bit different because there were 5 pre-seeded teams into the final bracket stage instead of 4. So, like, PSG actually made it all the way through if it was this still format. They ended up beating Loud in what was their series last year. Obviously, different groups mixed up here. They lost to Golden Guardians 3-0 in the ultimate qualification match, but they're going to have a best of 3 actually this time, not a best of 5, to make it through to the bracket stage again against North American teams. So they're going to be looking for some real revenge.
Yeah, they're going to want vengeance. Estral, though, going to take a bow on the stage. They deserve it. They made their way here, dominating their region. And you have to remember, for some of these players as well, new rookies to the international stage. Zofe we haven't seen before, Snacker we haven't seen before. For Cody, Jose Diodo, and Ackerman, another chance to prove just how good they are. I think today was just a stylistic mismatch. PSG a little bit too experienced for them and too good at taking a small lead in the early game and suffocating you out of the match.
And man, international events are just so hard.
Yeah.
And I think for anyone who's not in the LCK or the LPL, MSI is actually even harder than Worlds. Because you're just playing like the best of the best from all around the world. And even though like this is a team in PSG that is not an LPL or an LCK team, but Maple's played in the LCK, right? Betty's played in the LCK, Janjia's played in the LCK. Like they have such a wealth of experience. It is cut them some slack. They got slammed today, but it is really, really hard. And PSG absolutely dominated and deservedly so. Move on to the next round. Of the play-in.
Yeah, next round of the play-ins. Yeah, they have to wait to see if they get to the main stage. For Estrel, as you say, the goal was never to win MSI. The goal probably wasn't even to make it to the main stage. The goal was to challenge and see if you could. I think against T1, they did a really good job. We're headed for a quick break, but stick around for the Rise and post-game interview with Ginger, Jason, and Wendy coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the MSI desk, everyone, as PSG Talon advances to the next stage. We will see them play tomorrow. You guys want the predictions? I suck. It's fine. We'll see about the next one.
I mean,
but
actually, we both got them wrong because there's 2-0 and we were both 2-1.
I don't know. I wanted to cheer for Astral. I love what they did against T1. Unfortunately, the road stops here for them, but dominant series across the board from PSG. Apologies, especially this second game.
Yeah, and it started how they capitalized on Cody losing his flash level 1, right? Like, Junja immediately jumped on that level 3 gank. That set up the entire rest of the game where he just kind of rolled over everyone with the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look to the top side of the map, because this time around they got standard lanes, and you can already see the damage dealt. Like, he was just getting pummeled off the under turret at all times. So a much more calculated, a much better game that we saw from them.
We were just talking about Junja, and he's actually ready with Ji-sun at BSI, so let's send it over for the Verizon Game Day interview. Take it away, dear.
Welcome back to MSI 2024. I am here joined by Junja, the jungler of PSG, and also Wendy to help us out with the translation. First off, congratulations on the win. How do you feel about the dominant performance today?
那首先恭喜你们今天非常漂亮、干净利落2比0拿下比赛的胜利。你怎么评价今天你们非常具有统治力的一个表现呢？
我觉得就是我们上次输完之后，经过2天的调整，对换线那种有比较多的认知了，所以才会今天打这么顺吧。
I think after the loss of the previous best of 3, we really made very detailed feedback, especially on the lane swap. So for now, we just have the better understanding towards the lane swap, and after that, we're able to just play more comfortably and confidently.
I think especially the Wukong performance in game number 2 was phenomenal. So tell us about the Wukong pick and also what kind of adjustments were made after the first BF3 series, especially about the lane swaps.
那其实感觉你今天悟空的表现太过于亮眼，非常的闪耀，所以说也想问一下，选下这个英雄的契机，你对他有什么样的一些看法？包括说你刚才也提到了一些换线嘛，那你觉得你们可能整体对这一部分是哪些方面有更深的理解呢？
首先悟空这英雄就是我从 PCS 赛区就开始玩嘛，所以我觉得算是我玩的比较好的一支。然后换线就是和很多队伍训练赛的时候一直在换线嘛，然后有一些很厉害的队伍换线做得非常好，然后让我们学习到了很多。
I feels like for this Wukong pick, that's really my comfortable pick, and I'm really good at Wukong just from the PCS region, and also in terms of the lane swap, because we have so many scrims with different opponents, and some of the very good teams are really good at like lane swapping, so we really learn a lot from them.
And with this victory, it is going to be a rematch of you guys versus FlyQuest. And what kind of changes of approach will be made in order to make sure that this time you guys will get the revenge?
那接下来很快你们也要再一次的和 FlyQuest 交手嘛？那你觉得可能你们哪些方面还需要进一步的提升，或者说改变一下，然后才能对他们完成复仇呢？
我觉得我们换线再想的更多，然后对线细节、打团战的沟通这些做的比上次好，我觉得就能击败他们。
I feels like maybe we have a better like maybe lane swap and the better maybe details inside the game, and maybe just have the better communication for all the team fights so we can get a win.
Lastly, before we go, because it is going to be an elimination match, is there anything you want to say over to FlyQuest?
因为下一场也是你们的生死之战了嘛，要不要对 FlyQuest 说点什么？
我会把你们2比0送回家的。
I'll send you back with the 2-0.
Oh, spicy. Thank you so much for the interview, Junja, and the best of luck in the upcoming match. And thank you, Wendy, as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Of course. We're going to have the rematch against FlyQuest, but that's a story for tomorrow. We have a second series on our hand for today. What do we think about the next matchup?
Woo! Okay.
There's a lot of things to say.
I love. It's funny because we just got out of the interview about like PSG basically looking at their VODs and looking to get better. GAM had to have looked at their VODs to have improved. They had probably the worst day one you could possibly have. So I'm expecting at least something better from them.
Yeah, and I mean, they're in such a tough spot too. Like we talked about, this team has not played all that long together outside of Levi and Kiaya. They have a lot of subs. They obviously had a very, very rough showing against Fnatic, so we'll see how they've been able to adjust from that series.
It's going to be difficult. They can rely on comfort. I mean, that's what they did at least last time. There's a specific matchup that actually we want to focus on here today. Let's check out our Mercedes featured matchup.
It's a fight for survival in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Robo and Kiaya go head-to-head in the top lane, carrying the weight of their region's expectations, as one of them is going home after this series. The two faced off in Worlds 2023, and despite having an even head-to-head record, GAM Esports ended up knocking out Loud out of the tournament on the back of Kiaya's knock.
You see Immune immediately just flashes on top of him. Bit of a fumble though, the axe not quite connecting, and now, ooh, instant knockback, Kiaya. Oh, he's dancing on him. This should not be allowed. What is this Nard doing? He's just killing two grown-ass men on the top side of the map. Look at that Yordle go.
As Brazil's most decorated player with 7 trophies, Robo will be looking for payback to send GAM Esports home.
And should we have to slice him down? He was the featured matchup. He was the man we love to be the king. And he is doing just that. A triple kill for Robo.
Will GAM stand above Loud when it matters most again? Or will Robo redeem himself?
We kind of talked about GAM and where it has to start. I do think it has to start with Kiaya. I thought Fnatic did actually a really good job of kind of camping top, making sure that he couldn't get ahead in that series. And then on the opposite side, obviously, we already talked about it, Robo, winningest player in CBLOL history now, and is willing to make that top lane incredibly volatile, especially with counter picks.
Yeah, I would say the biggest loser of lane swaps being a thing is for sure Kiaya. The fact that he's not able to play all of like his specialty. I know we talked about it going into the tournament. The fact that his top 3 plays is like the Gnar, the Smolder, and all these picks. So like, I don't expect him to play those picks, but we expect him to at least be somebody that's empowered. And so I hope that their lane swap's going to be a little bit better. And at the major focus, I just want there to be some team play from them.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of solo deaths from that team the last time we saw them play.
And that's what was difficult for them last time, not relying on solo mechanics only, because I don't think it's going to be enough, especially here. And especially if you look at the other side of the Rift, T-Nons has been smashing it on the Rift so far. I know he's been in difficult times before, but as Emily is going to show you later in her amazing drawing, he's been smashing it. Aurelion Sol last time, maybe one of the key champions of their well-oiled draft overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I really loved this draft overall from Loud going into Top Esports. I think they looked much better against Top Esports than I expected, especially with their map play. Obviously, Top Esports did have much better macro and also just decision-making around when to start fights. But this particular draft, I loved the Aurelion Sol. I thought he played really well on it. You could even see in a Baron fight later on, as we're looking at, like if they had been in a better position money-wise at this point in the game, they would have been able to take over the game from here.
Yeah, and this is one of the games where you can just take a lot more positives, like you said, than the negatives, because what I'm looking for, if you're Loud coming into this one, is Croc and Redbird definitely playing a lot more around T-Nons. I think they did a good enough job finding picks around T-Nons and get him strong. And the roams that he was having on his Aurelion Sol and Talia was actually getting a lot of the engine going for his team. So a little bit more of that, and just less kind of getting picked on sides would help them a lot.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is when we look at them going up against GAM, I still do think they have a better understanding of side wave pressure. I think they have an overall better macro understanding, even though they were beat out by TES in that. So I am looking at them to have better control over those side lanes in this series.
I mean, similarly to the previous series, I feel like GAM are not going to get the advantage here by playing by the book. They need to be creative. They need to innovate. They need to do what we know the VCS region are known for. But let's check at the MasterCard fan predictions, actually, to see what our fans at home think. I think I'm going to go for Loud.
Yeah.
But let's see.
At least last time the fans were giving a lot of love towards GAM. It was like 20% of the vote, and it was a really weird. There it is.
Okay.
Oh my God!
There's still 32% of believers.
Yeah, there's still some GAM believers out there. But yes, I also agree with them. I heavily lean towards Loud. on this one. I think that they could only get stronger off of this one.
Yeah, Emily here as well.
I mean, again, I think they were definitely bested by top esports in objectives, macro setup, and a lot. Again, just like choosing when to fight off of reset, it's stuff like that. I don't think GAM have been together long enough, unfortunately, to be able to contest Loud in those situations in this matchup.
Even in individual matchups, like we haven't been saying too much about Root, but Root in every international event had been the focal point for Loud because of how strong he is individually. And Easy Love actually had way too many mistakes in the mid game the last time we saw him. I know a lot of people were really zeroed in on what Emo was doing and the amount of solo deaths he had. But the amount of times we saw Easy Love just post up mid in the mid lane and then just die solo, I was like, ooh. So cleaning that up, that's going to be the hardest task. But you definitely need to do that or you're going right back home.
It's a really difficult situation for them here, honestly. And I do feel like you may have to rely on some veteran players on the side of GAM. Some players who played internationally before, because this and creative picks, I feel, is going to be the way for them, Emily.
Yeah, and also looking at the players on this team, Levi, absolute staple of the VCS. Kiaya, I think the power player that they absolutely want to play around. So if we are looking at a GAM upset, in my opinion, it'll come from those two players.
And would be a good opportunity for them to take revenge after what happened at Worlds, where they got eliminated actually by GAM.
Hey!
TK Nguyen, the manager of the team, of course, is here on stage. You know what time it is.
GAM time!
GAM time! And it is GAM time. We see the players gearing up on stage here for our second series here. Elimination Day at MSI. Either Loud or GAM will advance to the next stage and play tomorrow. Casters, take it away.
And welcome back to MSI 2024 here in Chengdu. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Jat, and we're here for Loud versus GAM.
He was holding that up. We only got it on camera the one time. He was there for 5 minutes. Like, he's got some stamina just being able to hold this one up for that long.
The organization as well. Reminds me a lot of Ramon. That sort of same energy, you know, just infectiously optimistic. And that's what GAM will have to be coming into this series. Obviously, replaced 3 of their players going into the VCS playoffs. And we saw them struggle against Fnatic. And Loud, they look pretty good, I'll be honest, against top esports, right? Like obviously they lost, and it was pretty convincing in the end, but they were able to find skirmishes and find fights that even got them praise, I think, from 369.
For sure, and I feel like this series has more unknowns to me than most series, because I'd say the way that Loud got their advantages in their loss to TES was by like over-grouping and just mobbing mid lane and kind of surprising them with their aggression. But then also like the way Fnatic demolished GAM was a lot through team play and playing side lanes properly. So like, I do agree with the desk. Loud is going to be the favorites here, but like how they choose to approach the game is very unknown for me. Like, do they just play what they're comfortable with and like mob around the map and start fights? Or do they see like, hey, wait a minute, this GAM team might be really disorganized. Let's play like smart and reserved and macro. Like, I just don't know what we're going to see, but I'm hoping that it's just going to be that head-smashing team fights that are most exciting.
I'll be honest, I love me a bit of macro League of Legends, but after 2 games of it, I would like some more fighting in the early game at least. Senna locked in here for Loud to kick off. Root undefeated on that across the course of the CBLOL so far this year. Rumblefire and Kalista their bans, Varus, Lucian and Jax the bans by GAM, and they will lock in Talia Tristana to kick us off.
Tristana was a big pick for them in that first series. They wanted it to flex, but now it's like with the Talia, it could actually still be a flex. You can move Talia to jungle, Tristana to mid, Tristana also to bot lane if you want to. So a little bit of flexibility still. They want to keep it open with that pick. And honestly, I feel like with the way this team has been drafting, they're just going to be picking Tristana every game that is up.
Yeah, seems like it. Easy Love did not play it during the CBLOL, but we have seen it a couple of times already by Emo here at MSI. We'll see if Easy Love decides to pick it. And it does, if you pick it in the AD carry role, tends to be a more aggressive lane. You want to be jumping in. You want to be trying to get that explosive charge reset so you can then jump around the fight a little bit more. Senna Nautilus is what they'll have to deal with in the bot lane. Azir locked in for Tinos, who is having a superb MSI so far. I mean, Tinone's often, when you get to the international stage, is the shining light for the CBLOL and continues to be a great carry in the mid lane for Loud.
Yeah, lots of international experience for Loud, so they they can definitely move on from this stage in the bracket. They have done that in the past. To them, they need to make sure they're not looking past GAM before trying to actually advance to the bracket stage. But they're 1, 2, 3 in the draft. Like, no one's going to be unhappy with that. Senna Nautilus, one of the most dominant AD carry support, mainly because unlike other Senna lanes that just kind of need to stay bottom lane, like the Senna can actually move wherever she wants to, and once the Nautilus has 3 points in E, becomes this like undivable tank under the turret. So it's just such a flexible duo in the way that they can actually play the map, and then it's still strong scaling. Like it's a little bit of an overpowered combo, so people are going to be really happy that they have that early.
Senna Naut, Senna Tom Kench, the ones we tend to see. Nautilus has a little bit more CC. Twisted Fate and Kasante banned away by Loud. Olaf and Poppy removed by GAM. They'll lock in the Renekton, saving their last pick for either AD carry or jungle.
Yeah.
I wonder what we will see from them, whether Levi will be put onto something a little bit more aggressive. Does like the Lee Sin, and with the Poppy ban, obviously that's good into Rakan and into Renekton and into Tristana, but maybe we see a Lee Sin last pick here, and Tristana flexes down into that AD carry role.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I mean, honestly, whatever you're comfortable with, the Sejuani doesn't have the pairs at the moment. There's no melee mid laner that makes Sejuani particularly powerful at the moment, so Lee Sin makes sense. Second most played.
But Loud agree, and they'll take it away. Croc will be on the Lee Sin now, looking towards top. If you want to go for a lane swap, you can go for something like the Ornn, just put Robo on a tank.
Team fight.
Oh, it's so strong, isn't it? You already look at that Loud comp. If Root is able to stack up well on the Senna, you are so powerful when you get to those mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful in the early game with Azir Ornn, but if you make it through to even mid game, your team fighting just becomes so dominant. So really, I think Loud is definitely playing this a little, I'd say a little conservatively with the Ornn, not trying to take a more aggressive thing in the top lane, especially because Kiaya is one of the strengths of this GAM roster. So I think Levi and Kiaya are going to try and play like really top side, and maybe Emo can contribute later, and it's going to be about Robo just holding on early game, because I think if he does, Loud has a much better scaling team comp.
Totally agree with you there. If we were in the earlier portion of 2024, have you heard of a lane swap, chat? Why would you ever play top lane if you can just put Ornn bot lane by himself and let the Senna stack for free in a side lane?
You think they're going to lane swap?
I think it's possible.
Oh, yes, I agree. It is possible.
I just like trying to be excited about them, you know? I think a lane swap could work. You get yourself away from the bot lane Tristana, which can just jump in. I don't think there's too much threat on the Ornn if he is under that tier 1 in the bot lane. Yes, Xin Zhao has damage, Renekton has the stun, but you have the Bellow's Breath. You can avoid some of that CC, so I think there's a possibility for it. I'm not saying it's a probability for it.
Yeah, I'd say Tristana is kind of the lane swapper, because you have enough turret damage with Trist that you can
with the explosive charge.
Overpower a little bit of the early game turret fortification. So it would have to be GAM that initiates it, but then GAM is also like the least coordinated team of the teams we have left.
I don't think GAM will initiate it. I think maybe Loud will, but we'll see. Yeah. Maybe I'm just so excited about lane swaps. I see them everywhere.
I know. The thing is, once you research something, you just want to talk about it.
I just want to talk about it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Like this one year, I researched Cosmic Crisp apples, and I probably told everybody in my life about them.
What's the Cosmic Crisp apple?
We'll get into it if the time comes, but we actually have the start of the game now. Just a teaser. If this game gets out of hand,
I'm standing here with bated breath.
Don't worry about it.
Root and Croc are going to look for a little bit of invade. Robo here as well. Kiaya coming round on the flank. Croc will spot the fact that Levi was in that bush and force him away. Obviously, Senna can just roam with the jungle early on if you want to get a few stacks. Do kind of want her in a lane as well. Into something that is melee makes it a lot easier for her to stack up. The Tristana and the Rakan not too easy to get early stacks on. But although the lane swap, it gave me the promise of materializing, it feels like it is not going to now.
Yeah, and I do think like we might see fewer lane swaps later in the tournament. Like if both teams acknowledge that they know how it works, then no one's going to actually want to initiate it unless there's a team comp that really gets favored by one. So like the fact that there's no hyper-aggressive bot lane
Jinx Lulu
that would push someone to want to lane swap, and there's no...
Oh, you mean like a... Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So like I think... And we've discussed it before, but I'll just retell it for the viewers. Like, one of the things that forced lane swaps to happen over in Europe is, like, when you have a Kalista Ashe, that is just going to completely deny you in the first 3 levels of the game and then dive you under turret, hyper carries become like unplayable. So if you practice lane swapping, you can pick a hyper carry, send a top lane, and then you're just going to have better scaling. But then there's the added benefit of if the other team actually has no idea what they're doing in lane swapping, you're going to win the game automatically. But as soon as they actually study it, put the adequate amount of prep in and start matching you, then you kind of start questioning why you're even doing it in the first place, and it'll stop again. Because like there really are mechanics in the game to make it disadvantageous. That's how it disappeared in the first place. But 5 years later, it's back again, I think, because the collective understanding of lane swapping has diminished in the competitive scene. It's like, it's actually fascinating to me from like the same way baseball is fascinating to me. Like, I love talking about baseball stats, but I don't like watching baseball. So I love talking about the theory of lane swaps, but I don't actually like watching them, if that makes sense.
Thankfully, you don't have to watch it this game.
It's
it does
great.
make sense, chat.
So we get both.
It's true. We get to see our feature matchup in the top lane presented by Mercedes-Benz as well. Robo versus Kiaya. Kiaya got the early push here, kind of to be expected. Renekton into Ornn. We'll be looking for that empowered Ruthless Predator stunt. From time to time, Robo will be trying to avoid it with the Bellows Breath, as that matchup does tend to just go in favor of the... I mean, it goes in favor of the Renekton most of the game until the Ornn gets tanky enough, but Ornn very much picked much for his teamfight presence rather than for his laning phase.
Yeah, and I want to see if Kiaya can, you know, get enough good trades in that they can maybe force a dive. It's going to be long from now that action needs to happen. I do think the fact that Croc is path bot to top would potentially give him a window if he wants to really invest in something, but I think he's just going to full clear, take Scuttle Crab, recall, and then just go about his day.
Robo stepping past here. That's a very good trade from Kiaya, but as you say, like, Levi's not really on the right side of the map for this. He passed from the top side to the bot side, looking perhaps for a dive on the Senna Nautilus, which is always a possibility. Could play around mid as well, put Tinones behind, so often he's the carry for this Loud lineup, and looks like that's where Levi is right now. Put a ward in here, you complete your first clear, you check if the Razor Beaks are up, you put a ward in, and then you base, and that's exactly what Croc's doing on the other side of the map. Croc, though, not immediately going for the tempo reset, instead looking towards that top lane, trying to force Kiaya out of the lane. Obviously, there's a possibility of killing here, but Robo just wants to get the wave forward. Kiaya with a great dodge. Sonic Wave's going to hit Kiaya, able just to slice and dice his way to safety.
Yeah, I think if the Ornn knockup lands there, maybe they can get a flash. I don't think that's actually a gank that kills. I think they're just hoping that buys enough time for Robo to shove the wave and get an actual decent base in. So job done there for Croc. It will mean that he's going to be a little slow to get to his camp respawn, but it's not going to affect him that much.
You can see Levi already on his Krugs. Croc, though, a lot of vision already on that bottom side of the map. We'll see if he tries to avoid that or whether he is willing just to step through it. Could look for a bot lane gank, but the reset's happening for Elio and Easy Love. Hook down. Elio tried to dash away, can just battle dance. Wave now stacking up, and perhaps this calls Croc and Levi down towards the bottom side. You can see Emo already roaming across as well. Redbird and Root will want to crash this. Emo on his way across. Easy Love and Elio pulling Redbird and Root further into the fight. Redbird has the flash, Root has heal and flash of his own. TP in just for protection, but they're going for the engage as Redbird dodges the seismic shove. Some tap shoes on him to be able to escape that knockback. Croc looking to see if Emo takes a greedy route through the jungle to get back to his lane, instead just resetting. Levi is here, will meet up with Croc, control ward in the bush. The reaction from GAM, good, but Loud just want to keep GAM around for a little bit longer and then get back to their lanes.
Yeah, Tinones, I think probably would have been better served just teleporting mid lane and getting the early push on that wave, but I understand why he went bot because it was an extended fight. And the question we asked in Champion Select, Medic, of how Loud is going to approach this series, from the looks of this early game, very conservatively.
Yeah.
They have picked excessive scaling. The pressure is actually on GAM to make plays happen right now. And even Redbird, like, he's only doing that hook because he sees the opportunity of a recalling member in the bottom lane, and he can just delay the recall and mess up their tempo. They're very, very conservative with their play right now, which is, I think, still a path that can lead to victory.
See Redbird TP back into the bot lane to get that wave pushing out. Root's going to join up with Croc here to try and take some of these souls away from the grubs. What you see good Sennas do, really accelerates you through to those higher stack points. Seismic shove on Tinones, but the wall his friend as he gets yeeted into it. Root actually can't get onto these back to Absolution, these mist fragments. Croc can dash across the wall, has to burn the flash. Call of the Porch God from Robo. He sends a train going through GAM as Emo locked up with it. He'll fall first. Kiaya has to flash away. Flash chased by Robo. The slow on Kiaya. Will it be enough? Flash into the last embraces. Root should be able to kill off Kiaya here. Takes it. It's Robo actually in the end securing it. 2-0 in favor of Loud.
What a nice fight there by Loud when you have a Renekton top lane, and this used to be with Rift Herald, but it's now apparently a grub fight, and you use your level 6 power spike on Renekton and lose. That's really hard to come back from. So Ornn landing that massive shot through the entire team fight, getting the first blood on Emo was nice, but I think the bigger thing is the fact that Robo gets a kill, takes out Kiaya. They get 2 plates in this top side. He has an experience advantage on the Renekton now. This is actually a point with the Bramble Vest and whatever his next recall is, as long as he doesn't die to Levi here, that Robo can actually start winning this lane now. It's no longer just standing back as Ornn. He can start actually pushing the Renekton.
There's GAM to look for the play initially, but Croc able to flash away, and then the Call of the Force God just locks them up in the fight.
Oh, okay, that was... I don't know if that was intentional, but that was pretty sick. Like the fact that the Azir ult misses, but the flash
Flashing
away
into the
Ornn ult.
Did he buy a ticket? Nope.
Packing. Chef's kiss right there.
And that's the coordination we come to expect from Loud, especially in these skirmishes. We talked a bit about GAM having these 3 players who've only joined them since playoffs. It can make it a struggle in fights like this because you're not all on the same page. Loud now out to a 1,500 gold lead. Redbird looking for the hook here. Root's going to come across. Already at 28 stacks. Just farming up on that center. And Redbird doing a good job of just keeping this lane in the bot lane, making sure that Easy Love can't move around too quickly because he has to answer the push.
And also on the side of Loud, like that Rift Herald, not Rift Herald, right? That grub fight was more of a counter punch than an actual aggressive move, which is totally fine. Like they do not need to be forcing with Ornn, Azir, Senna. But now that they've won that fight, you can see Croc very smartly. They get bot prio. They move this over to the Drake. They have mid push. They should be ready to fight if GAM decides to contest this, but otherwise they can just pick up this Drake.
Yeah, Robo no TP, nor has Kiaya. The hook's going to land onto Levi. Elio looking for the flank position here as Levi dashes in. Flash away by Redbird. Was worried that Elio could just jump on him on that Rakan, but the Drake's going to be secured by Loud. They'll get the 3 grubs and the dragon, all the neutrals going over to the CB Law.
Yeah, this has got to be a really comforting start for Loud fans, knowing that this is an elimination game, and their goal, I think, is to make it through to the bracket stage. Take a look at this top lane. Robo doesn't get the knock-up, but he's still feeling pretty feisty. He has so much armor.
Kiaya has no flash. There's the first knock-up into the brittle dominance by Kiaya. Ult for ult exchange. Robo much healthier right now as Kiaya will look in. Cole the Meek after the slice and dice. Doesn't use it. Didn't have it up at that exact moment. Uses it afterwards on the wave. Will heal up just a little bit.
I mean, super well played. He's got a teleport advantage. He gets the Renekton ultimate out. That means Renekton can actually not impact the game until his ultimate is back again. Robo's going to scale better anyway. Really well played by Robo's Ornn.
And Loud just playing things nice and patiently.
Yeah.
You know? As you say, counter punch around the grubs, got 2 kills, made a little punch around the dragon, but it was all just about forcing Levi off, trying to get a bit of a chunk. Managed to do so, and now they are about 1,500 gold in the lead. Root's coming up towards the top lane to help push this out. Redbird still answering bot. Grubs up in 23 seconds. I love the movements from Loud. They're playing the map really well.
Yeah, I really love Senna. This is why Senna Nautilus is so good. You leave the Nautilus bot with the Bomby Cinder. He can wave clear perfectly. You can see GAM like kind of realize that just now. They're like, wait a minute, we can't move this Nautilus even if we want to. We should probably get up towards Grubs, I guess. But then, like, Redbird's teleport's going to be up pretty soon. If there's any delay at this Grubs, he's going to be able to get up there no problem. So, yeah, that's feeling comfy.
And the question is for Loud, do you start the Grubs or do you wait for Redbird? And those are the 2 things that can happen in this situation. You should wait, but sometimes teams get a bit overeager and they're like, oh, Redbird's on his way, let's just start it.
True.
Here, we see them waiting, which is exactly what they should do in this situation.
Loud's locked in.
Yep.
They're absolutely locked in this game. They're not just saying that they have the Nostr's Tooth on his ear, let's just go anyway. They don't even need to expend the Nautilus teleport. Easy Love is completely out of bot lane, not getting experience. Now the Nautilus is here, he hooks in, they're going.
Crescent Guard already used. Knockback with the Dragon's Rage kick as well. Levi locked up, depth charge onto the back line. Elio just trying to charm some people, but there's no one biting. as Loud chunk out Levi, chunk out Elio, and turn their eyes towards the Grubs.
Yeah, most likely going to be a 6-grub game for them here. People are moving towards bot lane, and the nice thing with Redbird here is he gets like 30 seconds to make whatever play he wants to if he really, like, they could even set up a dive bomber connection if they're feeling really greedy, but they actually don't have to right now. They don't need to expend that Nautilus teleport advantage. He can just walk down bot lane as Croc finishes off these Grubs.
So Emo walking down towards the bot lane to get that push out. He's going to stay around it. Smart from Loud to send Tinones to answer him. Redbird obviously can wave clear, but has gone Warden's Mail, Barmy Cinder, and a cloth armor, so really wouldn't do too well into the Talia. So Tinones is the one to answer bot. Redbird catches mid. Grubs secured by Loud. They have 6 of them. They've got the first Drake. In 2 minutes is the next Drake. Expect to see them using their push in the top side, pushing mid, to then get some vision into GAM's blue side jungle and set up for this next dragon.
Yeah. 6 Grubs. A lot of the time, and this is, they've obviously buffed Grubs in the last few patches.
That they have, yes.
So they're, I don't know, like 25% more powerful, I'd say, killing turrets. It's so hard to actually know what they contribute. There was these really weird stats I found, or rather, the NA stats guy found after I asked the question. So I didn't find them.
I bet you asked the question.
Yeah, I asked nicely, and then Leo found out.
Sat here in your ivory tower like, please, sir, can you find me the Grub stats?
Awaited the results. But in the LCK, teams with 6 Grubs lost like 60% of their games.
Okay.
And it's like, I mean, that's a little bit of a red herring.
Yeah, because how many dragons are the enemy team taking while you're taking Grubs?
Like, clearly, Grubs aren't bad. Like, they only make your turret damage higher. But oftentimes, what you have to spend to get them ends up not being worth it. But in situations like this,
they didn't spend anything.
That's awesome.
The only deficit is in AD carry. There's about a 500 gold lead for Easy Love over Root, but that is balanced out by the fact Redbird's 1.1k ahead of Elio.
Yeah.
So you've invested nothing and you have had something for free. Capitalism in a nutshell, if you can invest.
Surprise, you're rich.
That Loud shareholder's very happy right now, it seems, Kobe. As they as picking up their dividends wherever they can. Drake up in 30 seconds. Resets start to happen from Loud. Root resets, gets himself 4 wards on that Bloodsong. Double control ward for him as well. Croc has a control ward. There is a little bit of vision in the Loud jungle around that red buff. Perhaps GAM can look for a pick. At the moment, Robo's waiting. One of the most decorated players in the history of the LLA. Robo looking to see if Emo oversteps a rookie on the international stage, but Emo just pushes out the wave and backs away.
Yeah, Dragon will be up in like 5 seconds, I'd say.
I think the risk for Loud is, if you go for Drake now, you are giving up the Scuttle Crab. The Rift Herald, in fact, the flash hook lands easy enough, tries to get away, but Croc landed the Sonic Wave and smacks Easy Love down. Loud now pushing mid, and they'll turn their eyes to Drake. They're not going to contest the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they might just take this turret. They got 6 Grubs. It's pretty difficult for a support to defend it alone. They're at least getting as much damage as they possibly can into it. Levi will take a consolation prize in the Rift Herald. Kiai's going to get a little bit of top lane damage here, but it is more of the same here for Loud.
Tinones pushing in bot as well. Emo having to react to mid to clear out that wave means that Tinones gets the full tower in the bot lane. Kiai trying to trade onto Robo, should be able to take this tower, so it will be turret for turret. But in the end, second Drake for Loud in exchange for that Rift Herald.
Yeah, no perfect game to be had here. Redbird actually in trouble, no flash.
Doesn't have the death charge, it has a hook. Dredgeline his way to safety. Levi looking to see if he wants it. The charm going down as the quickness lands. Root has to flash away. Emperor's Divide. Tinones takes the second tower as he continued his push in the bot lane. The collapse begins with the Weaver's Wall. Tinones on the wrong side of it. Root the first target, but Croc comes across. Emo able to dodge away from that. Tinones leading them on a merry chase through the jungle and just dashes his way to safety. In the end, Loud almost punished for their greed in taking the tier 2, but not quite.
Yeah, the gold lead's only going to extend for Loud. I want to go back just a little bit. Levi's going to be kicking himself there, not standing in front of Redbird's hook there, knowing it's a flashless Nautilus. I think they could have secured at least that kill, but not to be. Then that pressure that they used buys enough time for Loud to kill that interior turret, get a huge amount of gold. You can see MasterCard landing comment snapshot right here, 1,500 gold. For Tinones, our guy that they talked about on the analyst desk for performing so well in their first series defeat, but definitely stepping up and playing great here in the first game.
The game hasn't been about him at all, right? It's just he's farmed well and he's taken towers, done exactly what he needed to do in this situation. Currently sitting 0-0-1, only 13 CS up, but because his team is in the ascendancy all the way across the map, because he got that tower in the bot lane, or both of them. In such a strong position. Now Loud grouping up as 4 in the mid lane. Robo does have the TP, but he's fighting with Kiaya right now. Elio looking for that flank position. Jumps onto Tinons, flash away, the hook into the depth charge. Knocked back with the seismic shove. TP comes in from Kiaya, counter TP by Robo. Kiaya has to run away immediately, and the tower almost falling. Croc looking for it, but Loud can now step up with their frontline tank and take out the turret. They put up a Emperor's Sun Disc as well. And in the end, Loud win out on the fight again already.
Yeah.
4,500 gold ahead.
This is
one-sided.
This is like, what is this reminding me the most of?
When the Empire invaded the Rebel base on Hoth.
Oh, really?
You know, yeah. Loud are just here with the AT&Ts. They're destroying all the turrets.
Yeah.
The Rebels, you know, GAM are just like running away, trying to escape.
So actually, this reminds me a lot of 2020 TL.
Okay, I mean, that wasn't where I was going, but yours is more pertinent as a reference.
Yeah, I mean, impact on Ornn, Brox on Lee Sin, Jensen on Azir, Core JJ on Nautilus. Took a while for us to pick up the Senna, but, you know, tactical played a little bit later.
Yeah.
But there's something good and bad about winning this.
The good thing is you've won a game.
Yeah, that's the really good part.
Yeah. Kiaya's getting caught out here. He's going to die. Good roam from Tinons to get up here, clear out the vision. In the end, GAM have to find picks, but they really can't find anything on this map.
It's like, we won a lot of games that year.
Sure.
In 2020 as TL. 15-3. But we didn't win the split, and we didn't make it out of groups at Worlds.
Okay.
Right? And, like, I really, this is like a regular season game. Like, you're doing this because it's a really good way to beat teams that you're better than.
Sure.
You don't, and the reason that is because, like, you're going to be better than all of them individually, which that team was in lane. But you don't actually need to have, like, great teamwork or great understanding to win with comps like this against inferior opponents, which is what is looking like in this Loud game. And this is a slow game. I'll talk about Cosmic Crit battles later, but I think this is going to be an important point. It's like, I almost worry that this is teaching them, like, almost bad habits, if that makes sense. Because, like, I feel like there are so many margins in this game that they're just not pushing because they feel like they don't have to. So, but if they want to make it to bracket stage, they're going to have to. And it's like one game. This is a stupid point, but I do want to bring it up.
I think it's a good point. I think that, in my eyes, if I were on Loud right now, I would say, let's not experiment in an elimination series.
This is a great game one strategy.
Yes. This is like, win this game. If you want to mess around a bit in game 2, if you want to try something a little bit different, as Croc is caught out, Dawning Shadow going off, didn't quite give him enough shield as he will be killed off. Elio takes the kill, Redbat has to flash away, dodges the seismic shove, Robo looking for the flank, has the Call of the Forge God coming in 3, 2, 1, won't need to use it yet as Kiaya is still flanking, Robo's going to flash, the chase continues as GAM will find another, and now GAM with 2 kills. Dragon up in 20 seconds, Rift Herald up 10 seconds on Baron. Do you just rush down the Baron?
I think they're going to try. I think it's the window for them to pull it off. I mean, that's a massive fight that they just found. We've been kind of lulled to sleep in this game, and I feel like Loud was as well. And now, with Robo down for 19 seconds,
there's Hex Gates.
They can't kill this Baron fast enough. Loud is going to stop this.
Elio is in a good flank position, doesn't have the quickness, but he might just try and keep Croc away from this. Kiaya dashes in, they get one, Roots down now. Redbird trying to get away, no flash on him, remember, as he burned it in the previous play. Croc joins the battle, Tinon's putting all the damage down from the side, but he just doesn't have the DPS right now. Croc looking for that re-engage, TP behind as Robo's going to join the battle with the Call of the Forge God. Will his prayers be answered? Croc jumps onto Levi, knock-up lands, but only onto Elio, who can flash and dash and escape the battle. In the end, Levi will fall, but GAM have begun to even out this series. The Baron begun by Loud. Roots on his way. Do you have the damage? Tinons does have the Zhonyas and the Nashes complete. Do GAM know it's happening?
I mean, they should, but they don't have immediate vision on it. They have double TP, actually. Emo can come as well as Kiaya, who has the Sterix. He's incredibly tanky. Get in there, Renekton.
Kiaya's looking for it. Has the flash. Last embrace. Slows him up. Dominus going in as well. Croc and Robo on the Baron. It falls down to 1,000 on the backline. The Emperor's Divide comes out. Croc able to secure the Baron. Now Robo having to try to get the hell out of there. The chase continues. The quickness in. The last embrace will stop Elio in his tracks, death charge out by Redbird. He'll sacrifice himself for the good of the team. Tinos tries to put the damage down from across the wall, but he doesn't have the mana to do so. Redbird's gonna die. Reset for Easy Love, not in time to get onto anyone else. Loud get the Baron after a messy sequence of events.
And this game did just get a whole lot more interesting. Thank goodness GAM has accelerated that for us. I mean, risky call there by Loud to try and take that Baron. I think that the safe call would have actually been to just take their third Drake, get themselves on Soul Point, because no one was taking that Baron after they were able to push off the fight. But because Levi was dead, they knew they could at least secure it, right? Which is what they did, but then they did lose the fight afterwards, so the gold ends up being remarkably close in this game as it snapped back a little bit.
For Loud, the benefits are you did get the Baron. You almost lost it. Croc was able to secure it against no jungler. You lose the third Drake. GAM getting their first of the game, but Loud are still ahead where it counts. You still have a 2,500 gold lead for Tinos. He's on his way to his next item, likely a Rabadon's for that Azir. You are still ahead for Redbird as well, and the gold difference between Easy Love and Root isn't that monumental. What can Loud get out of this Red Bull Baron power play? You have a couple of Baron buffs remaining. Levi looking for Tinones, but Croc, Root, and Redbird are on their way to protect. Kiaya's pushing in the bot lane. The wave cleared out means that Loud have to wait for the next. Robo in the mid lane is pushing for this tier 2 as well. Now he can come across, has that Call of the Forge God. Such a long range ability. The Weaver's Wall tries to separate the minion wave from the tower, but a cannon minion will do quite a lot of work here. Easy Love dashes in, doesn't have the flash, knocked up with the Call of the Forge God. The Dawning Shadow, the knock-up. Oh, Robo! Can't quite get the kill as Easy Love burns the flash, the Bella and breath. Easy Love, the minions! It's Rob's day today as Loud continue to push in top. The reaction from GAM not there in time as Robo shows why he's at the top of the CBLOL. Quickness in. Elio looking for the engage, can't land it onto anyone. Gets the double quickness on the backline, but that charm is just not enough. Kiaya kicked in with the Dragon's Rage. He tries to trade onto Croc, but the inhibitor should be the target. Seismic shove, lands on 2, the knock-up with the Grand Entrance. The chase in, the Emperor's Divide. Sterax, Levi, dashing forward, GAM holding on for their lives. Their fingertips on the edge as Loud begin to push them off. Who's king now, say Loud as they force GAM away.
That's what we like to see, Medic. What a battle we saw. Robo getting the kill onto Easy Love, and then everybody else says, well, if they're going to throw down, we may as well on the top side. Loud come out barely on top of both engages. Let's watch this one more time. So Robo definitely semi-runs it down to start this because he wanted to finish the turret, didn't respect the damage of Tristana, but watch this. So gets the brittle, detonates it. It's the Senna ultimate that always gets you. But then like right here, it's the Baron minions are so strong that it's not even a tick from Robo. And how did that last Tristana not do anything? It was like a pebble against Robo. There's no way Easy Love thought that last auto wasn't getting a kill.
And then Elio looks for the engage here alongside Levi. Can't quite get the knock-up with the charm. The kickback onto Kiaya, not the target you want, but watch Emo's Seismic shove here. Absolute perfection. Lands it on 2. And then the chase continues. The Emperor's Divide just separating the fight enough for Loud.
Who got the Tinone's bounty? Okay, it's going to be Xin Zhao. Would have definitely loved to see that go over to Emo, and I mean, honestly, Easy Love, but he was already dead. The people in that fight. So, Loud actually in a huge amount of control. For as spicy as this game has gotten. Their Dragon stacking is slowed down, but I think the scaling is turning on. It's a 4,000 gold lead, but it's also probably an additional couple thousand because of the upgraded Horn items. And they're going to continue trying to push. They're just going to try and take down more inhibitors while they have one exposed.
And got that top lane inhibit, which is so important because it's Easy Love who has to try and answer it. Levi counter-jungling right now, but his base begins to lie in tatters. This inhibitor tower in the bot lane getting chunked out. Elio looking for the engage. Robo still tanking. Dredge line onto Levi. Looking for that backline. Croc going in. Dawning Shadow across. Robo low. Levi the same. Crescent Guard though, keeping him healthy enough. Seismic shove. Only lands onto Croc. The Grand Entrance flashed away by Elio. And Robo finds the knocker. There's 3 for Loud. And they'll look to make it an ace. The flash away by Emo will let him live for another day. But his teammates cannot say the same. Loud now pushing in the top side, looking for the win.
That is a nice way to finish for Loud. Some high execution team fights where they're winning on the margins. Robo really with the 1v1 on the Trist, kind of 1v1 on the Trist in mid lane, and really just the re-engage on that team fight. making this a swift 26-minute victory.
It was patient, it was methodical, it was composed until it wasn't, Jack. It got very messy near the end. But Loud do thrive in the skirmish. That's what we praised them for earlier at MSI. And even though things were slower early on here, they played to their outs, they played to their win cons, and using that early game lead, were just able to win out in the end. We'll see if they can continue it through this series.
Yeah, and I mean, Ornn, Azir, Senna Nautilus, huge scaling, very reactive in the early game for Loud, which, as we mentioned, is very good for game 1 in a series. I don't think they make it to bracket stage like that. So now that they have this 1-game buffer, even though maybe they just run it back again in game 2, but I would say I think we're going to see more aggression from them in game 2.
We'll see if we do. As a reminder, don't forget to log in to lolesports.com using your right ID to an exclusive MSI 2024 drops. Now we're going to send it over to the analysts to break down that game.
And we're back here at the analyst desk after this game, this rough game, if I may say. I'm gonna speak facts here. It doesn't look good for GAM. We knew that it was gonna be complicated for them, but I did not expect that it would be that severe. Let's roll back a bit and see how they ended up in this situation. We're gonna look at the draft. Tell me what happened, because from an outside perspective, I don't see how Loud could get that ahead with the tools they had. Scaling maybe, but...
I mean, I think Loud even made a few mistakes that GAM were not able to punish on. Specifically, I'm thinking of, I did think it was good for Croc to go topside after Robo kind of messes up his wave a bit. But looking at this draft, what I really want to see from GAM going forward, since Loud did not lane swap, right? Like, they went into a lot of these lanes, which theoretically are losing. I would love to see Levi trying to get involved a lot earlier on with his lanes to try to make the most of that. Because coming out of this, Loud had leads where they really shouldn't have with this draft.
Actually, the smallest of positives, I would say, was even like the fact that Renekton started with the leash only because he was imagining that there was going to be a swap on the other side, and it would be a lot easier for him to actually just move with his jungler. So like from that perspective, it was good. And then the lanes were happening. I'm like, okay, well, every lane is losing from the Loud side because that was how they drafted. And then, yes, they started falling behind off of just like coordinated plays. And that sucks if you're a GAM that you're losing some of those fights.
I mean, it's really hard to come back, especially when you know that the scaling is on the opposite side of the team and that they have all the tools they need to actually bring this victory. I want to look at a specific replay here because we all know that in League of Legends, every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Root Stelia, allowing Robo to get the 3-man Ornn ult. And we saw a lot of plays like this, right?
Yeah, the good old Root into the Ornn ult. I mean, Root is someone that you talked about, Raz, coming into this as a playmaker on this team as well, kind of a staple AD carry that they've had that's really, really helped lead Loud to the success they've had in Brazil recently. And then Robo's Ornn, coming off of the backside of this. I thought Root Senna this game quite good. This was not the only Root he landed against GAM. And you even see in these coordinated plays too, this is the difference between where Loud are at and where GAM are at. Unfortunately, they just have not had time as a team to develop this kind of coordination in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and it felt like Loud was getting actually pretty overconfident at times.
Yeah.
Because there's a few things. I mean, I'll do it chronologically because one of the funniest things is like they're actually taking everything on the map at the same time. Bot side, they were able to take the bot lane plates. And you're like, okay, well, all right, like the bot lane second turret. I was like, okay, wait, GAM is collapsing. They're going to be able to at least get a kill off of that. But they didn't commit on a single person, and so Azir ends up getting away. Everybody gets away. And that kept happening on each side lane where Loud was ahead. So as you can see, the lead was ballooning until finally GAM did punish.
Yeah, I was going to say, around 19 minutes, they were overextended. And GAM were finally able to get that punish. And if there is a bright light for GAM, I think it's in that 19 through 20 minute range, right? Even though Loud were able to come back, they won a few fights. They went for the 20-minute Baron take, which I thought was like, where in the position that they're at in this game, I thought was a good call, right? Because you might as well flip it, maybe see if you can get something. That was kind of the one, bright spot for GAM after Loud ended up getting this lead. So if Loud continued to play this cocky in some of their map overextensions, I did like where GAM were able to punish. Like you said, though, Raz, that's not what was happening consistently from GAM. And I do think, again, that's where the team play aspect needs to come in.
And you cannot rely on unforced errors like GAM finally did, and when they were able to get the pick on top side, then kind of play around Baron. Like, life was basically given to them based off that play. And I think we need to see something just straight up the most basic Bronze Zodiac composition for them, where you're going Galio, Vi, if it's available. Obviously, it's been banned quite heavily during the event, but like something that is just straight up wombo combo team fight that allows them to play around Levi. If they can do something like this, then thumbs up. I would like them to be able to play off of Kiaya, but I think right now the meta is really difficult to play around your top lane, especially if you don't have a way to save them from lane swaps. He had a Renekton. He actually had a pretty good lane state, and they did nothing with it. So we need something that's just straightforward. GAM is selecting red side, so that just means that they're going to be able to at least counterpick, I guess, a little bit more for Kiaya. That's what they need to do.
Yeah. Statement game on the side of Loud here in Game 1. Let's see what GAM can do in Game 2. If they can come back, if they can come bring us to a third game here in this series. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back right after this.
Is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their ninth title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esports world.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos.
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back to MSI 2024 here in Chengdu, China. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Jet, and we're here ready, rolling through the draft already. Allowed on the blue side, GAM elected to go on red. It's Senna, Tom Kench, and Talia for Loud, and GAM have the Zeri, Nautilus, Ari combination.
Yeah, and during the break, we were trying to figure out why GAM would have picked the red side again after already losing on the red side, and we thought it would be related to flex picks. Nothing in here screams flex pick to me whatsoever. They did change up their bans, you would hope, but nope, they didn't do that either because it was Jax, Lucian, Varus. They banned Jax, Lucian, Varus, so 6 bans were exactly the same. First pick was exactly the same. The one change was when they picked the Nautilus away, so it's a little bit less versatile of a lane, like a mid-game lane swap thing that Loud can pull off with the Senna Nautilus, but Senna Tom Kent equally as dominant in the laning phase. So we'll just see. GAM thinks the Nautilus was a really big deal and that they were going to be able to pick it up in the 2-3, so that's my best guess to why they decided to go red side again, was so they could control the Nautilus.
Nautilus just has so much CC and has point-and-click CC later in the game, which is very powerful, especially into something like Zeri. So Easy Love locks in the Zeri. He's played that 3 times through playoffs, only won 1 of those 3. Bans are Olaf and Lee Sin by GAM here, leaving up the Poppy ban, which doesn't really matter as much. You're not playing like a Rakan and everything they were playing in game 1, so you don't really need that Poppy ban. Twisted Fate, again, removed, likely alongside a Cassandra here for Loud.
Yeah, I mean, Croc still had, it's tied for his second most played throughout the spring split with Poppy. I think Poppy would be decent against Nautilus, Ari, so they might pick it. It would make them pretty low damage and push Robo into a much higher damage champion as well. So, you know, I'm a fan of the adjustments that GAM has made moving into this game 2 because they lost game 1 by a lot. Yeah. So they do need to make some pretty big adjustments, and at least in their champion picks, everything is different so far.
And Levi's gone to Comfort as well. Second most played, 86% win rate on the Wukong. When he cracks this out, you know he means business. The question is, will it be enough for GAM? Because it wasn't purely Levi that was the problem. In fact, it wasn't really even Levi that was the problem in game 1. It was more of a coordination issue across the entire team. Loud very good at winning out in the team fights. There's the Viego. Cassante likely final pick here for Loud. That is locked in.
Yeah.
Where do GAM go for top lane counter?
Yeah, Robo with an amazing Ornn performance, which you don't get to say that often.
Yep.
But it was an amazing Ornn performance in game 1. Blind picking the Cassante here in game 2. And Kiaya, you know, it's time to do some heavy lifting if he wants to keep GAM alive here. Him and Levi with the continuity for this team. Urgot locked. We've only seen the Whippo Urgot. It was very effective. I do like it into lower range comps that need to come into you. Not a ton of things that need to come into them, but he should at least be able to have a bit of a strong showing in the side lanes against Robo's Cassante.
And again, it's comfort for Kiaya. It's not one of his most played, but he has got 15 games on across the course of his career, 60% win rate. Like, in the end, when you're in this spot and your team hasn't had as much time to practice together and you're struggling in the series, sometimes it's best just to go to things that work for you individually and try and win out through lane pressure rather than trying to outmaneuver your opponent's entire.
Yeah. Backs completely against the wall here. And I think this would be a good time to lane swap if they want to try it.
For GAM?
For GAM. I think for GAM, because the Senna is not going to obliterate the turret that quickly. I think Senna Tom beats the Zeri Nautilus right off the bat, and if they can trade anything to get the Zeri ahead early, that's a window where they can find some success.
You want to do a lane swap?
And I think Urgot's pretty hard to dive as well.
Come on,
I think he can.
Urgot, it's quite hard to dive.
Like again,
Zeri survives.
I love
pushing the top lane.
I love the theory of lane swapping. I don't actually like watching lane swaps.
I like watching lane swaps. So we can have both the theory and the practicality covered in this game if GAM decide to do it. In game 1, neither team lane swap. We just saw standard 2v2 bot. And I wonder if we'll just see that here again. Maybe you see the center moving away from the bot lane as well. Tom Kench, you have the double TPs, which can make out-macroing your opponents a little bit easier. But for now, it looks like everyone is just going to their respective normal positions on the map. Loud 1 game away from a matchup with Fnatic tomorrow. Obviously, FlyQuest and my brain isn't tight, PSG have a rematch as well. And we'll see if Loud can clean out this series and go to the next stage, not the main stage, but the next stage, and have a shot at making it to the main stage against Fnatic.
I think Loud Fnatic will be a very exciting series. I think FlyQuest PSG is a very exciting series. So
I agree. It's interesting to see how they match up against each other. Obviously, FlyQuest PSG, a rematch of the series we saw on day one. Game one, very close, PSG taking that out. The rest of the series, I think, did start to err towards the FlyQuest side. Whippo's Urgot as well, very wide. Made it quite difficult for PSG to react. GAM, though, going to get early pressure in this bot lane, get control of the bush, which can help you pushing into the Tahm Kench in the center, but Tahm very tanky. It's hard to bully him out of the lane early on.
Yeah, and I do think that Loud was a little bit prepared for a swap with the teleport, but they're very happy to not partake. What a wild invade there by Kiaya. It does delay Croc a little bit, so well done. He's really not going to lose that much up top. So what I mean here is GAM can play this a little more aggressively now because they have the Ignite advantage versus just the teleport on the Tahm Kench.
And they have the information that Croc is on top side, which Kiaya very gracefully gave them. So Kiaya now spotted on the ward as well as he goes over to his Gromp. Levi started bot last time. We saw both the junglers mirroring each other in the early game. Likely to see that here again. Redbird and Root fighting for this level 2, but they're not going to be able to get it first. Easy Love just needs to last hit that final minion. Redbird, Root respect it and will back away.
Yeah, and speaking of respect, Robo's got to respect that top lane Urgot as well. I mean, if that he landed, it would have been pretty devastating. Nice hook. Good poke.
But poke back onto Easy Love as well. More sustain on the side of Tahm Kench center as well. A piercing dart can just heal you both up.
I gotta say, it's so satisfying as Senna when you can get 2 souls off of twice hitting the AD carry and then twice hitting the support.
It's very nice. Ward seen here by Tinones. That means they know where Levi is as he paths over to his Razor Beaks. The ward in the bush there placed by Levi. And across the board, relatively even here in this early game. Junglers going to opposite sides of the map. Wonder if Easy Love's just going to back. I was wondering if they'd stay for like one more wave, but is going to back, has his first reset stopped, and then goes for the second in the tri-bush.
Yep, so stable in the bot lane, where it's was looking a little bit less stable as in the top lane, but Robo playing this lane very intelligently. It didn't get frozen against him. It was able to crash. Didn't even need to have Croc come up and bail him out. So if this game is to break in GAM's favor, I think a lot of it would have to do with Kiaya really having a big-time performance on this Urgot.
Because if you can melt through something like the Tahm Kench, that execution really helps you, like chunking out those healthier targets. And then you have the possibility of follow-up from the RE, the Zeri with a lightning crash. You have multiple different avenues into a fight. If Kiaya can get ahead, we've already seen, as you say, at MSI, how strong Whippo was.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly good against Tahm Kench just because of the way the gray health and the shield works with the Urgot ultimate. Once it locks on and his health drops below that execute threshold, you just start pulling him. And so it just makes it really difficult for the Tahm Kench to time his gray health or even actually use it properly when he's up against an Urgot.
Let's see if that interaction does end up occurring. Big breakpoints for the Urgot, level 9 when you have max ranks of your Purge.
Yeah.
Because you can just keep it toggled on indefinitely. And then level 13 when your passive is fully leveled up as well means that you get more of those shotgun knees. Very easy for you to do quite a lot of just like incidental damage in fights as well with the shotgun knees. Obviously you're targeting one person, but someone else is getting kneed, someone else is getting kneed. It's a big problem.
Just for those of you who don't care about the minutia of Urgot, I don't know, mute the stream. When he's 13, 2.5 seconds per leg, they basically never down. Once he's, it's actually one of the, it's the best level 12 to 13 power spike in League of Legends.
Yeah, I can give you that.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Probably. What is early game? It's like 20 seconds, right? I think.
It's really high. Yeah, it's like
really
starts at like 25, and even 12 is like 5 seconds.
Yeah. It's a huge jump for the Urgot. See if Kiaya can get towards there. Elio hooking Redbird here in the bot lane. Last Embrace going down, but Root just wants to trade onto Easy Love. Doesn't really matter if you get the Nautilus, though. If you can get this Zeri low, she doesn't have the option to jump into the fight as she desires. Croc going for the Razor Beak steal here on the reset. Sees that Levi's on the other side of the map. Levi maybe looking down towards taking away Razor Beaks of his own. It's going to be a camp for camp exchange, but Levi spotted on vision as he goes in.
Yeah, maybe a fight happening in the mid lane here, but it's level 6. They most likely just get an ult if they get anything.
Oh, Root steps forward, is hooked. No Devour yet for Redbird, obviously not yet level 6, rooted up. There's the Abyssal Voyage forward, Easy Love able to dodge to the side of it. Redbird still has the thick skin, but really well played there by the GAM bot lane, able to avoid the damage and put out some of their own.
Yeah, liking this a lot more. I mean, in game 1, when the lane phase was incredibly close, we're thinking there's the sense of inevitability that Loud is just going to win because they had such incredible scaling. In this game, it's not as clear-cut, right? The Zeri can scale exceptionally well. When Urgot hits level 13, he's also going to be really strong. So I really do think that it's not like GAM got completely blown away individually in game 1. They just got slightly pushed over in laning phase, and then the team composition knocked down the house. So much better start here, and he's got him. He's got him.
Okay, credit to Kiaya for getting him with the Disdain, you know, buffering the knockup, but what was Robo doing? Like Q3ing under a tower?
Yeah. I want to see this again. Because, like, there are levels to solo kills and knockout punches. Like, there's the knockout punch where, like, I really get you, right? Or there's one where I just, like, hold out my hand and you run into it in full speed.
Yeah.
Like, both of them are technically knockout punches and solo kills, but there's levels.
Robo, I think he probably thought Entofo strikes back all out immediately and didn't anticipate the Disdain from Kiaya, but...
Yeah.
Just one of those things. Kiaya played it well. Got the kill. Yeah. Gets the Fear Beyond Death. Starts to scale up. Has played his steel cap. CP's back into the lane. Meanwhile, Croc is doing the grubs. Levi pathing up towards his Krugs. Not yet level 6. Still needs... Oh, it's actually almost a whole level behind Croc right now. Has lost out on about 3 jungle camps in total. Have another look at this.
So the turret's already on him. I think he really thought he was going to be able to knock him in the wall, take him on the wall,
make it all out, yeah, but didn't anticipate the buffer of the E, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of a misplay there by Robo. Well played by Kiaya to get the kill.
Man, that's a big risk to take. It
was unnecessary. It was
I don't even feel like he kills Urgot if he takes him over the wall. I don't even think he was close enough to killing him.
You chunk him and maybe you ghost away, you know?
Yeah.
To try and chip him away while the minion wave's under tower.
Yeah, so you deny like
right?
deny like 5 minions.
Yeah.
And you risk 400 gold.
But we did say in game 1, they were playing patiently, they were playing slowly, and we wanted to see them be more aggressive. Well, Robo did that.
And here's the problem when you have a whole game of not playing aggressively. When you try and play aggressively, you suck at it. That's what happened in 2020.
We'll go with that one, Jack. We'll go with that one for now. So about a 500 gold lead for GAM through this early game. Honors even in the mid lane. The lead mostly between Kiaya and Robo. Obviously, you switch the AD carrying the support differential in the bot lane because Easy Love is farming and Redbird is farming, so it's about 300 gold there as well. Easy Love actually going for the Cull as his first spy as well.
Yeah.
Already down to 38 stacks on that, so it'll be a bit of a gold infusion for him, and you can get those next 37 minions.
Yeah, let's just scale. I mean, bot lane's going great for them at the moment. 80 CS through 9 minutes for Easy Love. Cull, as you mentioned already, 63 down of the 100 CS that he's going to need. Solo kill top for Kiaya. I know, math on stream, post jet lag, that's proof that I'm
brave.
fine.
Yeah.
Give me another one.
What?
Do not give me more math. So, moving into River, I think they should be able to secure this pretty easily, especially because Emo's on reset without teleport. But first Dragon, Ocean, 9 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. I think GAM is totally fine conceding this one.
Yeah, just give it up. But as you say, I think the big difference that we will highlight probably a few times this game between this and game 1 is GAM scale well this game. You have Urgot, you have Ari, who's pretty good in the late game, you have the Zeri, obviously, who does a lot of work, right, if you can get towards that point. Not that Loud don't scale okay themselves as well. Senna, obviously, infinitely scaling, always a benefit, but compared to game 1,
yeah, exactly.
GAM are in much better position if things are even as we get towards the 20-minute mark as well. And Tofu back, there's the all-out. Kiaya flashes away, Levi looking for this. All out already burnt by Robo. The next wave coming in. Levi will go for the decoy into Cyclone, probably.
I think they definitely want to try this. Ari moving up is going to be enough. Okay. If 2-man dive wouldn't work, but if they bring the farm, they can take him down.
Robo just trying to keep that wave away from the tower. Levi showing. Robo, Q3, Dawning Shadow for the shield. Pathmaker out for the Fear Beyond Death will lock him up. Kiaya almost dies to the tower, just about able to survive, root the next target. As Emo went in with the Spirit Rush, but can't find much more. Croc coming forward. Won't be able to get there in time. Weaver's wall, everyone gets on the right side of it, but not with the seismic shot back. Elio locked up, didn't have the flash. and couldn't get away from Loud's first kill of the game.
Nice seismic shove to really save the play there for Loud, because up until that point, it was completely in the favor of GAM. Just barely staying alive was Kiaya's Urgot at the end of that dive, and this is what they need to do. We said if they're going to win this game, it's going to be off the back of Kiaya. What does he do? Gets a solo kill, stacks the next wave. They bring the whole team up. They get a second kill for him, and I think he's going to be able to really start providing 1v1 kill threat against the Cassante, and then if he's then able to also be first to the rest of these fights, they'd have a pretty good chance of forcing a game 3 here. And it didn't look like that was even a possibility after game 1.
In game 1, I think we all assumed it would go the way the first series went.
Yeah.
Which was just Loud, managed to get the lead, control the game, take a few skirmishes, win the game, right? But hit Kiaya 2-0 already. We'll have another look at this dive because it's well executed by GAM to escape before that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Senna ultimate always makes stuff like this way harder. Damage and shielding. Getting that shield at the very end by Kiaya saves him from the turret execute. And then just like a split second of indecision there by the Nautilus. Does get bumped over the wall, then to get bumped back across the wall. Sneaky, sneaky play by Tinones there to pick up the kill.
Yeah, Tinones consistently on form so far here at MSI. Redbird down in the bottom lane. 2 plates about to fall off of this tower, as Easy Love should just be able to chunk it out. Don't really think you want to dive the Tahm Kench, just like threaten him in a way. It's like, oh, can you step up for these minions? You're going to take a little bit of damage. We did see in the picture a small gank on Kiaya. He was just forced, you know, about 2/3 HP. Didn't have to burn anything to get away, which is good because he didn't have anything. So if he'd had to burn something, he probably would have died.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, the Urgot having the strongest level 12 to 13 spike in League of Legends makes me want to know what that is for all the levels.
Yeah. Alistair 1 to 2.
Ooh, that's
because he's nothing before 2.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
there's no way we can do this now, but it sounds fun to make this list.
Who's Karthus 6? No, Karthus is good enough before
Karthus 6.
No, but he's good enough before 6.
But specifically, it's what is the 5 to 6? So they have to be absolute dog at 5.
Yeah.
It might be Nocturne, but it's a tough one.
I think Nocturne I could definitely see. Robo looking for Q3, doesn't land it. Game, once again, a bit of a slower pace. We've seen a lot of the early games today go along this sort of trajectory as teams unwilling to throw the game or, you know, flip the game in the early game. Only about 700 gold between the two teams. Root at 50, Stackswell 48. So add 2 to that. That's the maths you wanted.
Yep, you can do that.
48 plus 2 is 50. Yeah.
That's a decent clip. It's always tricky to me with how much they change souls to know exactly what good soul stacking
I usually look
is.
for like 80 at 20 minutes as a rough estimate. Like the 200 on Aurelion Soul at 20 minutes as well. Kind of around where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say either way, like, even if his soul stacking is okay, like, the fact that Easy Love is at almost 10 CS per minute on Zeri against the Senna Tahm Kench means that lane's not going amazingly for them.
Definitely agree with you there. As we see some plates go down in the top lane, plates now falling off. Allowed to get a TP in Redbird to mid just to protect this tower. 6 Grubs and a Drake so far for Loud. They could look towards this Rift Herald as well. Levi on his way, and this is a position where GAM are actually very happy to fight this. If this is voyage forward, there's the dredge line to the back line. Seismic shove going short. Elio low, but so is Redbird. Urgot coming from the top side. Fear Beyond Death doesn't hit, but Redbird will still fall. Dawning Shadow not enough to shield him up. The charm hits onto Root into the hook. And GAM have come alive, but Root was able to flash away and knock back Kiaya under the tower. It's gorgeous from Loud. They turn it on his head as Levi tries to dash away the Heartbreaker over the wall. Levi dashing back onto Root, but Robo there to protect his AD carry. Levi not tanking the tower as of yet, but he has to tank. These fists from Robo. A messy affair, but Loud come out on top.
It looked so good for GAM until it was an absolute disaster. That fight turned. I think it was a Robo Q3 from Cassante that got the massive
that or Seismic shove, I'm not sure.
Yeah, massive play. We're going to get to see a close look of it in the replay because everything was so bad at the start of this. And really, Elio turning right there, dodging Redbird's W, getting the hook onto Croc, and making it so Redbird is just in there without getting the initial CC. And sure, he flashes the Urgot ultimate, but he's dead already. And then the re-engage here did look so good. Watch Elio's hook after the charm lands, and then that was Seismic shove. that gets them.
Tinones, man.
And
this
then
guy.
it was Robo with the double shove. That's how they moved so far.
That was so good from Loud, because it wasn't looking at all in their favor at the start. Root getting caught out, Redbird getting killed. Fear Beyond Death going wide did help Loud, but yeah, the seismic shove into the Pathmaker back was gorgeous. As Loud managed to pick up the kill. Now 1,000 gold in the lead. They got Drake off that as well. Left the Rift Herald up, I believe. It does seem still to be on the map.
Yeah. Again, I think that's probably the right call.
Yeah.
Like if I'm tier ranking objectives, I think I'm still Team Dragon. Like I'm always just going to pick the Dragon.
I get that. The only argument I would have is Rift Herald with 6 Void Grubs is a lot of mites if you ride that into a tower. However, you don't have the best turret taking team. Like Senna needs to scale up. Cassante can do it on his own in a side lane, but can't really do it in the face of a lot of people. So you can always fight the Rift Herald later on. Emo's in the bot lane pushing out, has the TP. Tinones has one of his own, so he's going to go down to match. Croc's starting up the Rift Herald. Levi has the Cyclone, has the Flash. Elio has the Depth Charge. Loud currently a little bit outnumbered as Emo, sorry, not Elmo, will TP away. The hook going down onto Redbird. He's just dead, yeah. Loud just skipping steps here as Root now locked up. Levi flashes forward, Fear Beyond Death pulls back 1. And Loud skipped so many steps, they tripped and fell down the stairs. GAM collapsed and find 2 kills.
Yeah, Tinones wasn't even there.
Yeah. Like Emo pushed out bot, TP'd away, and Tinones was just like answering bot. Loud had already started. Croc going in now. This is a 2v4. Loud, what are you doing, man? Robo gets the all out across the wall, but Emo can just jump across the chase. Robo getting forced away, misses the Q3. The charm's gonna land, and GAM just absolutely demolished Loud in the fight.
I mean, yeah, he was 3-0, but it's not gonna matter if it's a 4v2. That was. Everything leading up to that was a little bit of a mistake, but that compounded the error so massively. Kiaya already down to stop the turret falling to Tinones' Talia. I believe we're going to see the original engage, and this is just a straight numbers advantage. There's just 4 people versus 3, so obviously they're going to fight. Now, it's 5 people versus 3 as a third joins after 1 dies. Easy kill again. And just give it up. Like, you're already down 2, but Croc and Robo think maybe they have ultimates. So they obviously were thinking quadra kill, but the result was that they just both died.
And now Kiaya's 5-1 on this Urgot. We talked about him being the key carry. Alongside that, Easy Love still going at almost 10 CS a minute, probably about 9 right now, 165 and 18.5. Has the static shift, has the Zeal, has escaped the early game, 2.5k ahead on this Zeri. Team fights become a lot easier for GAM. Fighting around the next Drake, which is where Loud will want to take their battle, becomes a lot easier for GAM. Obviously, Loud can give up that Dragon, but then you're delaying your soul, you're delaying the ability to close out the game.
Kiaya also just hit level 13, which, as we mentioned, is the strongest power spike in League of Legends. What's funny about it is probably nothing is going to change because Robo wasn't going to fight him anyway. But just so people know, like, he's a lot stronger now because his legs respawn in 2.5 seconds.
And with the Black Cleaver already complete, Sterak's on its way for that Urgot. Tinones still in the lead in the mid lane, has the Seraphs building up towards his next item. There's the Leandries. So Tinones one to watch in these next fights, alongside Croc, even though he did jump into his death in the battle around the Rift Herald. He is still 1,000 gold ahead, has the Sundered Sky, getting towards his second item, can be very powerful. A single reset is all it takes for Loud to win out the fight. The problem is, it's a lot harder to get that initial reset now.
Yeah, and I think the Whiplash is hitting Loud's decision-making a little bit in this game. Like, they won Game 1 so easily that it felt like Game 2 was just going to be a bit of a rollover. I mean, GAM didn't even switch sides in the draft. The bans stay exactly the same. We're thinking, like, okay, is GAM just going to, like, roll over and go home? Clearly not. They did change all of their picks. Kiaya is having an exceptional game on the Urgot, and they're finding the right engages with this Nautilus, which they didn't have access to in Game 1. So, yeah, what to watch in this next fight, it's the setup. Now Loud has taken a hit. I think they're trying to calm down a little bit, and they're trying to set this one up properly.
Whoa.
Here's the teleport in. This could be a battle.
I mean, that's Robo, but immediately hooked up. The Pathmaker's going to get him away for now. Stun onto Levi. He dashes away. It's only the clone takes the damage there. Drake up. GAM have control of the river. No real vision yet for Loud. Last embrace on Kiaya. Buffers the staying away, seismic shove just short. Unraveled Earth coming out as well, but no one knocked back into it, means no stuns occur. Easy Love dashes back towards the lane as Loud tries to get mid-prio so they can get some vision in this river. Emo down towards the bottom side, trying to keep Loud double guessing exactly how they're going to position. The vision behind Loud now starting to expire. There's still one ward around the red buff. Robo stepping into Kiaya, hook just short. Tinones puts down the Unraveled Earth. Levi looking for the engage. Takes half his health in the seismic shovel, pulling back the Cyclone, not doing much. Dawning Shadow across as Levi's the first to fall, and there's the resets we were talking about. Elio manages to dash away, but not before the Intofos bring it back, and he won't live to see another day. Kiaya next up. Loud perfectly take the fight.
Man, that was so well done by Loud. You could tell that they just like took a breath in this game and they said, all right, let's slow it down. Let's set up this Dragon properly. And I actually don't even think they had exactly the tools they needed to if they're playing against a stronger, more cohesive team, because I thought Kiaya should have actually pushed bot lane almost forever. Yeah. They should have had good flank angles behind them, but what Loud did is they just completely focused on mid-prio, waited until they found the right engages, stayed as 5 people, they get the kill. They also pull the Baron off, so what was an even game because of 2 mistakes is now another large Loud advantage.
About 3,000 gold ahead. We'll see this again because it's Levi overstepping more than anything that leads to GAM losing this fight.
It is, and Levi wanted to try and flank because they had the Arya in the river, but by the time Loud is fighting this, like, Levi is dead before Emo casts a spell. Yeah. And when you have the strongest player in the game in Kiaya's Urgot, they need to be able to play that better if they want to stay alive at this MSI. But Tinones steps up, right? The collapse by Loud was decisive when it needed to be, and now that they get Baron, they're just going to go back and run exactly the same play. They're in the river again, contesting this Drake.
And Levi's looking for the flank, but this time Loud have the vision control. Riftel popped in the bot lane, that's going to charge forward, but Loud with the Baron, with those 6 mites, or 6 grubs for the mites as well. Croc able to dash away. Lightning Crash out by Easy Love. Elio forced low, down to half HP. Levi took the Hex Gate across. No minion wave here for Loud anymore. But it is on its way, and Baron obviously will empower those minions to push in. Emo, a good path maker away by Robo to buffer out of that charm. Even with the Riftel charging in the bot lane, like, it's killing some minions. Who gives a damn? Instead, Loud will push through mid. They might even look for more. Instead of turning their eyes straight to the Dragon, go for the tier 2. Weaver's wall behind as Levi knocked back.
Nice.
The seismic shove on Kiaya takes him down to half HP. Levi looking for the damage, but he just can't find it. Dredgeline in by Elio. Hits only a minion. The knockback with the all-out as Easy Love has to dash the wall. Fear Beyond Death. Kiaya thought he could put the Pathmaker out into the pool back with a Fear Beyond Death. Means it's a 1-for-1 in that exchange under the tier 3.
I never seen that before.
Yeah, that's you can't be pulled back, but also I'm waiting.
Yeah, exactly. It just holds them both in this stalemate that is going to be broken because the Fear Beyond Death wins. It's an ultimate. Congratulations.
But only when we started observing it. It's Schrodinger's ult, you know? As soon as we observed it, we knew what was going to happen.
I mean, this is a really nice last 4 minutes by Loud. Starting with the first Dragon fight into the Baron, into this push. Like, they know they don't, like, really need to commit that much, right? So they put up the Weaver's wall, they take the turret down, and then we're going to watch this. He does, quote, buffer it with the Unstoppable until he's no longer unstoppable. He was unstoppable for that period of time, and then afterwards, obviously not. But so he dies, but they get the 3rd Dragon. They get multiple turrets in the mid lane. They use reasonable amount of power with that Baron power play, 2,500 gold, and they've, more importantly, regained control of this game.
Tinones now at 3 items as well. A very strong position on this Talia. Push through mid. You see Robo pushing up top right now. Loud don't really look for the mid lane inhib tower here. It's all about getting the pressure so someone has to answer that wave and then moving the rest of the team up to join this crashing wave with Robo. The Baron has fallen off. Kiaya trying to clear out the wave as quickly as he can. Tino's on his way across from the side as well. The tower will take a little bit of chip damage. No one really stepping too far forward. And as I say that, down to about a 10th HP. No wave yet here.
And this is where GAM has struggled, I think, all MSI. It's just finding ways to be on the same page, because I think with how strong Kiaya is, you just need to find like an entrance for him in a team fight. But like, no one is ever creating wave pressure for the team that can give them enough wards to actually get someone behind. Like, look at all the control wards that Loud has behind them. Like, there's no way they're going to be able to get flanked by anyone. So then GAM is just forced into, like, staring at them 5v5, and then they just don't have enough range.
Yeah.
The Senna Talia, just way more range, and if there's ever a brute force like engaged by the Nautilus, he's just going to die, and whoever he hooks is going to get eaten by Tom Kent. So it's a tough life.
Really, you're looking for maybe Levi to take a Hex Gate, get a flank, get the Cyclone.
Something, yeah.
Something like that is the only avenue back, really, for GAM. The lineup hasn't had that long together, so it's struggled really to have the cohesiveness that you expect from other teams here at MSI. Loud, after a bit of an upsetting sequence of plays in the early game, have now bounced back, as you say, maybe just taken a breath, reset, understood how they win the game, and have played well to that end. Double control ward. Very important that you're synergistic with your teammates like that. Sure, you have perfect vision. If someone was in that area, even if they'd become the unknown, they'd be seen, I think.
Yeah, okay, nice. Another thing about Loud is, yeah, game one was a lot cleaner, but personally, I don't think the Nexus takes pictures. Like, if it dies, it doesn't care how it died.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be a 2-0 if they win anyway.
I agree with you there. We're looking for the tier 2 in the bot lane. You can see Kiara trying to push sides. Obviously, got relatively good at that, but Loud have all 5 members here. With Weaver's wall goes down as GAM just have to back away from the turret. The inhibitor tower will be forfeit. Kiara will be able to get a tier 2 and a bounty in exchange, but the inhibitor follows shortly after. Loud might just continue pushing in here.
Wow.
Elio on the wrong side of the map right now, looking for that sneak behind, the hook, the flank we talked about.
They have some wards. Just teleport in and send it.
They're going. They're sending it. But where is it going? The Dawning Shadow comes out, devoured by Redbird. Going to keep Root alive for the moment. Kiaya trying to get that flank. Levi going in with a Cyclone as well, and Root is the first to fall. GAM have found 2 already. Easy Love dashing forward, looking for Redbird. Instead, he targets Tinones, flashes forward. Will be able to take him out. It's 2 for Easy Love, 1 for Emo as well. They sent it, and Loud have been returned to center. In the end, Robo tries to survive, tries to take Easy Love down, can't find it. The charm out as GAM fight back.
They did it! That's a 5-for-0 ace! They can get an objective bounty Baron after this as well because it hasn't fallen off yet, and they can actually be ahead in this game.
One moment of decisiveness from GAM has flipped this game on its head. They find 5. They lose nothing. They take the Baron. They did give up an inhib, and the Super Minions are going to begin pushing in. But now Loud have to reset once again. They will be behind in gold, as you say, with that Baron buff, buffing up the gold. You can see the TP behind it.
Look how far back that teleport is. I mean, Loud honestly just got... Once they kill that inhib, they don't have Baron buff. Like, they're not ending the game. Get out of there. So that's going to be the regret that Loud has in this fight, because once... Like, you can really see once that Urgot Wukong can actually get in there, they are so much stronger in 5v5. It's just a matter of having the appropriate setup. So that teleport's gone now. That inhibitor was sacrificed. It takes 5 minutes to come back as well. But holy crap, that gold swing is so huge. They're up 2,000 gold now. There was objective bounties like 30 seconds ago.
And 3 items as well on Easy Love. Kiaya, and 4 as well with the Spectre's Cow complete. It's going to be a challenge for Loud. The Dragon up would be their soul if they can take it. Elio trying to get in, can't quite find the hook. GAM, though, setting up vision control around the Dragon. Super Minions only about the halfway mark in that lane. Will start to push in. At some point, GAM will have to answer that. Elio Hall. The Hex Fight's just in time to avoid the Spectral Morph.
Yeah, so they just keep hitting the Dragon, but I need to see someone on GAM around the top or in mid lane so they have a way of engaging.
Levi, knocked back with the Intopos. Levi unable to get it as Croc secures the smite. Levi in the back line with the Cyclone can't quite do much as he's being locked up by Robo. Elio tries to dash in. Easy Love takes 1 as Croc falls. The all-out pulls back Kiaya into the middle of the team. The Sterak's shield enough to keep him alive. That's 2 so far. Make it 3, you have to feel. Levi chases Redbird down the abyssal voyage. Only a voyage into the dirt. Levi trading with Redbird. He tries to say the Hex Gate can't get out. Super Minions in the base. Kiaya will answer them. The Hex Tech Soul secured by Loud, but they lose out on the fight.
GAM does not want to go home. They want to keep playing League of Legends. unfortunately, that Hextech steal could be the thing that stops them from advancing. So watch this, stolen Hex Drake, so they're now fighting as Hextech Soul, but once they actually get into the fight, like once Kiaya can actually go in after the Nautilus, it's curtains. Like he shreds them so quickly once he's actually in there, and honestly, a very tragic person to pull into your whole team is a level 16 Urgot.
Yeah.
Doesn't even go down. Tom Kench tries his best at the very end to escape, but another team fight win for GAM. I will say, though, that was still a really sloppy engage by GAM. It's going to make it very difficult for them to win this game because Loud, if they play with the appropriate discipline, will still just have more range and I think wins the straight-up 5v5s. That's why objectives like that Soul or like an Elder Dragon are the windows where GAM can make things happen because it's a fixed point that Loud can move towards, which gives them opportunities to get flanks. So let's see how the rest of this one plays out. The poke is only greater now, though, with the Hextech Soul on the side of Loud.
And with Root scaling up these souls as well, 125 for him now. Only has 2 items on the center, not getting too much gold. You can see a 6k gold lead for Easy Love in the AD carry position. Easy Love at 4 items on this Seri is having a stormer of a game, but will it be enough? Him alongside Emo, alongside Kiaya.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Maybe those 4 items on Zeri is enough.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, maybe you don't even need to flank. Maybe you just run at him and, you know, sacrifice a few along the way as long as Easy Love can hit. He's almost at 5.
Yeah, he is. He is a beefy boy right now. Inhibitor has respawned as well, giving GAM a bit of extra breathing space in that bot lane. Levi trying to step forward here. Root looking only level 13 on the center. One of the weaknesses of this like fasting center is you don't tend to get as much experience because you're always with someone. Easy Love 17. Robo 2 levels behind Kiaya. Tinones and Emo, same level right now. And it looks like they're going to path down towards this bottom side. Now Robo should know that something like this can happen. He's just going to push the one wave and then back away.
Yep.
Elio using that dredge line. If you hit terrain, has a shorter cooldown. Just seeing if anyone stays around, but obviously Robo just retreats from the bot lane.
Yeah, I think this one's going to Elder, almost for sure, unless something crazy happens beforehand. So, man, we really were not expecting a third game after that game one. I just want to say,
I wasn't expecting a third game after the inhibitor fell. Like, they just pushed a little bit too far off the inhib. Like, you literally said just send it because we thought that was the only hope GAM had of getting back into the game.
Yeah. The mental strength of these guys, like, against so many odds here. Kiaya and Levi trying to provide as much continuity, so much roster upheaval in the regular season. The fact that they're competing here is remarkable, I would have to say. So much credit to GAM. It is still... I'm just having a really hard time figuring out who's favored from this point because, like, the Hextech Soul is never going away. The range is still very high, but the Senna is so far behind in comparison to Easy Love Zeri that if there's just the right engage from Nautilus, I think GAM just sends it to game 3.
I think I agree with you. We'll see, though, if Loud take that breath, take that second we were talking about and just slow things down again. At the moment, they have vision control over the topside jungle. GAM will get vision control in the river itself. There are flank TPs here.
Yeah, I love this. I actually think they should just start it and just fight it and hope Loud comes into them. Like, they have enough vision control. They should just be hitting it until they'll actually kill it so fast, but they're contesting here.
Elio hooks only onto Robo. He's chunked out a little bit by Kiaya. Lightning Crash down. That's huge, actually. The Lightning Crash already used by Easy Love. If you can just disengage and re-engage that Zeri, less of a champion than she could be in the next battle.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like the more GAM can just simplify the game, the better. And that's just hit the Baron, have a line, like, which is basically where Loud is right now. And, like, that's when you would turn. They pulled themselves way too far out. They lost his area ultimate. That's not going to be back. I mean, it will be back likely for the Elder Drake, but it's not going to be back for Baron here. Loud is too weak to start it, so I think we're just stalled out until Elder Drake here.
Croc almost looking for that Spectrum Ward there, as you say. Might just be the Elder. It's up in 30 seconds time. Loud invested all their vision control on the top side. How many more wards do they have? You can see Redbird resetting, probably looking for a couple of controls. Has that TP as well. GAM now, darkness on the map for them.
Oh, so scary.
Robo on the front line. Reset coming out as well from Root, assuming that he doesn't have too many wards in his inventory. Elio back on the map as well. Seismic Shove dodge. That's the Spirit Rush out though. Easy Love's ultimate about a quarter of the way from being back up. Tinones has the Weaver's Wall. Can look to separate the play. Maybe you just start the Elder, Weaver's Wall, keep them away. Levi would decoy flash in, try and get the steal. Kiaya on the front line, Robo looking for him. Seismic Shove, dodge, the charm. Onto Robo, look at the damage Devour use. Dredge line in, Robo has to dash away. The Dawning Shadow coming out as well, the Abyssal Voyage away, but it's another charm as Levi finds the back line. A beautiful engage from GAM, who refused to go down without a fight. Croc on the back line, Dredge line's away, but it's only killed off the support. Tino's still alive alongside Croc. They'll manage to escape and survive to fight another day, but GAM find 3 and only lose 1.
Oh, they're picking mid. I mean, Elder's up. The fact they're pushing this makes me think that they were going for an end. Never mind. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it anyway. That's why I was getting so excited. But now, GAM is just going to take Elder Dragon, and you can see how strong they are in these 5v5s.
See how quickly Robo just melted on that front line as well. Charm into the shotgun knees, into Easy Love. Loud. Clear out the bot wave, clear out the top wave. They know they've lost the Elder, now they have to delay. They'll lose the Baron alongside it. No way you can fight over it. 2.5 minutes for Loud to think about things and for GAM to try and close out this game.
Loud still has their inhibitors. I mean, okay, watch this one more time. Robo was just kind of fishing a little bit because they knew Wukong wasn't there. I definitely think he didn't expect to get bursted that quickly. And then Redbird, in the effort to save, ends up just getting wrecked by Kiaya. And while all that chaos was happening, there was a window for Levi to find the engage. And that's actually probably one of the best engages Levi has had this game, considering the starter from a 5v5. But ultimately, it's this area. 8,000 team fight damage, completely online. Guardian Angel completed. You're not going to be buying any more big items in this one. Elder Drake makes this an uncontestable Baron. And now it's just about... it's a test, like, can they actually close it out? We know this team is not an extremely well-coordinated team. They still don't have any minion waves. Like, even though they had the Elder buff and the Baron buff, like, while they were doing that Baron, they kind of had to drop everything, like, forget about the rest of their life, and now they're coming back and like, ah, crap, all this stuff needs to be done. So they got to get waves ready before they do this push, and there's only a minute left on their Elder.
2.5 on the Baron, but as you say, a minute before, Loud will want to fight. Need that Elder to fall off, but even if it has, I'm not sure you get through this Zeri. I'm not sure you get through Kiaya, who's almost full build himself.
I think they try and do it on this wave, unless they're Loud needs to try and get someone like sneak around the side or something to kill these waves,
but you can't. Like, Emo's sitting on top of that wave to make sure it can't push. The Weaver's Wall will separate it. 45 seconds, next wave on its way though. They're gonna have at least 20 seconds with a wave in the base, and this Elder Drake still up.
Last wave, no Weaver's Wall this time to try and shut it down. They do have all their ultimates, but this is GAM. This is GAM trying to send it to game 3.
And they do it. They were backs against the wall. All hope centers. Levi dashes in. The Cyclone Tino's the first target. Tino's with the stopwatch. Lightning crash on the backline already. Robo is down. Following him is Tino's, and that's it. GAM find it out of nowhere, out of nothing. GAM breathe life back into the BCS as they even out the series.
Wow, what a game by GAM. Completely pushed with their backs against the wall. They just sent it in that bot lane fight. They had a deep TP ward that they went on. They finally get the fight for Kiaya to pop off on the Urgot. They got to be feeling great after that win. One more win, and against all odds, they'd be able to move on to rematch Fnatic for that bracket stage.
Like, in all honesty, like, you'd be happy, right? To be able to bounce back from this as GAM in the situation they're in coming into this tournament, being able to pick up a best-of-3 against Loud. Last time we saw them play was at Worlds last year. GAM lost the first best-of-3, won the second. Knocked Loud out of the tournament. Perhaps they're going to do that again here. We will see. We're going to hand it over to the analyst to break down that game and lead us into the final game of the day.
Sorry, better if I have my mic on. We're back here at the desk. MSI 2024 as GAM strikes back. And guys, we have a series. That is not something I would have expected, especially after the way Game 1 went.
Yeah.
I got a question. What time is it?
It's GAM time! It's GAM time!
Oh my god, I can't believe that we were counting them out. We were basically, I was like, all right, start building up, end of day. And then they just came back in the most monstrous way possible.
They did, but I do feel like Loud helped them get there, in a way. I feel like they've been playing carelessly. I don't want to take anything away from GAM. Of course, they keep on fighting and have been doing it the right way, but it is these careless fights, Emily, that Loud keeps on taking that almost cost them the game here.
Yeah, and this was the game-changing fight for me, right? They did not ward the flank. Kiaya, who had already gotten ahead off of, you know, a few mistakes in the top lane, is able to come in. His Urgot is already massive. The Zeri is already in a good position as well. And they're able to clean up this fight. She gets the shutdown there, which further accelerates her. And she, like, Easy Love and Kiaya just become so difficult to deal with. This comp does not really have a ton of answers for the Zeri outside of like the Cassante lockdown. Like when you go against the Zeri, you want really, really hard CC on her, right? Like a Nautilus, like a Vi, something like that. They don't have a lot of those answers, and then they kept choosing to fight when they should not have.
Yeah, and something that I noticed just like browsing Twitter, and Treats had noticed it and mentioned it, like the fact that GAM still has, shushes his mouth, I love that from TK, but like GAM still had actually objective bounties, even when they were even in gold, because of the fact that I guess four of the Drakes had gone towards the other side, and so it was pretty insane. And the presence of mind from Kiaya to find that TP flank, and then on the next fight, the flank that came in from Levi's Wukong, GAM, if they get their fights, they're damn good at team fighting. It's just the process of getting there that has been hard.
And it's been through a lot of smart ways to fight, a lot of flanks, a lot of ways to go around Loud's composition, because when you look at Loud's composition, you have to rely on a specific member and a specific setup to make fights happen.
Yeah, they really had to rely on Tinons, and here we see Kiaya's Urgot. We were wondering why are they going on red side? Well, this is the answer. It was so they could get Kiaya the Urgot, and he absolutely popped off. Again, some of it was from some laning mistakes from Robo early on. Yeah. Getting ulted. Like, was it Eden ulted under turret, I think? He forgot. That was not great, but here, Kiaya Urgot. I love it. Kill participation at 1,400%. Kill participation overall 68.1. We talked about what does it take for this GAM team, who is going to step up. I thought Levi had a great game as well, and he was finding a ton of flanks to get into the Loud backline. But it really, really started with Kiaya, with the Urgot that they saved for R5 counterpick.
It was really hard for... it's funny because you just forget how much of a lead Loud actually had in the early portions of the game. And then mid portions of the game, sure, like the kills were going over to Urgot, but you were like, okay, like still mid and bot lane's working really well for us. There were times in which Redbird was getting cut out for no apparent reason. A lot of the times they were just getting way too trigger happy at being able to walk into enemy vision when they could still push through mid and at least force them on the wave. They did not end up doing it, and Tinons saved them in multiple plays with his Talia flicks. But then game went on too long. Those two team fights that we had showed really early on were just giving GAM the gold that they needed to come back in.
And they could have been a lot more, they meaning Loud, could have been a lot more patient around some of these objective setups, right? Like, they did not have to fight GAM in a lot of these early skirmishes that went surprisingly even or slightly GAM favored, just like you were talking about. So I think this isn't something we're unfamiliar with from Loud. This is something that happened in their series against Pain, I would say, in their finals. And so I think, now they just need to be a lot more disciplined when they get these leads.
I completely agree with this, because I do feel like there's been a complete change when you think of the series they had against Top Esports and what they're showing us today. So as you said, I want to see them being more methodical, especially when you think about the fact that they're going Game 3 here after stomping them in Game 1. Kiaya, Levi fighting as much as they can. Where's the momentum now?
The momentum's looking like it's on the side of GAM, and I think if you are Loud, just think about the positives of what happened the first 20 minutes of the game. If you can just think about what got you the lead to begin with, and Robo's going to be like, hey, that's on me, team. What happened at top lane? Like, I should not be dying under those circumstances. Then I think just keep the positive mental up. Loud selecting blue side, I think, is very fair.
Yep.
There's a lot of blue side contested picks. If Vi's available, great. Kallista's available, perfect. At the moment, I think that they're working quite well in punishing bot lane, and they need to continue to do that.
A bit more on the draft, though, because we said that during this game, it was all relying on T-Knowns. We did not find a lot of space for Viego, so maybe better win conditions on the side of Loud. They're going to stay on the blue side. So, of course, they feel confident on the priorities that they have. What do you want to see them change here?
You actually nailed it. I did not like the Viego pick whatsoever. So I felt like they heavily relied on openings from either the Cassante or T-Knowns Talia for Viego to really be able to participate. That being said, still focus on the positives. I like the Senna Tom Kench.
Yep.
I think it's working quite well for them, even off of Redbird's mistakes throughout the mid game. Just continue to go with the same identity. Teamfight identity is working well. I think Azir, if it's available, you can go for it as well, like they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the Talia as well. I think the cool thing about Senna TK is that you can fit a lot of things around in a Senna composition.
Yeah.
Right? So they can adjust a few things. I also think, again, the Zeri was first picked by GAM. You knew that you would probably want to have lockdown for her. So considering that as well going forward, if they decide to give that up again to Easy Love, so that'll be something that I'll be really curious about. I also will be really curious if GAM give up the Senna. I guess coming out of this game, they think, okay, maybe we can deal with it. But I agree. I do think that's been a really good pick for Loud, regardless of this loss.
Do you stand by your predictions in game 3? I'm going to have one opportunity to change it.
You gotta look at him, because I always own my L's.
True.
I am not a flip-flopper.
True.
But this man...
Wait, you had your bets too much, though. You're like, I'm not a flip-flopper, but if I was, I would have gone in the other direction. So,
true.
Problematic. But I'm not flip-flopping. I'm still going on the side.
On the chest?
Yes, I am. Right. I'm going on the side of Loud. I'm not flip-flopping in this case. I think they play side lanes well, and they'll just clean it up.
We're going to game 3, which is not something that I would say after seeing that game 1, but GAM strikes back here. We'll see if they can make it happen, or if Loud can get the revenge after what they suffered from at Worlds 2023. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for game 3 in a team.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you the new way. Time diminish, yeah. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you the new way. Time diminish a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine in a minefield, trying to minesweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal that kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you the new way. Time to finish there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you the new way. Time to finish a minute. It's foolish of me to get sit at my peak is a map that release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. I'm at ease, I can leave with the weight I'm putting down. People need mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, I scanned over what I missed. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. And it's damage, homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to delay the madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends and again.
And welcome back to CHENGDU, China, where we are here for the final game of the day. After GAM were able to fight back in what was a very losing position in Game 2.
Yeah.
Loud will be kicking themselves, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Loud expected to be here for a third game, and I think that's why they're here for a third game, honestly. Yeah. Because they were very lackadaisical in numerous different instances in Game 2. I think the ease with which they won Game 1 made them sloppy for Game 2. I think Robo in particular went from being the best player in Game 1 to maybe their worst performer in Game 2. Trying that early game turret dive, Cassante into Urgot, when the best version of that is denying like 5 minions, but the worst version of it is you go to Game 3 because the Urgot becomes unstoppable. A lot more happened in that game as well. There was that, and then they still came back, and then they lost again, so a lot had to happen.
There was the Rifthold fight, where it was 2v4 for some reason. They just decided to take the fight, right? And then they get ahead, and they get Baron, and they take the bot lane inhibitor, and then they say, oh, we can go for Nexus Towers as Baron falls off, and they get TP behind. It really felt like they weren't taking the steps that you have to take. They got a bit too over-eager to end the game, and they said, oh, we can just win here, instead of saying, okay, we need to take a second. Because when they did take that second, we even talked about it mid-game, like they need to take a breath, they need to take a moment. It worked for them until it didn't.
Absolutely.
You know?
So, I think this is one of the few times in the history of best of threes where the 6 bans stay exactly the same the whole series. Yeah. Because no one has switched sides, no one has switched bans, and this is the first tweak we have from Game 2 to Game 3. Tenones does not prioritize the Taliyah, instead prioritizes the Azir that he won with in Game 1.
Does Emo stick on the Ahri? I wonder if we'll see a Wukong ban instead of a Nocturne ban as a possibility in second phase.
Yeah.
With Levi's Wukong, but also his Nocturne's very good.
I mean, his Nocturne's
a similar threat.
His Nocturne's legendary. Yeah. That's, you know, that was his rise to prominence.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Emo played it 3 times in the regular season. 100% win rate.
Hasn't lost with it in
playoffs, yeah, for VCS. He only subbed in for the team coming into playoffs.
So, I don't love it, actually.
But it's an assassin.
It is an assassin.
Therefore, we must love it.
Yes.
You can love it and then explain why it's bad.
Yes.
Agreed?
Yeah.
I love this Akali pick. It's so good, chat. I'm so excited. However, I can see it struggling at times. Tell me why.
So Senatom Kench, very hard to assassinate against. Secondly, I feel like just watching the first 2 games of the series, GAM does not play side lanes well at all. And you pick Akali, like the only way Akali works in pro is if your side lanes are really good. Because you need to be able to have flank angles in team fights. Usually before the team is in your base and you get the flank because they're in your base.
Okay, so Hexal.
Yeah.
Is what they're hoping for.
Could be.
We'll see. There's the Nocturne ban. Alongside that, a Wukong replacing the Twisted Fate ban we saw in Games 1 and Game 2. Where will GAM go? Do you go for the Twisted Fate? Likely jungle here, leave top for last, obviously, in terms of draft priorities. But do GAM decide that Twisted Fate is important enough for Kiaya?
I mean, I think they should pick jungle here and give the keys to Kiaya to have counterpick.
I agree.
So I like the fact they picked Lee Sin. Even though a lot of things have been banned against Levi, you can still have massive impact on Lee Sin. Champ is strong enough for now.
Yeah, I think the risk for GAM is mid-jungle doesn't have any CC apart from Dragon's Rage when you get to level 6, so you do have a lot of burst damage. You can assassinate someone. Question is, can you lock them down to hit your assassination keys? Croc is going a tank as well, even harder to assassinate. Yeah. Oh my, okay. Loud just said, okay, try and kill us. Like, good luck.
I mean, they're a little low on damage. I'm not a huge fan of Sejuani Renekton as a duo. But and then also the fact that they have Senatop Kench, which takes a little bit longer to get damage, so it's going to be a little bit slow, which is kind of why I don't like the TF. It's exciting, we're getting cheers because it's fun and it's flashy, but like when a team has like no damage, that's when you lock in the stupid stuff like Ornn, right? Because then you get Ornn to scale up later and Zeri can tank. But anyway, they're going all out. GAM is here to play. This is a way that they can maybe find some flanks because you show up behind them as Twisted Fate. It's great. So let's see how Kiai can play this early laning phase. Loud has gone back to a conservative team composition. GAM, I think, has low front line, high engage, high execution. If they make it through, it'll be worth it.
Yeah, it really will. I will say, I think the low damage from Loud is exacerbated by the fact that this route on Senna hasn't been filling me with so much confidence through these fights. Like, only 2 items last game. There is a strategy where you switch the Tahm Kench to having the support item mid-game, and then the Senna sells it so she can start farming. You can even farm a little bit even with the support item. So I would like to see a little bit more damage coming out from routes in fights. Tinone's having an incredible MSI, having an incredible year. I put a lot of expectation on him to be the key damage dealer here for Loud.
I agree. Tinones wants to step up in this game. Being back on Azir, I think, is the correct choice. And I wonder what type of, what type of play we see from Loud. I'm actually expecting them to come out really conservatively here.
I think it's game 1 early game.
Game 3, exactly. I think it's game 1 energy here, where they just try not to lose the lanes too badly and then start stacking objectives, because they will be legitimately strong in objective fights once Renekton hits level 6. Just the early power of Senatop Kench and the ultimate from Sejuani. So if GAM wins, I think it's very spicy. If Loud wins, I think it's very controlled.
I agree. And GAM exemplifying the playstyle that has made the VCS known internationally. Aggro, aggro, aggro. Get kills, take fights, go for battles. And it can work as well when your team hasn't got as much coordination as a team that's been around, together for a little bit longer, where everyone is just trying to outplay. Everyone's just trying to make, like, if you give someone that can 1v1 win, and a champion that can 1v1 win, you're just trying to hands gap. You're just trying to make those plays. It can work. Not saying it will. We'll see if Loud are able to stifle a little bit early aggression that will come out from GAM. For these two teams, though, it is a rematch from Worlds 2023 in Plains. Loud beat GAM in the first round, lost to PSG, and then met GAM in the qualification series for the best of 5s that actually put you into Worlds. And then GAM won the 2-0 at that point. Loud looking for vengeance, GAM looking for the reverse sweep. Is it a best of 3 if you win the first? It's technically a reverse sweep. I'm going to go with it. Yeah.
I mean, it's actually really cool that we have this bit of organizational rivalry between, Loud and GAM.
Yeah.
The fact that they're now 3-3 in game score against each other as well. How competitive it is.
The third series they've met as well within 8 months, which is really cool. Right? It's developing these rivalries between the regions.
Ooh, bot lane.
Yeah, Redbird trading very aggressively here, losing out on the trade. Obviously, we'll have a little bit more sustain, but Elio gets the root. Won't be able to get too much more. Staggering blows, doing quite a lot of work, but the piercing darkness again. We talked about the sustain that can come out from the center in this lane for the Tahm Kench. Level 2 first for the Loud bot lane, but they are playing on the back foot, waiting for Easy Love and Elio to hit that to themselves.
Yeah, got to make sure to, again, they are down a combat summoner, so again, Elio has decided to take Ignite, and Redbird has decided to take Teleport, so there's triple TP for Loud to try and play the map. That could help match the Twisted Fate a little bit later in the game. And it's such a, I guess it's such a strange role that Loud has kind of turned themselves into to win this series, where like, because when Loud was playing against TES, their role was like, we just need to find these opportunities to throw down, take massive risks, and then maybe we'll be able to get advantages that way. And they kind of did. Like, they had some nice dive plays. There was moments where it looked like they had some momentum. But then in this series, they're the ones that are like, take a breath. Let's play slow. Let's be controlled. We're the better team. Let's let the other team make a mistake. It's just funny how League of Legends works like that sometimes, because that's how they have to win the series. That's how they won Game 1. That's how they drafted here in Game 3. And them skipping steps and not taking it slow is kind of why they lost Game 2.
It really was. Croc's going to be able to get this Scuttle Crab. Levi will be aware of it as he walks past. Ping's coming out on Levi as well as Robo's falling down to half HP, puts a ward in the bush. Reset coming out from Root. He immediately parts up towards that top side, realizes that a dive is on the cards. Croc trying to hover the vision here as well, jumps in, spots Levi. And Levi should be able to escape this. Croc will hold the stun for as long as possible. Kiaya coming in with the ghost as well, but they don't realize that Root is on his way. Emo trying to come into the mid lane. Croc falling low, down to 100. One more order from Levi's enough. Tinones comes in, looking for the cleanup. Tinones can't quite get Levi down either. Now it's a 3v3 as Tinones has to flash the wall. Flash forward by Kiaya into the blue card. It's enough. Levi dashes away from Robo, who lands the Ruthless Predator and culls the Meek as he finds one in response. Now he's looking for more. Double buffs on him. Stun card locked by Kiaya. Gold in his eyes as he looks for Robo. Emo can't quite take him. And now Croc rejoins the fray. Kiaya, no flash, no ghost, but should be able to walk away until Tinones, who TP'd in, meets up with him in the jungle. Kiaya falls. A 2 for 2 in the end as EasyLove just dashes away from Redbird and bot.
Robo playing on the limits there as well. At the end, almost dies. All of these fights are so intense, knowing that the loser of this is completely eliminated from MSI, but like...
Redbird has to flash.
I mean, he's dead.
Flash. Abyssal Voyage now will get him out, though. That was the issue with the early staggering blows. Sonic Wave, not enough to get through the thick skin. Flash forward, Dredge line, and he is still dead. Held the Voyage for long enough, but he's sent back to the underworld, the anchor weighing him down.
Almost outplays that, but the kill goes over to Zeri. That's bad news for Loud. Watching this again, I mean, the willingness to just keep going by Levi shows that he's been in this moment before. So once the Senna shows up, a lot of times you just back away, because like literally, their whole bot lane is still running back from base. It is a pure 3v4 that they're trying to take on here, but they flash in, end up getting 2 kills, and man, if Levi could have made it to that blast cone, it would have been incredible. This allows them to restart, though. They teleport in and end up making a 2 for 2, but like overall, it should still be a big play for them because they got free time on the bot turret in the 2v1, but overall, game's still relatively competitive. 700 gold lead for GAM.
Kiaya farming up well in the top lane as well. 45 CS will have that passive, getting him extra gold when the Merc treads first on the Twisted Fate here. EasyLove going Cull again. Zerka's alongside Cull with that kill, bolstering his gold a little bit, meaning he can get towards those level 2 boots a bit earlier. Elio roaming around the map. Redbird is down towards bot, doesn't have the TP, must have used that to get back into the lane. So Levi's going to get what I believe are GAM's first grubs of the series, if I recall correctly. I think Loud have been on top of them mostly.
I think you're right.
I might be wrong. It has been a back and forth series with enough action that sometimes we forget these things. But Levi did manage to pick up 1, which allows him that extra treat, that bit of extra experience as well, as Elio's going to help Emo push out mid. Dash back from Emo. And Tino's just respecting that fact. But it's free time for EasyLove in the bot lane. Like, I really wonder how Loud assigned their lanes to just allow EasyLove so much time with that tower. Gold falling as well as the minions go in.
I think Loud fans are sweating profusely.
I would be.
Yeah. This is not the series or the start to this game that they wanted.
Croc tanks, now Levi's here.
They aggro the turret early, they lose the Sejuani passive, they have to completely back out from the gank. It wouldn't have worked anyway with Levi there, but it just shows that there's just this level of hesitation and minor misplays happening from Loud here. The turret there, the fact that Zeri's gotten so much free time, also a bit of just a weird macro mistake as well, to have EasyLove with the Cull just getting so much free time once again. Even like he hit 6 items in game 2, the draft goes so much the same, they give it back to him again. There's no plan to shut down the Zeri as of this point in the game. And they're down 1,000 gold with no meaningful objectives to show for it. So GAM is just taking all that momentum from the bot lane fight they had in game 2 to now and they're making it count.
And we often talk about momentum games in a series, right? Winning game 4 of a best of 5, maybe winning game 2 of a best of 3 as well. Swing things in GAM's favor. Have a couple of players very experienced at this level. Kiaya and Levi, obviously. Loud, Robo and Tino's the guys you always look to in this sort of situation. Croc as well, been with the organization for a while. GAM will get the first Drake of the game. Once again, XP lost to the tower in bot as Redbird not there in time to answer. Root, 23 stacks on him. Looks like he's pathing up through mid towards that top side. Might just go straight towards top. A dive on Kiaya, a possibility. No TP for GAM as Emo used his to get back to mid lane.
Yeah, they kind of are feeling like they need to make something happen. There's no flash on Kiaya. He's very fast, though. This should be a kill.
Gold card locked. Croc tanking the tower, can do that for a while. There's the stun with the permafrost, and there's the kill. Well played by Loud to get it. The collapse begins, though, as Levi jumps onto Root. Root's level 4. How'd you get out? Levi takes him. Emo!
Oh, no! That was a kill if he gets the flash right. He was going to execute with R2.
I understand the name now. I'd be sad after that as well as he face plants into the wall. They'll look for Robo, can't find him. Levi dashes back and Emo can't get close enough. Devour onto Easy Love, but he'll just dash out of that. Lightning crash. Redbird has the thick skin. Easy Love should just look for the plate here, nothing more.
Yeah, another plate for Easy Love. Route took a very wrong turn for that one. Level 4? Jeez, I need... so that's just not something you see him do. There's so much pressure on them right now, I feel like, based on the expectations of what the GAM roster looked like, because they haven't had that many games together, with how well Game 1 went. And it does look like the pressure is actually getting to them in a small way here. Again, pretty good dive, and I think he's just thinking that he needs to escort. He just wants to escort his team out a little bit. But yeah, maybe he just auto path to the wave.
Well, he walks back towards the turret along the safer route, and then I think they're looking at like, oh, if I get close enough to the wave, I get the souls from it. So he wants to go the quicker route to try. Yeah. It's difficult to know the machinations of the mind of Root in this sort of situation, but for Loud, I think that apprehension, that hesitancy, coming as well from the fact that you were in the lead in Game 2. You took an inhibitor, you should have won the game, and then everything collapsed from there. It can weigh on your mind that, like, there's two routes to take, for want of a better word, after a play like that, after a game like that. It's the, we made this mistake, if we just clean that up, we win. Or it's the, oh, everything collapsed, we're frustrated with ourselves, we're angry with ourselves, right?
Yeah.
And at the moment, it feels like Loud are trying a little bit too hard to do things when they can sit back a little bit more and just wait to scale up, because you have Senna, you have Azir, you know, you are going to be stronger as the game goes on. And GAM are very powerful in this early game. Not that they won't be powerful later on, obviously, with Azeri, but the Loud composition doesn't execute as well in the early game as the kick comes out. Perfect execution in by Emo. Shurima slide back. Tino's able to escape. Emo takes the tower. Glacier Prison's going to land onto him. Sonic Wave on the backline, though. And it's Levi who finds him. Safeguards to his teammate. Root had to flash away, and Easy Love is here for another bit of a Barney. He finds another. Robo fighting with Keanu in the top lane. Gold card locked in. Robo still chasing, but you can't catch up with the ghost of Kiaya. And now Robo has to run. Does have the flash. Will look for the stun. Cole the Meek flashes across the wall, but there's a ward in that bush, and Levi's on his way. They might just give the kill over to Easy Love. Levi, Easy Love, in fact, gets it in the end. A huge for GAM.
And GAM is getting further and further ahead in this game. Screw this like team fight, lane setup, weakness that they might have shown in Game 1 and 2. They are just getting to the fights before the objectives can be set up by Loud. Rowdy is still level 5. At 12 minutes on this setup. Yes, he's getting a lot of souls in these grubs, but you are not going to get in range of turrets when you're down 3,500 gold here if you're Loud. This start to this fight was so sick by Levi going for this kill. Emo does misplay this, though. I mean, I think you want to wait a little bit for the R2 or be even faster with it. It does get flashed out, but then, like, my God, Levi, what a play to fly back in there and get out. And then to just fly over the wall, get the execute, because he's 3 levels up on his counterpart as AD carry. Really sick. And then Kiaya just spacing Robo so well with the TF. TF's a menace in the 1v1 lane.
Levi, a name synonymous with the VCS, as we see a TP behind. Counter TP used. It's going to be a 3v2. Abyssal Voyage immediately out by Redbird. He knew he didn't want any piece of that action. He takes the trip away from his mid laner. Tinones falls 1-3-1 now on the Azir, and everything that was going right for Loud begins collapsing under the pressure that Levi and GAM are putting them on.
And this GAM team looks completely different than they did in Game 1.
Oh, 100%.
They are so decisive. They are so aggressive. And, I mean, part of it is they're just on more active champions, but they just seem to be playing better in their individual matchups, and that opens up so many opportunities for them to make plays, like Kiaya just actually beating Robo straight up in these 1v1s that allows the rest of his team to come collapse in and help him clean up kills.
I mean, GAM, previously Gigabyte Marines, have always been a name that you thought, could they do something? Often a surprise, right? I remember the level 6 Nocturne ulting into Fnatic's bot lane when Fnatic support was level 3, like 2017, 2018 Worlds, I believe. Levi so consistent on this lineup as well, and a lot of this early game has been under his hands. The invade at blue, the fight in mid, he's constantly in the right position, and Croc has been found a little bit wanting. Obviously, the Sejuani, a lot harder to have an impact on the map in the early game. Much more about being a tank, having that Glacial Prison for later game team fights, but right now, Loud are really struggling. Their backs are against the ropes, and it feels like one more punch from GAM might be a knockout.
Yeah, especially if that gold goes to Easy Love, because he's so comfy on Zeri right now. He just came off a 6-item Zeri game, and he's back into being massively far ahead.
He's almost a third of the way there already. Pick onto Robo. Levi looking for the chase here. Robo tanky enough. Stride Breaker first item for him. Sonic Wave hits from Levi, but you don't really want to dive the Renekton in this situation. He's used to being underwater as an alligator. Diving him, not always advisable. Dragon up for GAM. If they want the second, Levi will start it. Tino's getting some gold for Loud back on the map. The 4,000 gold lead for GAM. It will fall a little bit as the turret does fall in top lane, but GAM will get a Drake for it.
This is the most positive thing to happen to Loud this game, actually. They are able to get both the Akali and the Lee Sin ultimates out, and they are able to get gold onto their best player, Tinones, on Azir right now. Gets first turret gold. Sure, Emo gets it on the other side, but it's not his bonus. And the lethality of GAM with Levi and Emo not having their ultimates is much lower for the next little bit. Yes, they give up one Chemtech Drake. They really do not care about that. It's way more important to make sure they have damage for teamfights later.
The Ocean Soul, not seen as the most powerful soul these days, kind of fallen off since the days of yore, probably when souls were introduced, probably the most powerful. Would help Loud in a protracted team fight, but they're probably going to get burst out before it really has too much effectiveness. GAM could be beneficial for them. I mean, a soul is a soul. It's probably about 3,000 gold's worth of stats just by getting it. So even if it's an ocean, you still take what you can get.
For sure.
Right? Like,
yeah, I think it would, especially against the low damage on Loud, Ocean Soul could do a lot of work. Because like Levi's 3-1-4 on the Lee Sin, like he's going to be enough of a bruiser that it's actually going to be really hard to kill Lee Sin until you have, I mean, maybe ever, depending on how far behind the Senna stays in this game. If last game is any indication. So GAM is in such a good position right now.
Boot struggling to get stacks as well, only at 49 right now on the Senna. Hasn't got his first completed item. Emo here, surrounded by Croc and Tinones, but with Elio behind him for a little bit of protection. Kiaya takes the turret, ghost in by Kiaya. Levi coming in as well, the safeguard forward by him. They can chase onto Robo. Robo flashes away from the Destiny, but Kiaya locks the gold card. Dominus, Dawning Shadow, is it enough to keep Robo alive? Kiaya tanks the tower, and Levi tries to get the kill. Beautiful from Robo! Survives the dive and gets one out of it to boot. Easy Love trying to join up with Kiaya to make sure that Tinones can't chase any further, and he'll do exactly that.
Loud's not out of this one yet. Robo survives another gank. This time actually gets a kill back. He's now a threat in this one. Stridebreaker Renekton, 3-1-1. Still a big, big hill to climb, but he's a small glimmer hope right now for Loud.
And with those short crocodile legs, it's going to take a while for him to climb. Couldn't hold that one together. I mean, the important thing for GAM is that Easy Love hasn't been involved in these dives. He is superbly fed right now. He's got his Runans complete, so that's 2 items, static Runans, I believe, for the Zeri. Kiaya has a Kraken Slayer, likely going back to build up towards his next item as well. Rapid Fire Cannon will be his choice. So if those two are given time in a fight, alongside the assassination potential of a Lich Bane Akali, it becomes even trickier for Loud. With Dragon up in 2 minutes' time, Loud start to try and control through this mid lane.
Yeah.
They also have to deal with the Rift Herald.
And it's really hard for them to lock on to Easy Love with the cleanse as well in this game. I'd say, though, if Loud can make fast plays, they can still win team fights. So they have enough CC. There's enough squishies on GAM that if they get the right engage, they'll just be able to blow. You know, they take Kiaya and Emo out of a fight right away because Chinones gets a nice swoop on them. Yeah, they're going to win that fight. Yeah. So even with this 4,000 gold deficit, which is shrinking, by the way, because they're playing the side lanes quite well right now, actually. They're going to try to fight back.
They definitely are. Redbird currently answering the wave in mid. Croc here to protect him. Tino's move from mid to bot to catch the wave that Kiaya pushed in. Last Embrace going to catch on Elio. The Abyssal Voyage there as well, but good roam from Robo. Easy Love cleanses immediately from the Glacial Prison. Sun's going to land on Levi, but Robo's forced away. Redbird has to flash as well as Easy Love. Flashing forward, the Devour. It's going to keep Robo alive for the moment. Dawning Shadow coming out as well, but already won over to Easy Love. Croc retreating, and Loud will be able to walk away wounded to the safety of their towers. They lost 1.
Easy Love is so fed.
Yeah.
He just obliterates them when he flashed in there. Yes, he used Flash and Cleanse, so maybe there's a window later for Loud to counter them, but here's the Rift Herald!
Rift Herald charges from behind the turret. The tower will fall soon. Croc hooked up immediately, and he's burst where he stands. And now GAM 10 kills to 4, up a 6,000 gold lead almost. The Drake up in 30 seconds. The timing for GAM sublime.
Yeah, like we said, totally different team than they were in the first game. They're playing so well as a group. And that Rift Herald really surprised me that it came out of the jungle.
I was really hoping
angle.
he'd try and charge through the Loud players, because you get a knock-up. You get 1 second CC if you go through them.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this one did look good for Loud, but nice buffer there by Elio to not get CC'd by Croc's Renekton, or sorry, by Robo's Renekton. But then I feel like the slow landing prompted Easy Love to flash in, and then he's just, I mean, he's 2.5 items when nobody on Loud has completed 2. So he's just able to do stuff like that. 5,000, that's so much damage for a fight that early in the game.
20 minutes in.
Like, there's barely 5,500 health on Loud.
Very impressive from Easy Love. We saw as well before that GAM had spent their gold, had bought their items, had about 10% more combat, or 10 percentage points more combat itemization than Loud had in that fight. Now, Loud have been able to spend a little bit of gold, but still only sitting on 1 item across the board. Robo trying to trade here. He's the only one with 2. The Drake down to 2,000. Levi looking for the smite. Glacial Prison going wide. Smite secured by Croc. They slow the game down. Croc trying to escape. Death charge. Levi dashing in, but a great devour from Red White keeps Tinones alive. Croc will be sacrificed. Robo trying to get him from the side here as well, but I really feel Loud are just retreating. Redbird Abyssal Voyage stopped, and that's how you catch a catfish, and that's how you catch Loud out. 2 kills more over to GAM as Robo's forced away. A great kick from Levi.
They might be thinking about Baron now, because they do have Kraken Slayer, TF, Azeri. They're just going straight for it. And that is still a little baby Senna that doesn't seem very likely to be able to stop 5 people at Baron. I hate to say that GAM's running away with it.
They really are. 8,000 gold, almost their lead. The Dawning Shadow coming out, but what can you do? Kiaya steps in, Elio! Flash hook just wide. The Baron down to 2,000 will be secured for GAM. They strike first in the Baron battles of this game. 8,000 gold their lead, 2 Drakes to 1. Objective bounties for Loud, and they're staring down a very long flight home.
They are absolutely shell-shocked after the way they dominated game 1. Sejuani ult whiffs here. They get the steal. Now it is time to run away as fast as possible. They can't get all the way out. Tom Kench ultimate buys them a lot of space. The Senna move speed's moving them along. But man, Kiai is so fast with that Ghost and the Rapid Fire Cannon gold card. It baits them in to defend him for a brief second. Big mistake by Tinones to even be in range of that Q. And all smiles for GAM. They were They were one team fight away from complete elimination in Game 2, and now they are 9,000 gold up in Game 3.
Easy Love at 3 items now. An easy death for his opponents. Infinity Edge complete. Emo has 2 as well with the Hextech or Rocket Belt. And there's 2 on Levi. Still a struggle for Loud as GAM now for the next 2 minutes have this Red Bull Baron power play. No one apart from Robo has 2 items for Loud. Yeah. Everyone is in a deficit in gold apart from Redbert, who's got 1,000 gold lead. Who gives a damn? He's farming.
Yep.
It is such a hole you have to dig yourself out of, and currently GAM are just throwing Loud shovels.
Yeah, and it's not like Infinity Edge is like a cheap item that he just like cheesed his way to 3. Like, no, he's actually an Infinity Edge ahead of your whole team. That's amazing.
And for GAM, what a
what
sight! Like,
it's just
even coming into the tournament, everyone counted them out. Obviously, they had to switch their roster going into playoffs. The thought was, hey, you can put on a performance, but you're not going to challenge. You're not really going to be able to fight.
I mean, people always say, like, you have to watch out for the VCS. Never count out the VCS. Yeah. That's never been more true than this series.
Yep.
Because there are so many reasons to count them out. Yet they just keep fighting.
A lot of it on the back of Levi. His early game exemplifies why he is, in essence, the face of this region. Why he's been back and forth with GAM since 2017. When you hear the name GAM, you think of Levi. And he continues to impress and he continues to perform, and now names alongside him. Emo having a great game. Easy Love having a really good last couple of games as well. Kiaya, obviously, always in contention. Elio, a little bit quieter, but landing the hooks when it matters.
That one didn't matter. It didn't matter. So it's not important.
At the screen, I just looked up and I see him miss the hook.
No, you're right. Who cares if that lands? Nothing was going to happen.
Exactly. And now for Loud, how do you get back? You're forfeiting your jungle. You're 11,000 gold behind.
So I mean, game 1 they had Ornn, Lee Sin, Sen, and Nautilus. That's a lot of engaged tools and really good scaling. They tried to run back parts of that team comp here in game 3 with the slow, methodical style, but they actually have really bad engage now.
Yeah.
Because the Tahm Kench and the Renekton really suck against Zeri. So they do not actually have any good options. Tinones has gone Death Cap because he needs damage, but that also means he can't fly in to engage.
Yeah, no Zhonya's.
Because he just died. So where do they go from here? Home?
Maybe. I'd like to see Root sell his warding item. I'd like to see Redbert buy one. I'd like to see Root start farming. You're at 87 stacks. Stacking is going to be hard from here on out, but you can still get some as a farming center. And that's another way of, bolstering your damage a little bit, adding a little bit in. There's a TP ward behind Tinones and Crockett all the way in the bush in that top lane. Levi might look for it. Emo's down in the bot lane pushing out. Levi instead just clearing out vision. Baron up in 2 minutes. Drake now spawning. Would only be the 3rd of the game for GAM because, of course, Loud and Croc specifically were able to steal away the last, even if they did lose out that fight.
Yeah, the way back in the games they do stuff like this. You just kind of randomly wait in bushes. You hope GAM isn't counting players properly. You hope you can get a kill onto, ideally Zeri, but Zeri's never going to go to a silent lane. So you get Kiaya or Emo down, that'll be 1,000 gold here. Maybe after that you kill a turret, 1,000 gold there. They kind of have to chip away at it because they still do have the Sejuani ultimate, and there's a lot of squishy people on GAM. But if GAM just groups up, even though they don't have good front to back, like there's so much heftier in the wallet that they're going to win the front to back anyway.
You also have a QSS now built on Kiaya, so you catch him, he QSS's. Easy Love has his cleanse. Elio has Locket. Levi, if you're ulting him and trying to kill him off, he's gone for the Knight's Vow 3rd, so he knows his job from here on out. Carry the early game, or at least set up your team in the early game, and now you're a facilitator, you're a kick. Obviously, you can do a little bit of damage alongside that. Emo has the Twilight Shroud to avoid follow-up after a Glacial Prism. Abyssal Voyage forward. Levi dashes across the wall. Kiaya pushing in bot. No deep vision for Loud right now. All denied by GAM after they saw Loud skip some steps in game 2. They are not doing the same.
Yeah, Loud grouped up here. They if the Akali shows and they're in range for some type of engage, they would want to just go. Yeah. But actually, pretty smart play by GAM right there. Akali shows on the bottom wave, they back up.
Yep.
Right, again, Akali showing on that bottom wave. Look at where GAM is. They're not in a spot where they can get engaged on. So now they're going to generate that push. As soon as that wave crashes and Akali moves again, then GAM can touch the mid wave. That's the classic macro that you actually want to see. The GAM wasn't in positions to play earlier because they never had a side laner who was actually stronger that they were willing to play around in an effective way. So.
And you see Loud having to respect it. They put the fast side automation into that bush first in case the Akali's standing there. Then they step away. Their duo in mid has to take a step back so they catch the wave a little bit deeper. Emo can now move up. No one answering bot yet for Loud. That wave's just going to neutralize, and the Baron has been begun for GAM.
All right, Loud, be very cautious with the way they check. You'd love to fight them at this Baron because they're a little bit cornered. That's their chance.
Levi looks for the kick, the hook's gonna land, Emo looking for the flank, they go on to Robo, Croc as well on that front line, Kiaya, Destiny's onto the back, Rook with a good Dawning Shadow, but Robo kick back, gets the Serac shield, Elio has to flash away, Emo dashing through as well as Kiaya's now separated on the back of their fight. Kiaya has the flash just in time to escape a bit of voyage forward by Redbird, unable to get close enough, a good fight so far for Loud, as even though they're unable to kill GAM, they don't lose a man.
Oh man, you take that when you're down 10,000 gold and the other team starts Baron. All of them are recalling now. Does Loud would love to be able to flip this. Azir shreds Baron a little bit.
Yeah, just go.
No, you just flip it. Yep. You just go.
No vision.
No Zeri ultimate as well, no Nautilus ultimate.
TP to the bottom side. Emo has the perfect execution. Kiaya looking for that gold card. No flash on him. Levi coming in from the side as well as Loud begin to back off. Emo dashes in. Emperor's Divide back as Robo still tanking the Baron. They look for Emo, but he's able to escape. Levi comes in for the re-engage. Zeri and Nautilus down towards the bottom side. We'll just get the push out through mid. So what do we get? A TP, a flash from the side of GAM to stop the Baron from Loud.
Ah, that's tough. Emo goes in. I feel like if Loud just commits to finishing the Baron, they feel like they're going to get aced. I don't know if GAM actually had enough people in position to collapse properly.
There's the risk of Levi just Sonic Wave execution smiting the Baron as well, right?
Yes.
Unless you can CC him. Obviously, at this point, it's like, do we take the 2080 because every other player is a 1090, right?
Exactly. I think you do. I think you try and flip that anyway. It just might not have been there either way. That's still a really good sequence for Loud because it shows that this game is going to be difficult for GAM to close. Baron, not really a priority at this point now. I think it all becomes about the Ocean Soul. That's a less lethal objective for the team that starts it. There's 4 items now on Kiaya, so he's just unstoppable in side lanes. He's so fast, too, as we see in all these fights.
Easy loves at 4 items as well. 8,000 gold between the AD carries. And I know, I always say, compare the support in the AD carry. Well, Redbird's only 1.8k ahead, so in essence, it's only a 6,000 gold lead, guys. But Rude is the only real second source of damage here for Loud. He's only got an item and a half, so Loud will be struggling. Robo doing a good job of being a facilitator in terms of damage himself as the collapse begins. Robo looking for the flank as well. Sundisk goes down. Emo in the Twilight Shroud. Croc, Glacial Prison just short at Levi there.
Okay, Sejalt down, Tom Kenshi down. Almost everything up still for GAM outside of TF ultimate and Akali ultimate. But I think the Zeri ultimate is the most important one as GAM just re-pushes this mid lane and tries to move. This is where actually them not having like a true front line is really hurting them.
Yeah.
As you see in
no
these fights.
No one can step up to just tank it a little bit.
Yeah, even the Azir turret was a pretty big threat for them as they were going in here. And they're actually kind of losing the mid prio here.
Yeah, the range is not the best if TF isn't there to, red card with the rapid fire cannon onto a minion. The Zeri relatively short range. Senna and Azir will outrange her in these fights. Kiaya now joins up. Drake has spawned, would be sold for GAM if they want it. 12,000 gold their lead now as they set up for what could be the final play. The final drop off the Abyss into a team fight. The Baron possibly, well, probably on their minds with the hook just short by Elio. They turn their eyes towards the Baron. No vision on either side for Loud. They have that single control ward. Levi spotted now, though, as he puts control ward in the bush. Croc dashes away, stunned up. There's the dredge line for the follow-up, and Croc is sent passing. Robo now in the middle of the team is just deleted. It's a double already for Easy Love, and he's looking to make it more. GAM, although they fail at the first hurdle, have now bounced back. They've jumped up. And Loud cannot do anything about it. 14,000 gold ahead. GAM are looking for Soul and for the Baron.
and to move on past Loud and get a rematch against Fnatic. So, just, again, like, we did not expect this.
Nope.
I think GAM might have expected this. They're always so, they play with such confidence when they're on. And that's the weird thing, because when we saw this team play against, I'd say, Fnatic, and when we saw them play in game 1, it just didn't look the same. You're like, this is actually too much for them to overcome. There's no way that Levi and Kiaya can sync with these players so quickly to be able to win on the international stage, yet we're seeing it. Like, they're going in as a unit. This is not, like, the cleanest game. Let's be completely honest. But it is an impressive win, nonetheless, if they're able to close this one out. 16,000 gold now, Baron Soul. Let's see if they can finish it.
Especially seeing how disjointed they were against Fnatic, even in game 1 against Loud, how much they struggled to have these effective team fights. Now, Baron on them for the next 2.5 minutes. They have the Ocean Soul already. Looks like Emo's going to push out bot. Kiaya currently catching the top wave. Does have that Destiny. Remember, not the same range as a teleport, although it can seem like a global. It does have a radius on it, but should be able to get across the map to answer at least in mid, as he is already level 18, so has that fully upgraded to level 3. Currently, though, stepping back. Doesn't see where Loud are on the map. Doesn't need to push the wave. He's got enough gold. Just like, okay, Loud could be here. I will just take a step back until I see Loud answering, and then I'll step up. And that's when you see a team that's more coordinated, a team that's more aware of who they're playing into, that isn't skipping those steps.
I will say, personally, I hate 1-3-1. I think you should always 4-1. I think it spreads you out too much as a small risk. Like, if Loud can commit to one side now, they know they're going to have a meaningful number advantage, because I think they actually lose 5v4s at this point. So the 4-1 is like almost no risk for them, but they're set up in this 1-3-1. So Loud, you have to pick a spot and you just go fast, which they're trying. They're trying to get. Easy Love has no cleanse.
Easy Love, no cleanse. Jumps across the wall with the flash, now trying to escape, but he's still got the GA. Elio with the hook, and on the backline, the Devour still coming out. GA's going to come out from Easy Hoon as Tino's tries to separate the team. Emo jumping in, but Easy Love comes back from the dead, and his Guardian Angel sitting on his shoulders to give him a double kill. Emo will fall as he tries to chase off Tinones, but what can Loud do to defend? Because GAM are marching to victory.
The Guardian Angel comes in clutch for Easy Love there. 10-0-3. They're going to do it. They're going to take down Loud.
Rover's looking for the wave. He escapes with a sliver of HP, but Levi will not let him. In with the Tempest, crippling Loud. Easy Love trying to survive as Tino takes him out. The stopwatch just in time, but he can't escape the oncoming hordes of GAM. The Nexus Tower's the target, Rude up in 5, but are we alive just to stand and watch as his Nexus is raised to the ground? GAM go through to the next round.
Even until the last moment, I wasn't completely sure that they were going to be able to pull it off. But there they are. GAM has eliminated Loud from MSI. Loud devastated about this defeat, losing the last 2 games. The overall org score as well as series score now from GAM versus Loud is 2-1 in the favor of GAM.
And so much credit to GAM. What a performance after that game 1, after the series against Fnatic. I think we all counted them down and out. We all thought it was going to be a 2-0-2-0 day, but GAM had other plans. And once again, they take the series against the CBLOL, just like Worlds last year.
Yeah, and also, we're going to see a couple rematches tomorrow. So, 2 rematches here, Fnatic versus GAM, and also PSG versus FlyQuest to see who gets to move on to that bracket stage. This new format, I got to say, is devastatingly hard if you're not from a major region. So we'll see if one of these teams can upset the incumbents and make a splash. It used to be in old MSI formats, there'd be the 4 major regions, usually LMS, and then one of the minor regions would be in every single time. Not the case anymore. The road is much harder, but you never count out the VCS. That's what we've learned today.
And for Loud, although a disappointing day, I think they showed some exceptional signs. The challenges earlier at MSI, even in the first game today, they look good. Go home with their heads held high back to the CBLOL. Obviously, they would have wanted more out of today. I think there will be an air of disappointment, but have to look at the positives where you can.
Yeah, they look devastated. I think they definitely had their eyes on tomorrow, but GAM took them out.
We're going to hand over to the analyst sites to break down this day. Take it away.
All right.
Yep.
We are done.
Oh my God! What time is it?
It's game time.
It's game time.
Game time.
It's game time. Like,
honestly, like, what a story, though, right? With everything that went on in the VCS, playing with 3 sub players, not having a lot of time to actually develop as a team, to come out and like stun the CBLOL, go on ahead. Like, that's insane. I'm really, really happy for them.
I have so many thoughts about this series, honestly.
I have a lot of thoughts too.
Positives first. As you said, it's an amazing day for the VCS, especially for this team who made it there and who kept on fighting, because from the situation they were in, having to rebuild the roster completely. When you look at the first game that they played, no synergy at all, having to rely on really specific picks that did not make sense in a draft scenario, to clutching this one today. Mad respects. Honestly,
I'm glad
mad
you brought up
respects.
the draft picks, because this is an incredibly risky draft, right? Like, obviously, Emo is very comfortable on the Akali. This is one of his champions. He actually, career-wise, it's only 3 games, but he does have a 100% win rate on it. But this is a risky comp, right? Because if they both fall behind, it's rough to get back into this game. And they played very confidently, and I think they kind of knew all the pressure is off of them. It's on Loud now, especially after game 2.
Yeah, and it's wild. Just it really, for me, started in the draft where, started in the last game where it could have literally just been 2-0 for Loud for the mistakes that came through, and honestly, the opportunities that GAM took to be able to bring this to game 3, and then you see the Akali lock in. You see the crowd react to it, the grin that was on Emo's face, and he, in the level 1, gets a chunk on towards Tinones and plays the well fantastically. It's pretty insane to see. The most coordinated game from GAM so far this tournament.
Look at this. I love these backstage moments, especially when you know how much they've been working on this. And yeah, of course, TK and Nguyen, manager, mascot, everything for the team, actually, just rallying them together. And guys, we said that we were expecting the veteran players from this lineup to help the newest ones and actually bring them the victory. Props to Kiaya, props to Levi in this series. Fantastic job from there.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to Emo and Easy Love, right? Because in these final 2 games, obviously the Zeri ended up being massive difference.
Yeah.
Emo locking in the Akali. I'm glad you mentioned the crowd reaction, because this crowd was so on their side. As soon as that Akali was locked in, the crowd roared.
They were bought into what time it was.
Always.
It's so fun. Honestly, from Easy Love's perspective, I mentioned it being the most coordinated game. A lot of the team fights that came through based off of, let's say, Levi getting a great kick. There was one time a mid lane fight where I was like, okay, like they were really close to getting a blinking, like getting 1 kill, and then in comes the Zeri ulti flash auto. I was like, oh damn! Like Easy Love, I thought had his best game by a wide margin. Same could be said for Emo. Like the younger, newer players for this team really stood up.
Started from the bottom, now he's here. Honestly, like, I cannot wait to hear from the team. We will hear from GAM tomorrow in the Verizon post-game interview, and I'm really interested in seeing what happened there. How did they come together? Because again, starting from the game they had at the beginning of the tournament to finally clutching it, they're gonna have a game against Fnatic, and I'm really, really happy to see this one. Fnatic facing their demons here at MSI.
Well, I mean, that first game was very bloody.
Yeah, you want to talk about historic demons for sure, but also this tournament demons, GAM just got like completely handed to by Fnatic. Fnatic completely rolled them, so Emo wants that series back.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a great revenge series for him in particular.
I want to talk about the strength that we have coming into this series, actually, with this new, this stronger GAM facing off against Fnatic. Because when I talked to Oscar yesterday, he was not even counting on facing them. He was getting ready for Loud. They got to do their homework now, I guess.
I was about to say, because if this game was a mountain of a climb, going up against Fnatic's going to be Everest, because I feel like a lot of members from Fnatic's side, when they went up against top esports, really stood up. Oscar, for me, was crazy good. His Camille was like, Okay, no, you give this man some carries. Like, played so... He really was a player that stood up. So I'm interested to see what GAM has to learn coming out of this series and going into Fnatic one, because that's going to be a leaps and bounds difference between Loud.
And of course, when there's a winner, there has to be a loser. Loud crushing them for them, crushing them for the CBLOL, especially given how they started from an amazing series against Top Esports to a great game against GAM, and just, I don't know, just crumbling under pressure, I feel, because that last game, I smelled some tilts on their side.
Yeah, I mean, all the pressure was on them. That game, too, in particular, was just... Oh, it's really heartbreaking. And, like, for anyone who knows me, like, I love CBLOL. I started covering them in 2014. Yeah. It's really, really sad, because I do think you look back at this game analytically and you're like, they had it in hand, as long as they didn't overextend and play as disrespectfully as they did in certain situations. And that's tough, especially coming off of a top esports series where they were like, we could have taken a game, you know, like we were in this. We were matching them at points. It's really, really sad.
They wear their emotions on their sleeve. You could see it during their finals or just their entire playoff runs. And for them, a team that's had a four-peat, that's won again and again, and even if this finals was one of the closest ones they've had, you know, for someone like Tinones, for someone like Robo, you always ask yourself, like, what does this split mean? And if you're winning your region, you're like, all of our focus is just doing better internationally. So that's where you're like, you put all this time into succeeding internationally, and for it to fall in a way like this, where you know you could have done something to be able to get over the hurdle, that hurts. So it's going to take some time for them. Hopefully they'll be able to recruit, come back. I know Worlds is going to be a better run for them if they can go back into Summer Split and just get going.
Oh, it's not over. We'll see Loud again at some point. Eventually, really sad to wave them goodbye, of course. Similar to the team we waved goodbye at the beginning of the day, let's talk about the first series we had, because we have an Oppo player of the series. I feel that we need to congratulate Junjia. We've been waiting for him. We've been waiting for him to perform. We've been waiting for him to rally behind PSG Talon. And this morning, in this series they played, Raz, I feel like him and Maple finally found the synergy that I wanted to see from him.
Hell yeah, he did. Just one death to his name throughout that entire series, and his Wukong, I thought, was killer. Estrel, we had a lot of faith in them because of how well they did and how much they fought versus T1, but to me, it really was. It started with, I guess, their top laner, and it ended with Junja. Team fights were easy for him, and he kept getting that Wukong.
Yeah, and I think it was a really, really dominant showing out of PSG, especially in, obviously in Game 2, but even in Game 1, when they were able to just slow the game down completely and really stifle anything Estrel wanted to do, that was very, very comfortable for them. And now, having seen them in this series, adjusting to the lane swap a bit better, I think seeing the Udyr coming out of Aja, Junja having such a great series, I think FlyQuest, especially after having been decimated by T1 yesterday, they should be looking at them and getting a little, not concerned, but like take them very seriously.
That's the big question mark. Last series that they had versus FlyQuest was incredibly close. It went up to 2-1. This time around, visibly, PSG is a better team. They have certainly, and FlyQuest was abusing the fact that they didn't know how to play around lane swaps all that well, and now I don't even think that's a question anymore. They're definitely better with lane swaps. So I'm, as a North American representative,
you and I are just
so we'll see. That one's going to be the best series of plans for sure.
Can't wait to see the predictions for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule though, because we will open the day with this FlyQuest versus PSG Talon rematch. A shift in strength, I think, between these two teams. We'll see who comes out on top, and of course we'll have Fnatic versus GAM. So a lot of rematches here.
Yeah, and I don't want to see your sign again. I don't want to see that one more time. All right, that coping thing that you had to be. Yeah, please don't show that. At least for us.
I believed. I had high hopes in FLICKR. I hope that they can level it up tomorrow and advance to the main stage. We'll see that, of course, tomorrow. That's the story for the last day of MSI that we will have for the playing stage. Well, after the last day, actually, we will have the draw show.
Okay.
Directly.
Fun.
So yeah, we will see what happens in the main stage, of course. But that's all for us here on this fourth day of playing. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been amazing. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of this MSI 2024 playing stage. Until then, take care. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to MSI 2024 in Chengdu, China. Today we're back for day 4 of the playing stage. No more second chances. You have to win today.
Azure looking for everything you can get out of it, but you can't quite survive. Oh, Maple caught out. Falling Sky coming down. Though Faith being chased out by Azure. It matters right now, Jack. Finds still about quarter of the way off.
There we go.
Down. Good engage from Jose Dioda. That was gorgeous.
I mean, that's a pretty good look. Now they're in trouble.
Azure's on a huge flank shooter around. Taunt going out as Akman is the first ball. Dope getting locked up as well as the cyclone on the backline means that Snack has to flash the wall. It is PSG who will go 1-0 up in the series. Where are you going, Cody?
To his jungler.
Get there in time. His jungler's nowhere near. Cody's still no flash charm from Maple. This is the cost. Crescent guard from Jose Diodo. The Destiny coming in. The chase continues. Azure flashes forward, and Snacker meets his maker. Estral Esports will fall out of the hands of PSG. Dash across the wall, has to burn the flash. Goal of the Forge God from Robo. He sends a train going through GAM as Emo locked up with it. He'll fall first. Guns Kiaya has to flash away. Flash chased by Robo.
Ele tá na rede elbow. Tá ali a Camp mid, okay? Yeah, tá ali a Camp mid. Nice.
Can't quite get the kill as Easy Love burns the flash to Bella. Easy Love the minions! And GAM have come alive. Red Root was able to flash away. And knock back Kiayo under the tower. Robo has to dash away. The Dawn Shadow coming out as well. The Invisible is away. But it's another charm as Levi finds the backline. A beautiful engage from GAM. GAM breathe life back into the BCS as they even out the series. Tenos has the flash to the wall. Flash forward by Kiayo into the blue card. It's enough. Leisure Prism's going to land onto him. Sonic Wave on the backline though. And it's Levi who finds him. Loud are just retreating. Redbird Abyssal footage. Stopped, and that's how you catch a catfish. And that's how you catch Loud out. GAM go through to the next round.
I thought it